He is Lu Shaoqing. The two peerless beauties had a tacit understanding and made people's eyes light up. There was no doubt that even among the second-grade heaven's favorites, Goddess Tan Xiang and Jing Kongling were considered top-notch. However, their opponents were powerful beings. With a loud explosion, their attacks were scattered by the three-headed hellhound's attacks. "Get down!" The Cerberus shouted coldly as it swiped down with its claws, causing the faces of both Goddess Tan Xiang and Jing Kongling to change. Could it be that we're going to fail? The two of them had the same thought, and they felt a little unwilling. There were still Tulivir people left. They just needed to hold on a little longer and they might be able to enter the top 10. Unfortunately, he could only reach this far. The two of them sighed and decided to leave the platform and admit defeat. At this moment, a burly figure suddenly appeared in front of them. He threw out a punch and collided with the three-headed hellhound's claw, blocking it. "It's him!" The eyes of the two girls lit up. The person who blocked their way was Lu Ming. Back in the ancient herb garden, Goddess Tan Xiang and Jing Kongling had helped him once to prevent him from falling into Cold Blood Hall's trap. Now that he saw the two women in danger, he naturally would not sit by and do nothing. "It's you. If you want to be the hero and save the beauty, then I'll send you down." The three-headed hellhound roared loudly and the terrifying hellfire burst forth, causing Lu Ming's spiritual god to tremble slightly as if his soul was about to be frozen. What a powerful hell flame! Lu Ming was shocked, but he laughed out loud. "Ha! You're even more powerful than that lion. I originally wanted to take that lion as my mount, but he wouldn't agree to it no matter what. Although you're a little ugly, you're barely qualified to be my mount." As he laughed, his true yuan exploded and he threw a few punches forward, exchanging a few blows with the Cerberus. "Big Beard, why did you snatch my prey?" The heartless monk appeared not far away and said with a smile. "Monk, I'll finish off your prey for you." Lu Ming said. "Ah, that's good. I don't have to do it." The monk chuckled and turned his eyes to Darkchild. "Sister Moonless, how about I help you?" The unscrupulous monk's large sleeves fluttered as he arrived at the place where the Darkchild and the female Bodhisattva were fighting. The name of the female Bodhisattva was Moonless. Darkchild looked at the unscrupulous monk with some fear. "Heartless, go do what you need to do, I don't need your help." Moonless' face was a bit cold, and it seemed that her relationship with the unscrupulous monk was very bad. Not far away, Lu Ming almost fell down. This unscrupulous monk's name was actually Unscrupulous. It was too appropriate. "I have rice hair. The falling flowers are interested, but the flowing water is heartless. Sister Moonless doesn't need my help, then forget it." The unscrupulous monk muttered. Then his eyes started to look around again. The onlookers were all speechless. Was this really a holy monk from the Western Desert? Why are you so unreliable? Even some of the sovereigns in the stands had strange expressions. The Buddha of Western Desert had a solemn expression and a smile on his face. His eyes were closed, as if he had not seen anything. Boom! At that moment, Lu Ming and the three-headed hellhound were already engaged in an intense battle. The three-headed hellhound was very strong. It had already reached the third level of the spiritual god realm, and its combat strength was stronger than even Shirdyu's. At this moment, the three-headed hellhound had unleashed its full power, causing its divine beast bloodline to boil. Lu Ming did not unleash his bloodline and was at a slight disadvantage for the time being. "It seems like it's impossible to obtain third place without using my bloodline today." At this thought, a drop of blood appeared on top of Lu Ming's head. Borrowing power. Who? A wisp of energy from the third blood meridian gushed into Lu Ming's body. His aura rose sharply, his hair turned blood red in an instant, and his body emitted a blood-red light. Kill! Lu Ming's third blood meridian power surged in and a terrifying killing intent erupted from his body. He struck out with his palm, aiming for one of the three-headed hellhound's heads. The Cerberus's head spewed out terrifying attacks, but they were dispersed by Lu Ming's palm. His palm landed heavily on one of the Cerberus' heads. With a loud bang, the Cerberus cried out in pain and retreated rapidly. Its head was almost shattered by Lu Ming's chop. A part of its forehead had caved in and blood was flowing out. Lu Shaoqing. He's Lu Shaoqing. At this time, a few extremely shocked cries sounded out from the crowd. Shui Luo Zi, Wu Qingkong, and a few others who had seen Lu Ming in the secret realm of the Saint Mansion all exclaimed in disbelief. What? He's Lu Shaoqing? Ming Lu is Lu Shaoqing. This awesome commander is Lu Shaoqing? Cries of alarm rang out. Now, Lu Shaoqing's name had already shaken the world. News of Lu Shaoqing killing the top talents of the last generation in the secret realm of the Saint Mansion of the Tianxia Academy, killing the top talents of the Cold Blood Hall and the Tianwu Sword Sect, and fighting with Yang Podin and the others had long spread throughout the central continent. Everyone had long regarded Lu Shaoqing as a big shot. They had thought that since Lu Shaoqing had not come to the Holy City, could this overpowered commander with a full beard be Lu Shaoqing? He's Lu Shaoqing. I can't be wrong about this cultivation technique. Wu Qingkong and Shui Luo Zi spoke with great certainty. He is indeed Lu Shaoqing. Fairy Tan Xiang and Jing Kongling's eyes flickered as they muttered to themselves ears. Haha, it's really uncomfortable to have this broken beard stuck on my face. At this moment, Lu Ming laughed out loud. He grabbed the fake beard on his face and threw it away. By doing so, he would be acknowledging his identity as Lu Shaoqing. The crowd was shocked. Ming Lu was indeed Lu Shaoqing, but how did he get into the law enforcement army? What a brilliant aura-changing technique. Even we were fooled. An emperor said. None of the emperors present had noticed this earlier. What? Roar! The three-headed hellhound roared loudly. All three heads opened their mouths and launched a terrifying attack. One head spewed out black liquid, one head spewed out black flames, and the last head spewed out black lightning. Each of these attacks was extremely terrifying and could kill a second-grade heaven's favorite. Lu Ming clenched his fist in the air. His third blood meridian squirmed and transformed into a blood-red spear that Lu Ming held. Lu Ming cast the 5 killing moves and swung his spear 3 times in a row. Boom, boom, boom. 3 blood-red spear shadows shattered the void and dispersed the three-headed hellhound's attack. Then, the long spear turned into a blood-red lightning, piercing through the layers of space, and stabbed towards one of the heads. That head was the one that was injured by Lu Ming earlier. The spear directly pierced through the hole in the ground, penetrating the Cerberus's head. Roar! The other 2 heads of the three-headed hellhound let out a frenzied roar and launched a terrifying attack at Lu Ming. Lu Ming's left palm struck out continuously, activating the prison-suppressing heavenly art to counter the Cerberus attacks. Seizing the opportunity, the three-headed hellhound retreated rapidly. The head that Lu Ming had pierced through was shrouded in black mist. Chapter 1127 Dragon Star's Power. The three-headed hellhound's life force was extremely tenacious. It had 3 heads. Unless all 3 heads were chopped off or one head was pierced, it would only be heavily injured but not dead. In the future, it would grow 3 more heads. At this moment, the three-headed hellhound looked at Lu Ming in shock. Kill! Lu Ming bellowed, his killing intent surging like a tide. His blood-red hair fluttered in the wind, and even his eyes were bloodshot. He strode towards the three-headed hellhound. Although the slaughter intent in the third bloodline was only borrowed and couldn't be combined with his own 5 intents, it could still work together to make it stronger. The blood-red spear danced, forming a blood-red storm of slaughter. The three-headed hellhound did its best to fight Lu Ming. However, after a few moves, its second head was pierced by Lu Ming's spear and it was injured even more severely. In the end, the Cerberus had no choice but to leave the platform and admit defeat. The three-headed hellhound had lost. This commander, Lu Shaoqing, had defeated the Lion Capital and the Cerberus, 2 powerful heaven's favorites. This had shocked everyone. At this time, the battle between Darkchild and Moonless had also entered the final stage. Although Moonless was strong, compared to Darkchild, she was still 1 step behind. From the beginning she was at a slight disadvantage. To the end, she was completely suppressed. After Lu Ming defeated the Cerberus, she had no choice but to admit defeat and leave the platform. With the withdrawal of Moonless, the top 10 was born. They were Long Chen, Yang Panin, Tuoba Shi, the Heartless Monk, Ming Zi, Kong Lin, the Divine Emperor, the Sandalwood Fairy, Jing Kongling and Lu Ming. Entering the top 10 meant that one could enter the ancient Sage Emperor's palace and study the insights of the past Sage Emperors, laying down a foundation for one's journey to the Emperor's realm. At this moment, apart from Yang Padian and Tuoba Shi, the others didn't make a move and just watched each other. Brother Lu, thank you for your help. Fairy Tan Xiang and Jing Kongling bowed to Lu Ming. The two fairies are too polite. Lu Ming grinned and said forthrightly, Brother Lu, it's all up to you now. Sister Kongling and I are already very lucky to be able to enter the top 10. Goddess Tan Xiang said in a sweet voice. Then she and Jing Kongling floated back and left the platform. The two of them admitted defeat just like that. No one was surprised. It was all within their expectations. It was already extremely lucky for Goddess Tan Xiang and Jing Kongling to be able to enter the top 10. With their true strength, it would be very difficult for them to enter the top 10. It was already enough for him to enter the top 10 and enter the ancient hall. Retreating now was the wisest choice. Only 8 people remained on the platform. Boom! With a violent boom, Yang Patian and Tuoba Shi exchanged a blow and both retreated. They stood in 2 different directions and did not continue fighting. The two of them had already exchanged hundreds of moves, and there was still no clear winner. Yang Patian, I heard that you're ranked 3rd among the top 5 young warriors of the Central Continent. Xian Yanjuan is ranked 2nd, and Long Chen is ranked 1st. Are they really stronger than you? Said Tuoba Shi, his voice booming like a bell. Why don't you try it? Yang Patian said. You don't have to provoke me. But I really want to try. Tuoba Shi laughed before turning to look at Long Chen. Everyone was shocked. Was Tuoba Shi going to make a move on Long Chen? Everyone's heart was filled with anticipation. Long Chen had not made a move just now. In fact, Long Chen had not made a move since the Battle of Providence. Everyone was curious about how far Long Chen had progressed and how strong he was. Would they be surpassed by the other heaven's favorites? A look of anticipation flashed in Lu Ming's eyes. Long Chen gave him a strong sense of pressure. He also wanted to know how strong Long Chen was. Bang! Tuoba Shi's steps caused the platform to buzz as he walked toward Long Chen. His aura was extremely powerful, and the mace in his hand buzzed along with Tuoba Shi's emotions. His muscles slowly bulged as if they were filled with infinite strength. In comparison, Long Chen was very ordinary. His temperament and appearance were ordinary, just like an ordinary youth in the crowd. On the platform, everyone backed away and looked at Long Chen and Tuoba Shi. Long Chen, everyone says that you are the number 1 in the Central Continent, or even the Divine Wilderness Continent. I would like to give it a try. Tuoba Shi stood in front of Long Chen and said in a low voice. His eyes were filled with fighting spirit. Northern Plains was a warlike place, and Tuoba Shi was even more so. Otherwise, he wouldn't have found Yang Patian and fought him as soon as he arrived in the Central Continent. Moreover, because he had not defeated Yang Patian, he had repeatedly fought with Yang Patian. From this, it could be seen how warlike he was. To him, there was no one who could match him in Northern Plains. He had never lost in the younger generation. He needed stronger experts to give him pressure. Thus, he went to find Long Chen. You can make your move. Long Chen spoke for the first time. His tone was calm, without any arrogance or arrogance. However, Lu Ming could hear a kind of qi from it. It was an invincible and undefeatable qi. This was the kind of qi that could only be obtained when one was extremely confident in themselves ears. Receive my attack. Tuoba Shi let out a long roar and his already burly body became even more burly. A terrifying beast's roar came out of his body as the mace in his hand shone with a brilliant light. Bang! Tuoba Shi took a step forward and charged at Long Chen, smashing his mace down with the force of 10,000 caddies. Facing Long Chen, Tuoba sure did not dare to be careless. He used all his strength. Everyone's expression turned grave. Tuoba Shi's move was too terrifying, and no one could ignore it. However, Long Chen's expression was still calm. When Tuoba Shi's mace was about to hit him, a terrifying aura spread out from his body. His arms swelled rapidly and his muscles bulged. It was twice as thick as usual. Boom! Long Chen threw out a punch. The punch pierced through the space, creating a long dark tunnel. The entire area shook. On the platform, Lu Ming and the others could feel a powerful force spreading toward them. They had to channel their cultivation to resist it. Thump! Long Chen's fist collided heavily with Tuoba Shi's mace, creating a terrifying boom. It was like a thunderclap in the sky. This was a collision of power. Then, everyone saw a figure retreating rapidly and continuously like a huge cannonball, until he was out of the platform. It was Tuoba Shi. He was sent flying out of the platform by Long Chen's punch. His face was pale and he spat out a mouthful of blood. His eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. CSI! Gasps of shock could be heard. Tuoba Shi had been defeated by Long Chen with a single punch. Tuoba Shi's strength could be seen from his battle with Yang Patian just now. His strength was absolutely terrifying, and his strength was shocking. He suppressed the world, and his combat strength was no weaker than Yang Potion's. But now, he was sent flying by Long Chen's punch and spat out a mouthful of blood. This kind of scene was seriously too shocking. Central Continent's people were still fine, but Northern Plains, Southern Nether, Western Desert, and Eastern Barrens people were even more shocked when they saw this. He was too strong. The last five. On the platform, Yang Patian and Kong Lin's eyes were extremely solemn. The eyes of Dark Child, the unscrupulous monk, and the Divine Emperor were filled with shock. My hair is as white as rice, my Buddha. Motherfucking mercy. What a pervert. The unscrupulous monk chanted a nondescript Buddhist name. What a terrifying power. Lu Ming's eyes were solemn. Lu Ming had a vague feeling that Long Chen's bloodline was not to be underestimated. It was definitely an extremely terrifying bloodline. After defeating Tuoba Shi, Long Chen's arm returned to its original state and he stood there calmly. He was very ordinary, but no one dared to look down on him. Not even emperors. As long as such a genius did not die, he would definitely become an emperor in the future. He might even rise to a higher level and dominate the divine wilderness. Such a genius was rare even in ancient times. Now, there were only 7 people left on the platform. The 7 of them looked at each other. Yang Patian, let's fight. A 5-colored light flashed, and Kong Lin appeared in front of Yang Patian. Of the 5 giants of the Central Continent, Yang Patian was ranked 3rd, and Kong Lin was ranked 4th. In the Battle of Providence, Kong Lin lost to Yang Patian by a slight disadvantage. Today, he was going to win it back and wash away the shame. Then I'll defeat you again. Yang Patian was very confident. He pointed his halberd at Kong Lin, and the void trembled. While Kong Lin's body bloomed with 5-colored light. Metal, wood, water, fire, and earth 5 elements. The 5 elements peacock was born with the ability to control the 5 elements and was extremely powerful. Of course, this kind of control was different from a warrior who had comprehended 5 different concepts at the same time. This was because the 5 elements of the 5 elements peacock were separated, unlike Lu Ming who had already fused all 5. The 5 elements peacock was only blessed by the heavens in terms of controlling the 5 elements, while Kong Lin had 90% of the 5 elements peacock's bloodline, so he naturally also inherited the talent to control the 5 elements. Buzz. Buzz. The 2 of them moved at the same time, charging at each other and engaging in a great battle. Bang. Bang. At this moment, Lu Ming stepped forward and walked towards one of them. Emperor God. Lu Ming walked toward the Emperor God. The Emperor God stared at Lu Ming with a solemn look. You should go down. Lu Ming said indifferently. Have I met you before? the Emperor God said as he stared at Lu Ming. He felt that his temperament was very similar to Lu Ming's. Oh really? Is there anyone in this world who is as invincible as me? Lu Ming grinned. His blood-red hair flew in the air as his endless killing intent swept toward the Emperor God. Although your combat strength is strong, you can't do anything to me as I'm focused on dodging, the Emperor God said. He was confident in his space will. Is that so? Lu Ming sneered. The blood-red long spear was thrust out like a blood-red lightning. The space around the Emperor God's body rippled like water. He moved and disappeared from his original spot, reappearing in another place 100 meters away. The space mentality is indeed amazing, but in my eyes, it's nothing. Lu Ming took a step forward and formed a seal with his hands. A door of light appeared, emitting a blinding light that pressed down on the Emperor God. The Emperor God's expression changed drastically because he suddenly felt like he had fallen into a quagmire and couldn't move. Not only him, even the space was sealed. This is the 9 seals of the Gate of God. An emperor suddenly stood up and exclaimed in shock. It's the 9 seals of the Gate of God, the ultimate martial art of the sky-sealing divine warrior. I didn't expect Lu Shaoqing to be in control of it. Another old emperor said. This ultimate technique was once famous in the world more than 100,000 years ago. It was the ultimate technique of an emperor. However, with the passing of that emperor, this ultimate technique also disappeared in the world. No one expected it to appear again today. The other onlookers were shocked. So this was an emperor technique. Spatial travel. The Emperor God roared and exerted all his strength. The space around him trembled rapidly as he tried to break free from Lu Ming's seal. Then one more fan. Lu Ming moved his hand and another Gate of God appeared. It pressed down. This time, the Emperor God's body could not move at all. During this period of time, Lu Ming did not stop cultivating the 9 seals of the Divine Gate. After several months of hard work, Lu Ming could already form 2 of the 9 seals of the Divine Gate, and the sealing power had increased greatly. Whoosh! The blood-red spear turned into a ray of light and pierced through the void, coming out of the Emperor God's chest. Bang! With a shake of the spear, the Emperor God's body was sent flying far away. He flew out of the platform and spat out a mouthful of blood. You can't even withstand a single blow. I won't kill you today for the sake of the Sage Emperor, but I'll definitely kill you when I meet you in the future. Lu Ming said coldly. If it were not for the rule that no one was allowed to kill their opponent, he would have killed the Emperor God just now instead of just injuring him. However, Lu Ming did not care about the Emperor God anymore. He would have plenty of chances to kill him in the future. The Emperor God kept vomiting blood and his face was pale. He barely managed to float in the air, staring at Lu Ming and roaring, "We must have met before. Who are you?" Lu Ming did not spare him another glance. He turned around and looked at the battle between Yang Padian and Kong Lin. Yang Potion's space intent was much stronger than an Emperor God's, and he had also mastered other intents. In the end, a purple-gold halberd floated above his head. The 9 golden chakras were extremely bright. Divine level 9th rank bloodline. The geniuses of the big shots had all awakened divine level rank 9 bloodlines. Is this the legendary halberd of the void? Someone exclaimed. Yang Potion's bloodline was the legendary supreme divine weapon, the halberd of the void. It was a halberd that could shatter the void and cut through space. Yang Padian performed the bloodline fusion and transformed into the halberd of the void, which made his combat strength even more terrifying. Kong Lin also turned into a 5-colored peacock, but unfortunately, he was still no match for Yang Padian. After fighting for dozens of moves, Kong Lin was no match for Yang Padian and kept retreating, completely suppressed. In the end, Kong Lin gave a long hiss and withdrew from the platform. Kong Lin was defeated. Now, on the platform, there were only 5 people left. Long Chen Ming Zi, the Heartless Monk, Yang Padian, and Lu Ming. Each one of them was extremely powerful with unparalleled combat strength. The battle had also reached its most critical moment. As long as 2 more people were defeated, the top 3 would be decided. Among these 5, who do you think is stronger and who is weaker? The crowd began to discuss. Long Chen is, without a doubt, the strongest. He defeated Tuobashir, who wasn't any weaker than Yang Padian, with a single punch. His combat strength is unfathomable. As for the other 4, it's hard to say. I think that the unscrupulous monk, Dark Child, and Lu Shaoqing are about the same. As for Yang Padian, he's slightly weaker. Not necessarily. Yang Padian is very strong. He might not be weaker than the other 3. I don't think they'll be weak either. The next battle will be the peak battle. Everyone expressed their opinions one by one. I'm not a dog. Giver, how about we exchange a few moves? The unscrupulous monk chanted the name of Buddha, and his white kasaya fluttered as he flew towards Yang Padian, giving off a kind of otherworldly feeling. That's exactly what I want. Monk, you were the one who gave me a fake token in the secret realm of the Saint Mansion. I'll make you pay for this. Yang Padian coldly stared at the unscrupulous monk. Chapter 1129 Great Battle Against Dark Child. I have no hair. You have misunderstood me. You have misunderstood me too. Someone must have framed me. I am a monk. I am merciful and will save all living beings. Who is the one who slandered this little monk? Tell me, I'm going to kill him with one palm. The unscrupulous monk put his palms together and looked solemn. The first part of his sentence was quite normal, but the last part made people look at each other in dismay. Outside the platform, the moonless female bodhisattva put her hands together, the veins on her face twitching. Yang Potion's lips also trembled as he said, "No need to say anything more. Let me try Master's means." Yang Padian transformed into the halberd of the void and started fighting the monk without any hesitation. Without a doubt, the unscrupulous monk's bloodline was also at the 9th level of the divine level. He was a golden Buddha with a solemn expression and a benevolent face. He was able to deliver all living beings from suffering and was emitting a boundless Buddhist light. The crowd was speechless. How could such a weirdo like this monk awaken such a supreme Buddhist bloodline? The 2 of them fought and occupied half of the platform. Lu Shaoqing, let's fight. A black light flashed and Dark Child appeared in front of Lu Ming. Fight. There was no need to say more. Lu Ming spat out a single word, his fighting spirit soaring. As long as he defeated Dark Child, the unscrupulous monk and Yang Padian would determine the winner and Lu Ming would be able to enter the top 3. His goal was to enter the top 3, and he had to enter the top 3. Endless black nether energy burst out from Dark Child's body. Ghostly wails came out from within, which was extremely horrifying. A blade appeared in his hand. It was a black scimitar with evil ghosts emerging on it as if they were about to crawl out. Buzz! Dark Child rushed toward Lu Ming, his scimitar slashing down. Ghostly wails and wolf howls filled the air with a sinister aura. Kill! Lu Ming shouted. His killing intent surged like a tide. The blood-red spear turned back into a drop of blood and floated above Lu Ming's head. Lu Ming used the prison-suppressing heaven technique and struck out with his palm, clashing with Dark Child's saber light. Bang! 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 The sounds of concentrated collisions rang out, and the 2 exchanged more than a dozen moves in an instant. So cold, what a strange attack! Lu Ming felt a chill all over his body. Not only that, but even the spiritual god felt a chill. Dark Child's attack could not only damage the physical body but also affect the spiritual god. The 5-colored intent realm curled around him, forming a battle suit that covered his entire body. His true essence flowed continuously, blocking Dark Child's strange attack. At the same time, he struck out with his palms. Each palm strike had a terrifying power. With the power of 7 dragons and the power of the 3rd bloodline, he was extremely powerful. However, Dark Child was indeed terrifying. Even among the young tyrants, he was a top existence. He had awakened a 9th-level divine bloodline, and the power enhanced by the bloodline itself was also very terrifying. The bloodline secret skills and bloodline martial techniques that were comprehended from the bloodline were extremely powerful. The power of a divine level rank 9 bloodline far exceeded the power of 7 dragon powers. Moreover, Darkchild's intent realm was very terrifying. There were several types. Although there were not as many types as Lu Ming's, its level was higher and its power was not much weaker than Lu Ming's. It could be said that Heaven's favorites who had reached the level of the top young warriors were very strong in all aspects. The highest level of Lu Ming's blood meridian was only at divine level 7. The third bloodline, on the other hand, had endless power, but Lu Ming did not dare to borrow too much. The more he borrowed, the stronger the killing intent would be. Lu Ming would then be controlled by the endless killing intent. Once he lost control of himself, he would be dominated by the killing and become a walking corpse, a puppet that only knew how to kill. Of course, with the improvement of Lu Ming's cultivation, he had better control over himself and the power he could borrow was also stronger. Now, the power he could borrow had increased a lot compared to when he was at the first level of the spiritual god realm. In the blink of an eye, the two of them exchanged dozens of moves. The 9 seals of the Gate of God. Lu Ming formed a seal and 2 gates of God appeared, suppressing Darkchild. Nether Prison's Gate. A black door appeared in front of Darkchild. The door glowed and expanded rapidly, blocking the sealing door. Death God appear. Then, a black figure appeared above Darkchild's head. The figure was covered in a black cloak and his appearance couldn't be seen clearly. Only 2 red flames were dancing and burning in his eyes. The figure held a black sickle in his hand, with black fire dancing around it. The god of death, the legendary god of death. This was the Darkchild's bloodline. Without a doubt, it was also a level 9 divine level. Tulivir Capital Heaven Battle Formation. Darkchild transformed into the Grim Reaper and spoke in a cold and unpleasant voice. The Grim Reaper moved and turned into 12 figures, charging toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming cast the Gate of Sealing again, but he could only seal 2. The other masters continued to attack Lu Ming. Boom, boom, boom. Lu Ming continued to punch and activate the prison-suppressing heavenly art to strengthen its power as he fought the 10 death gods. 10 consecutive punches landed on the 10 Grim Reaper's sickles, forcing the 10 Grim Reapers to retreat. However, Lu Ming's face was pale. What a strange attack, what a terrifying power. Lu Ming's eyes were solemn. The death god's physical attack was not very strong, but it had a strange power that could penetrate the body and attack the spiritual god. In other words, it was attacking the soul of the spiritual god. Darkchild's attack could penetrate directly into the soul, obliterating the soul of others, killing people invisibly. If not for the fact that Lu Ming had consumed the soul-refining fruit and a large number of soul-refining pills, which made his spiritual god extremely condensed and stronger than others, he might not have been able to withstand the attack. Even so, Lu Ming's spiritual god was still trembling and his soul was in excruciating pain. Kill! The Darkchild attacked again. At that moment, the sealing door lost its effect. A total of 12 dark gods charged at Lu Ming. Every one of them seemed real. Lu Ming controlled 5 types of concepts and formed a 5-colored battle suit on the spiritual god. Then he fought the death god. It was slightly better with the 5-colored battle suit protecting the spiritual god, but the spiritual god was still being attacked and was constantly shaking. If this continued, the spiritual god would definitely suffer unimaginable injuries. The spiritual god was the foundation of a martial artist. It was where one's essence, chi, and spirit were. If it was severely injured, it would have a huge impact on one's future cultivation. It seems like Lu Shaoqing is going to lose. He's no match for Darkchild. It's said that Darkchild's bloodline Grim Reaper can directly attack one's soul and kill without a trace. It's strange, powerful, and impossible to defend against. By the way, Lu Shaoqing's bloodline is so special. It doesn't have any chakra. I've noticed that too. It's indeed strange. However, there are all kinds of strange things in the world. Perhaps he has cultivated some secret skill to cover his chakra. The crowd discussed as they looked at the platform. At this moment, the battle between Lu Ming and Darkchild seemed to be a draw. However, those who knew Darkchild knew that in the long run, Lu Ming would definitely be at a disadvantage and would not be able to win. On the other side, the heartless monk had already gained the upper hand in the battle between Yang Padian and the monk. I must win this battle, no matter the price. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with determination. He couldn't lose this battle. He had to use this opportunity to take Xian Yanqing away. He had to win, even if he had to reveal his true identity. Lu Ming, it was Lu Ming. Lu Shaoqing, be defeated. The Reaper's harvest. A cold and unpleasant voice was heard. The Grim Reaper's scythes in the hands of the Tulivir Grim Reapers drew a mysterious and strange arc, slashing toward Lu Ming. Tulivir Death God's scythes were placed in all directions. Darkchild, you are the one who is defeated today. Lu Ming let out a long howl. Roar! The next moment, a deafening dragon's roar was heard. 9 dragons appeared above Lu Ming's head, and a vast dragon's might filled the air. Lu Ming turned into a ray of light and entered the 9 dragons. 9 dragons trampling the heavens. Boom! Boom! The 9 dragons' 9 claws stepped forward 7 times in a row, each step stronger than the last. The vast power directly forced the 12 death gods back. 9 dragons. Lu Ming. It's Lu Ming. He's Lu Ming. At this moment, a few shouts of disbelief were heard. The Emperor God, the masters of the Wang family, and the Jiang family shouted in unison. Their eyes widened in disbelief. They were all too familiar with the bloodline of the 9 dragons. Once the bloodline of the 9 dragons appeared, there was only one person, and that was Lu Ming. How is that possible? How can Lu Ming be here? The patriarch of the Wang clan murmured, still in disbelief. Before we arrived at the central continent, we clearly saw Lu Ming at the Talisman Amulet sect. Could it be that Lu Ming also took the teleportation formation and came to the central continent? But how is that possible? Didn't the Talisman Amulet sect not have any contact with the central continent's overlord forces? The master of the Jiang family also muttered to himself. Even though they did not believe it, the 9 dragon bloodline in front of them told them that the person in front of them was Lu Ming. There was no mistake. Lu Ming, that's him. No wonder I feel that this person's aura is so familiar. It's as if we've met before. The Emperor God growled. His eyes were cold and murderous. He found it hard to accept that this person was Lu Ming. The one who had defeated him so easily was Lu Ming. At first, he was full of confidence. His spatial will had reached level for a long time ago and was becoming more and more terrifying. His cultivation had also broken through to the spiritual god realm. He was completely confident that he could easily defeat Lu Ming when he faced him again and avenge the humiliation he had suffered in the Battle of Providence. However, the reality was cruel. Lu Ming had become more powerful and had far surpassed him. He could defeat him easily. The current Lu Ming was like a huge mountain in front of him. At the scene, there was another person who was equally shocked. That person was Xie Zhen. Lu Ming? Lu Shaoqing is Lu Ming? He roared in disbelief, and a terrifying killing intent burst out from his eyes. As he looked at the bloodline of the 9 dragons in front of him, the scenes of his past in 9 dragons appeared in his mind. What? Lu Ming? What Lu Ming? I heard that the number 1 genius of the Eastern Baron territory is called Lu Ming. Could it be him? No way? Is he a heaven's favorite from the East Baron? The surrounding people were in an uproar. They discussed animatedly and found it unbelievable. Just how many identities did he have? In the beginning, he was the commander of the ancient Saint Dynasty's Royal Law Enforcement Army. Then, people recognized him as the famous Lu Shaoqing. Now, he was Lu Ming. Many people were confused. I don't care who you are. Kill. The Tulivir death gods roared and charged at Lu Ming again. Roar! The 9 dragons roared and a terrifying devouring power burst out of their mouths, enveloping the Tulavir death gods. Borrowing power. With a thought, a trace of blood-red power from the third bloodline flowed into the 9 dragons' bodies, causing a layer of blood-red fluorescence to appear on the bodies of the 9 dragons. Boom! Boom! The 9 dragon steps were aimed at one of the Grim Reapers. With 7 steps, the Grim Reapers exploded. The divine dragon wagged its tail and unleashed the might of the prison, suppressing heavenly art. The other death god was also crushed. The 9 dragons slithered up and pounced toward the other 2 Grim Reapers. Enveloped by the devouring power of the 9 dragons, Darkchild felt his blood essence, vital essence, and bloodline power all become unstable. His strength was greatly affected. On the other hand, Lu Ming had used all his strength and performed the blood meridian fusion. He was stronger than before. The situation was reversed and Lu Ming had the upper hand. However, Darkchild was not willing to lose just like that. He did his best to fight Lu Ming. However, after a few moves, another death god was defeated, and as time passed, more and more death gods were defeated. After dozens of moves, only the Grim Reaper was left on the platform. Bang! After being struck by the 9 dragons' claw, the death god's body retreated frantically. So strong! Everyone was shocked. After Lu Ming's blood meridian erupted, his combat strength had increased by a notch and he had completely surpassed Darkchild. Bloodline of the 9 dragons, one of the top 10 battle beasts. Interesting. On the side of the platform, Long Chen, who had been unmoved all this time, suddenly had a shocking light in his eyes. He muttered something to himself, but no one heard him. Thump. Boom. The 9 dragons stepped on the air and pounced toward the last death god. Bang. Although the death god tried its best to resist, it was already an arrow at the end of its flight. How could it stop Lu Ming? His body exploded, revealing Darkchild's true body. His face was pale as his figure flashed backward rapidly. The 9 dragons pursued. Darkchild's expression changed. Finally, he sighed and retreated from the platform. Leaving the platform could be considered as admitting defeat. He knew that there was no need to continue fighting. He could only admit defeat. Seeing that Darkchild had admitted defeat, the 9 dragons' body shrank rapidly. The next moment, a handsome young man appeared on the platform. This was Lu Ming's original appearance. It was also the appearance he had used when he was using the name Lu Shaoqing. At this moment, almost everyone's eyes were on Lu Ming. Lu Ming, it's you. The patriarch of the Wang family roared in anger. His killing intent was extremely strong, and his body emitted a powerful aura. What are you doing? Shut up. A cold shout rang in the ears of the master of the Wang family, causing him to tremble and his aura to weaken rapidly. This was the voice of an emperor. All the emperors had gathered here, and the emperor had yet to speak. Was it his turn to unleash his killing intent? Lu Ming. The emperor god clenched his fists so tightly that his veins were bulging. The people of the Empyrean Divine Palace were truly shocked and surprised. They did not understand why Lu Ming would appear here. Lu Ming, it's really him. I didn't expect him to be so powerful. Shuijian Yi, Shizhan, Ao2, and Feng Xian of the Heavenly Corps sect all sighed in disbelief. Their gazes were complicated. It had been almost 2 years since the Battle of Providence. In the past 2 years, they had been improving, but Lu Ming's improvement was even more shocking. He had already left them far behind. Even the top paragons of the Divine Wilderness continent had been defeated by Lu Ming. He was already standing at the peak of the Divine Wilderness continent's younger generation. As for them, they were still far from it. Is he really Lu Ming? I can't believe there's such a terrifying heaven's favorite in the East continent. Someone in the crowd said with a complicated voice. The Eastern Barren Territory had always been the weakest. Previously, everyone had said that only the Emperor God was decent and that the other geniuses of the Eastern Barren Territory were not worth mentioning. However, Lu Ming had emerged and suppressed everyone. He was destined to enter the top 3. So, he is Lu Ming. At this moment, those who had been defeated by Lu Ming previously, such as Lu Yusin, Shi Du, and the three-headed hellhound, were mumbling in low voices. No one knew what thoughts flashed in their minds. Lu Ming's request. All eyes were on Lu Ming. All kinds of thoughts flashed through their minds, but most of them were exclaiming in admiration at Lu Ming's ability. "Brother Lu, you've kept us in the dark for so long." Outside the platform, Goddess Tan Xiang spoke in a strange tone. "I'm sorry, Fairy. Lu Ming has no other choice." Lu Ming cupped his fists and his voice spread throughout the entire area. Since he had been exposed, he should admit it. It seems that it's a great era now. Even the East Baron has someone like Lu Ming. That's right. It's a golden age. No territory can be underestimated. It's possible for extraordinary geniuses to appear. Someone sighed. Lu Ming's battle results were too dazzling. Previously, Lu Shaoqing's name had already shaken the entire central continent. Recently, he had even transformed into the commander of the law enforcement army and defeated Lu Yusin, the Divine Emperor, Lion City, the three-headed hellhound, and Dark Child in succession. 3 of them were heaven's favorites of the big shots. This battle record was too brilliant. Lu Ming, Lu Ming, Lu Ming from the East Baron. His powerful devouring power should be the talent of the 9 dragons. Blood Luo Zi stared at Lu Ming, his eyes flickering. No one knew what he was thinking. At the same time, many experts of the heavenly martial sword faction had killing intent flashing in their eyes. However, in such a situation, no one dared to show it. Boom! Boom! At this moment, a violent roar from the platform finally pulled everyone back from their thoughts. They shifted their gaze away from Lu Ming. The battle between the unscrupulous monk and Yang Patian had also reached its final stage. In the end, Yang Patian was no match for the monk. After exchanging 100 moves, he was still defeated by the monk and thrown off the platform. At this point, the top 3 were born. They were Long Chen, Lu Ming, and the Heartless Monk. Many people were looking forward to it. Right now, each of the 3 of them was terrifyingly strong and unfathomable. Long Chen had always been the strongest heaven's favorite. He was the first to become a spirit god and was unrivaled among his peers. Just now, he had defeated Tuobashir with a single punch, shocking everyone. The unscrupulous monk, the strange holy monk of the Western Desert, had defeated Yang Patian. He was always smiling and had a harmless look on his face, making people feel that he was unfathomable. Lu Ming could be considered the strongest dark horse this time. He had first transformed into Lu Shaoqing and the commander of the law enforcement army. Along the way, he had defeated many experts and even a prodigy like Dark Child. His strength was unfathomable. Everyone was looking forward to the clash between the 3. What everyone was looking forward to was whether Lu Ming or the unscrupulous monk could force Long Chen to reveal his true strength. This was because no one knew how strong Long Chen was. "My hair!" The heartless monk chanted the name of Buddha and looked at Lu Ming. "Ha, a benefactor, so your name is Lu Ming. It's a pleasure to meet you." "Monk, we've met several times." Lu Ming smiled. "Ah, that's right, that's right. Almsgiver Lu's combat strength is so profound that it's really admirable. I didn't expect you to defeat Dark Child. I've had many battles with Dark Child in the past, but I couldn't defeat him. Since you can defeat him, I'm no match for you." "I admit defeat, I admit defeat." The monk chuckled and turned around. He left the platform in a carefree manner. The unscrupulous monk had admitted defeat. In this case, only Lu Ming and Long Chen were left. The bloodline of the 9 dragons? Interesting. I'd like to see the power of the bloodline of the 9 dragons. Long Chen, who had been silent all this while, finally spoke. He looked at Lu Ming with a hint of anticipation in his eyes. This kind of anticipation was like the anticipation of someone who had been invincible for too long and had no opponents. That's right, Long Chen had been invincible for far too long. He was unrivaled among the younger generation. He needed an opponent, and he desired one. Without a doubt, in his heart, Lu Ming could possibly be his opponent. This wasn't arrogance, but his true thoughts. I want to fight with you. Unfortunately, I'm not interested in the first place. After saying that, Lu Ming moved and floated off the platform. Lu Ming's goal was to come in second or third. He did not want to come in first at all. The winner would have to marry Xian Yanlin. Lu Ming only wanted the second or third place and the sacred emperor to agree to one condition. Lu Ming actually admitted defeat. What a pity! What a pity! Many people sighed. They had thought that they would be able to see a peak battle, but the result was unexpected. First, the unscrupulous monk admitted defeat. Then, Lu Ming also admitted defeat. Thus, the competition was over. Alright, the competition ends here. Long Chen has won first place. He will be engaged to my daughter, Xian Yanlin, soon. Xie Qitian stood up and announced. Besides Xie Qitian, Xian Yanlin was smiling happily. On the platform, Long Chen turned to look at Xian Yanlin with a smile on his face. Not many people knew that Long Chen and Xian Yanlin had long since developed feelings for each other and were secretly dating. The competition this time was just a formality. Xian Yanlin, Xie Qitian, and the others all knew that Long Chen would take first place without a doubt. No one could defeat him. Xie Qitian could also take this opportunity to establish a good relationship with the various overlord forces, killing two birds with one stone. From now on, the Heavenly Sun Palace and the royal Xie family will be married. The royal family will become even more powerful. Someone sighed in the dark. Long Chen was from the Heavenly Sun Palace, an extremely powerful overlord force. With Long Chen and Xian Yanlin's union, the two forces would definitely have to work together in the future. There are many heaven's favorites in the royal family. Xian Yanjuan, Xian Yanlin, Xie Yan, all of them are top heaven's favorites. Is the royal family going to return to glory? The royal family is indeed powerful. In the future, they will have a marriage alliance with the Sun Sky Palace and gather the two strongest heaven's favorites. It is indeed possible for them to rise. However, the other forces may not let them rise as they wish. In the dark, some people were whispering to each other. The marriage between the imperial family and the Heavenly Sun Palace had a far-reaching impact. Also, Lu Ming, the heartless holy monk. Xie Qitian's gaze shifted to Lu Ming and the heartless monk. The two of them flew up to the platform and saluted Xie Qitian. I'll agree to one condition for the second and third place. What do you want? Lu Ming, you go first. Xie Qitian's gaze shifted to Lu Ming. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. They had finally arrived. He had been waiting for this moment. The masters of the Wang family, the Jiang family, the Divine Emperor, and the others were all on tenterhooks. If Lu Ming suggested that the Sacred Emperor protect him against Di, it would be troublesome. Di could not do anything against the ancient sacred dynasty. Sage Emperor, Lu Ming has nothing else to ask of you. I only ask that you set Nianqing free. Lu Ming cupped his fists and said, What? Xie Qitian frowned. At the scene, the others were also stunned. They had thought that Lu Ming would ask for some peerless cultivation technique, martial arts technique, or treasure from the royal family. They had never expected that Lu Ming would make such a request to the Sage Emperor. Chapter 1132 Berating the Sage Emperor. Everyone did not expect that Lu Ming's request was to set one person free. Nianqing? Who was it? Many people were curious. This name is very similar to the two princesses. It's said that there's a little princess in the royal family who has a different bloodline from the royal family. Could it be that Lu Ming is talking about this little princess? Someone guessed. In the end, many people sighed. It was not worth it for Lu Ming to put forward this condition. He had wasted a great opportunity. However, Lu Ming's gaze was firm. In his heart, this was the most important thing. The masters of the Wang and Jiang families, the Divine Emperor, and the rest heaved a sigh of relief. They were really afraid that Lu Ming would ask Xie Qitian to protect him. Ha, how stupid! The patriarch of the Wang clan laughed in his heart. Lu Ming, don't be delusional. Xian Yanqing is a weirdo. You want to set her free? What a joke. Also, back in the Nine Dragons city of the East Continent, it was you who repeatedly obstructed us and even injured my royal family members. Today, you still dare to say such words. You're really audacious. Xie Zhen stood up and looked at Lu Ming coldly as he berated him loudly. What? How dare you hurt someone from the royal family? Lu Ming, you first sneaked into the law enforcement army and deliberately destroyed the relationship between the royal family and the other overlord forces. What are your intentions? A middle-aged man stood up and said coldly. Lu Ming recognized him. He was the imperial uncle who had appeared in the Hall of Justice when Lu Ming was confronting the elder of the Heaven Martial Sword faction, Xie Qiu. Because of Lu Ming, their relationship with the Heaven's Martial Sword faction had worsened, forcing Xie Qiu to show up. He was already unhappy with Lu Ming, and now he naturally came out to berate him. It's indeed the little princess of the imperial family, that mutant. Xie Zhen's words made everyone's heart skip a beat. But how did Lu Ming get to know that little princess? It seemed that in the East Wilderness, the imperial family had suffered at the hands of Lu Ming. This Lu Ming was really a monster. Lu Ming cast a cold glance at Xie Zhen and Xie Qiu, then ignored them and faced the Sage Emperor. Saint Emperor, you said before that if you could place in the top 3, you would be able to raise a condition. My condition is to set Nianqing free. I don't need anything else, nor do I have to enter the ancient hall. Lu Ming stood straight, neither servile nor overbearing, and his gaze was firm. Xie Qitian's brows furrowed even more, and his face turned cold. Lu Ming, this won't do. You'd better change your condition. His tone was filled with an unquestionable tone. Xie Qitian's meaning was already very clear. That was impossible. However, Lu Ming would not give up just like that. Sage Emperor, why don't you let him go? Is it because Nianqing's bloodline is different from the rest of the imperial family? Could it be that only those with pure bloodlines were members of the Xie family? Wouldn't the Xie family be inclined towards the dark bloodline? Please forgive this junior's foolish opinion, but this way of thinking is too pedantic. Lu Ming's voice spread throughout the entire venue and everyone quieted down. Almost everyone looked at Lu Ming in shock. How bold of Lu Ming to speak to the Sage Emperor in such a manner. Even a fool could tell that Lu Ming was implying that the Sage Emperor was pedantic. Audacious, he was truly audacious. Even the other kings would not dare to speak to Xie Qitian in such a manner. Lu Ming's words were simply too shocking. How dare you? How dare you? Lu Ming, you lowly ant. How dare you speak to my father like that? You're courting death. Xie Zhen roared. He deserves to die 10,000 times and his entire clan should be exterminated. Xie Qiu shouted coldly. Although his words were short, his killing intent was soaring. Xie Qitian did not say a word. He was still frowning, and no one knew what he was thinking. Lu Ming continued to ignore Xie Zhen and Xie Qitian. He did not even look at them and continued to face Xie Qitian. Bloodline is just a tool for martial artists. It depends on how you use it. If you use it well, it's good. If you don't use it well, it's not good. The key is still the person who uses it. Lu Ming's voice was loud and clear, neither servile nor overbearing. He had no fear and argued strongly. Ridiculous. That's nonsense. Xian Yanqing is of a foreign bloodline. She's a rebel. If we let her go, she would have turned against us. Xie Zhen continued to berate him. Ha, what a joke. What is a rebellious bloodline? Back then, wasn't the chaotic heaven's divine warrior forced out? If the entire imperial family treated him equally, without any humiliation or oppression, why would he have betrayed us? Lu Ming laughed heartily. As soon as he said that, everyone was shocked. Boom, boom, boom. In the imperial family, a terrifying aura suddenly burst out. A cold killing intent enveloped Lu Ming. Audacious fanatic, you're courting death. He should be killed. Heinous crimes. One after another, howls sounded out as the powerful existences were enraged. Their terrifying auras filled the sky as if the world was about to be destroyed. Endless pressure pressed down on Lu Ming. There were many supreme beings among them. Boom! Lu Ming used all his strength to resist, but he was still suppressed by the pressure. His body trembled and he retreated rapidly, a mouthful of blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. The chaotic heaven's divine warrior was a taboo of the royal family. Lu Ming had actually dared to mention it on such an occasion. He had touched the royal family's sore spot. Sage Emperor, there's an ancient saying that a sovereign cannot be ridiculed. Moreover, you are the Sage Emperor. Are you going to go back on your word? Lu Ming shouted. He had already come this far today and there was no way out. Lu Ming had nothing to fear. He could only move forward bravely. When I said I would agree to one condition, I meant that it was something I could do, said Xie Qitian. What's so difficult about my conditions? Moreover, Nianqing is your daughter, your biological daughter. Did you give birth to her just to lock her up for the rest of her life? Lu Ming shouted. The vital essence in his body circulated crazily and the five-colored will enveloped his body to resist the pressure that was pressing on him. Impudent! Men kill this person. Xie Zhen roared. His killing intent was boundless, and his face revealed a ferocious expression. Back in Nine Dragons, he had gone there as the prince of the ancient Saint dynasty. He should have been high and mighty, but Lu Ming had defeated him in front of everyone, embarrassing him. He had always harbored a grudge against Lu Ming. Even after such a long time, he had not forgotten about it. Now that he had such an opportunity, he naturally could not wait to cut Lu Ming into 1,000 pieces. Kill! 2 guards in iron armor shouted. A terrifying aura burst out as they stepped forward to kill Lu Ming. Everyone sighed and thought that Lu Ming was definitely going to die today. It was such a pity to lose such a prodigy. All right, I'm done. At this moment, Xie Qitian spoke indifferently and waved his hand. The 2 guards immediately stopped, and the other members of the imperial family also retracted their auras. Lu Ming felt his body relax and he heaved a sigh of relief. Lu Ming, I'm an emperor, and I'm a man of my word. However, your condition is an important matter for the royal family, and I can't agree to it so easily. How about this? Nianqing is now in the Abyss Demon territory, fighting for the royal family and killing the Masha clan. If you're willing to enter the Abyss Demon territory and kill the Masha clan, once you've killed enough Masha clan members and accumulated enough achievements for the royal family, I'll let you leave together. Xie Qitian muttered to himself. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Xie Qitian's words meant that he had already given in. Entering the Abyss demonic realm. Is the Sage Emperor's words true? Lu Ming stared at Xie Qitian. I'm a man of my word. Anyone who enters the Abyss demon territory and kills the Masha clan will be rewarded with points. As long as you can get 10,000 points, I promise to let you 2 leave together and never interfere with Nianqing's affairs again. Xie Qitian said. All right, I agree. Lu Ming said. Lu Ming believed that Xie Qitian would not go back on his word in front of so many emperors and people. Lu Ming was clear that it would not be easy to go to the Abyss demon territory to hunt down the Masha clan. However, there was still hope. Moreover, his identity had been exposed. De would probably find out soon. Entering the Abyss demon territory, not only could he find Nianqing, but he could also avoid De for the time being. For Lu Ming, it was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. At this moment, the eyes of Xie Zhen, Xie Qiu, and the others flickered. They did not say anything, and it was unknown what they were thinking. All right, it's settled then. After the banquet is over, I'll ask someone to take you to the demon realm of Tartarus. Xie Qitian said. Immediately after, Xie Qitian asked the unscrupulous monk about his conditions. The unscrupulous monk was very smart. He said that he would not mention it for the time being and would mention it in the future. But 3 days from now, the top 10 will be able to enter the ancient hall of the Saint Emperor to comprehend the Tao. Xie Qitian announced, and the banquet continued. The banquet lasted for half a day before it ended. The overlord forces began to leave one by one. The masters of the Wang family, the Jiang family, and the Divine Emperor also left in a hurry. They had to rush back to the East Baron to report to DE about Lu Ming. It was too strange. Lu Ming was still in the Talisman Amulet sect. How did he suddenly appear in the Central Continent and now he was going to enter the Abyss Demon Realm? They had to know about this as soon as possible. Soon, everyone dispersed. Lu Ming, come with us. The two guards in metal armor came to Lu Ming and said coldly. Lu Ming swept his gaze across the two of them and realized that he could not see through their cultivation at all. Their cultivation was unfathomable. To the Abyss Demon territory? Lu Ming said. That's right. The Sage Emperor ordered us to take you to the Abyss Demonic Realm. The entrance to the Abyss Demonic Realm is to the north of the Holy City. One of the armored guards said. Please. Lu Ming nodded. The two armored guards took the lead and Lu Ming followed behind. They headed north of the Holy City. Not long after, they arrived at the northern side of the Holy City. After passing through layers and layers of barriers, they came to a huge door of light. Along the way, Lu Ming did a quick calculation. They had passed a total of 18 checkpoints. Each checkpoint had an extremely powerful array and was guarded by powerful experts. It could be seen that the imperial family placed great importance on this place. This is the entrance to the Abyss Demon Realm. Take this jade token. As long as you kill a fiend clan member in the Abyss Demon Realm, the jade token will sense it and you will get the corresponding points. One of the armored guards introduced. However, there was a hint of a cold smile in the depths of his eyes. Many thanks. Lu Ming took the jade card and kept it. All right, let's go in. One of the guards said. Lu Ming nodded and turned around. He stepped into the door of light and disappeared. Hee hee, you want to get 10,000 points in the Abyss Demon Realm? Dream on. Stay there for the rest of your life. The Sage Emperor's move is truly brilliant. The two guards sneered, then turned around and strode away. At this moment, in the palace, Xie Zhen and Xie Qiyu were sitting opposite each other in a hall. Imperial Brother's move is indeed brilliant. Not only did you shut Lu Ming's mouth, but you also fulfilled your promise. I'm really impressed. Xie Qiyu took a sip of the spirit tea and smiled. It's almost impossible to kill the Mo Sha in the Abyss Demon territory and get 10,000 points. But I still feel uneasy. Xie Zhen frowned. That bitch, Xian Yanqing, is too talented. He's no weaker than the top figures. Moreover, he has awakened a dark-type bloodline. He's like a fish in water in the Abyss Demon territory. He can still cultivate and improve his cultivation. As for that Lu Ming, he's even more shocking. 3 years ago, he was only at the Sea of Souls realm, and his cultivation was lower than mine. However, in just a short 3 years, his cultivation has soared to the 3rd level of the spiritual god realm. His combat strength is even more shocking, and he has defeated many big shots and geniuses in a row. In my opinion, no one can suppress him except Long Chen. I can't rest easy as long as such a person is alive. You want to kill him in the Abyss Demon Realm? Xie Tianyu said. That's right. However, although this Lu Ming's cultivation is only at the 3rd level of the spiritual god realm, his combat strength is too terrifying. I'm afraid that even an ordinary 6th level spiritual god is not his match. To kill him, we'll have to mobilize a 7th level spiritual god or even stronger existence. However, with my authority, I can't mobilize such a strong existence. Therefore, I'll need Imperial Uncle's help. Xie Zhen said. You're right. We can't let Lu Ming live. We should take this opportunity to kill Xian Yanqing and the other mutant. Xie Qiyu's face revealed a cold smile. Many thanks, Imperial Uncle. Xie Zhen was overjoyed as he thanked him. After Lu Ming stepped into the door of light, he stepped out from another door of light. Where is this place? Lu Ming swept his gaze and realized that he had already arrived at another place. This place seemed to be a city. Above the city, there was a huge light shield that covered the entire city, making it impossible to see the scene outside the light shield. Is this the Abyss Demon territory? Lu Ming's heart stirred. Another person has come. A voice was heard from the side. Lu Ming saw a few burly men in armor. "Big brothers, is this the Abyss Demon territory?" Lu Ming went forward and asked. "That's right. This is the Abyss Demon territory. We're from the royal family, and we're responsible for guarding the city and preventing the Fiend clan from attacking the exit here. Why have you come here?" One of the burly men explained and asked. "I'm here to hunt down the Emo Sha clan and obtain points," Lu Ming said, but he did not tell the truth. "Another exiles." Upon hearing Lu Ming's words, the few burly men's faces turned cold and they sneered. "Exiles?" Lu Ming frowned. "All right, you can stay in this city for the night. The moon is high in the sky now, and the demonic chi is at its strongest. In order to prevent the demonic chi from seeping in, the city is now tightly closed and will not open. You can leave the city tomorrow." A man in armor waved his hand and said. Lu Ming nodded. He did not ask further and left the place in big strides. Not long after, Lu Ming came to a street and realized that there were quite a lot of people here. However, every one of them had an extremely strong aura and were all experts. With a sweep of his spiritual sense, he found that there were many spiritual god realm existences. These people were all sent by the imperial family to guard this place. Lu Ming walked around and asked around. Indeed, he could not leave the city now. He had to wait until tomorrow. Lu Ming casually found a quiet place and sat cross-legged, waiting quietly. More than an hour after Lu Ming had entered the place, the door of light in the Abyss Demon territory flashed and 4 elders appeared. 8th level spiritual god realm expert. As soon as the 4 old men appeared, a terrifying aura emanated from their bodies, causing the expressions of the armored men to change. "You guys, what are you talking about?" one of the armored men asked. One of the old men waved his hand and a token appeared in his hand. When the armored men saw the token, they immediately straightened their bodies and showed a respectful expression. "So it's you, sirs, may I know why you've come?" one of the armored men asked carefully. "Was there a young man who entered earlier?" the old man with the token asked. "My lord, are you referring to the exiles? He came in about an hour ago, so he should be somewhere in the city now." The armored man replied respectfully. "Somewhere in the city." The 4 old men nodded and left. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, it was the 2nd day. Lu Ming flew toward the city wall. "Those who want to leave the city, hurry up and leave the city." At the city gate, a burly man in battle armor shouted. At this moment, the city gate had already opened up to a gap that could only allow one person to pass through. From the opening, black mist spread in. Lu Ming's figure flashed and he rushed out of the opening. "Is this the Abyss Demon territory?" After rushing out of the city, the light suddenly dimmed. The light between heaven and earth was very dim, and there was a black mist floating between heaven and earth. The entire land was dark. He raised his head and saw a sun in the sky. However, the sun was also dark and seemed very oppressive. This place is filled with dense demonic chi, but there's no spiritual chi of heaven and earth here. Lu Ming sensed and realized that there was no spiritual energy in this world. Instead, it was filled with thick demonic energy. It would be very difficult for ordinary warriors to cultivate here. Because there was no spiritual chi of heaven and earth, they could only absorb demonic chi and refine it. However, the difficulty of refining demonic chi was tens or even hundreds of times more difficult than refining spiritual chi of heaven and earth. However, it did not matter to Lu Ming. He had the 9 dragons, bloodline, and could devour and refine everything. He could also quickly refine the demonic chi. "Little Qin, where are you?" Lu Ming looked into the distance. His body moved and he turned into a ray of light that rushed forward. Not long after Lu Ming disappeared, 4 elders rushed out of the city behind him. Their expressions changed and they chased after Lu Ming. Lu Ming walked forward and sized up the Abyss Demon territory. The demon realm of the Abyss was vast and boundless, with mountains, rivers, and everything. It was said that it was an extremely large midplane that automatically evil-levered into a boundless world. There were countless living beings and plants here. Most of the plants were black or dark red. There were also powerful demonic beasts here. However, these demonic beasts were born from absorbing demonic chi and were called demonic beasts. They had low intelligence, but they were very powerful. Of course, the ruler of the Abyss Demon territory was the Masha clan. It was said that the Fiend clan was a large clan in the Divine Wilderness continent long ago. They occupied a large territory, but were later defeated by the human race and escaped to the Abyss Demon territory. However, they were still very powerful and would often attack the ancient Saint Dynasty Xie clan. Therefore, the royal family had sent an army to guard the entrance. Moreover, the Fiend clan was extremely cunning. They could fly in the sky and burrow underground in the 9 Abyss Demon territory, so it was very difficult to kill them. Although the royal family and the Xie family would send experts to kill them every once in a while, they could not kill all of them. They were a big threat to the royal family. There was also a rumor that the reason why the chaotic heavens divine warrior Ciel Wan was able to launch a rebellion and inflict heavy losses on the royal Xie clan was because he had the help of the devil clan of the demon realm. Whoosh! All of a sudden, a black ray of light shot out from a mountain peak below at an astonishing speed, heading straight for Lu Ming. What? Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He stretched out 2 fingers and flicked them accurately at the dark light, sending it flying. This is the Devil Clan. Lu Ming looked at the creature that attacked him. It was a human-shaped living being that was 2 heads shorter than Lu Ming. This living being was covered in black hair and had a pair of wings on its back. On the wings there were sharp black bone spikes. It was the same bone spike that had stabbed him just now. Furthermore, this living being had a mouth full of fangs and an extremely ferocious appearance, just like the Azuras in the legends. This was the Mo Sha clan. Human kill. The Masha clansman howled. He held a black bone spur in his hand. He flapped his wings and charged at Lu Ming at top speed. The bone spur in his hand was like a sharp sword. This Mo Sha clan was equivalent to a human martial artist of the 5th level of the spirit embryo realm. Lu Ming waved his hand, and a spear's gleam appeared. It flashed and disappeared like a bolt of lightning, flying out and killing the Fiend clan member. Then, a jade card appeared in Lu Ming's hand. However, there was no reaction from the jade token. Didn't they say that killing a Mo Sha would give the corresponding points? Why is there no reaction? Lu Ming furrowed his eyebrows slightly. Then he flew closer to the corpse of the Mo Sha, but there was still no reaction. No points appeared at all. What's going on? Lu Ming's frown deepened. Not good, Lu Ming. There are a few powerful beings flying over at high speed from the distance. They're coming from the direction of the city you came from. Dandan, who had just arrived in the Abyss Demon realm, crawled out and suddenly shouted. How many powerful existences are there? Could it be that you're also here to hunt down the Mo Sha clan? Lu Ming muttered and looked in that direction. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. 4 rainbow lights streaked across the sky and flew over at an extreme speed, bringing with them a rumbling sonic boom. When he saw Lu Ming, his eyes suddenly lit up and a cold killing intent filled the air. There's killing intent, he's here to kill me. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat and he retreated without hesitation. Lu Ming die. A black-robed elder roared, his voice shaking the firmament. The Esilavir combat sword was unsheathed from his back. The Esilavir sword light illuminated the dark Abyss Demon territory, splitting the sky. The terrifying sword chi instantly crossed the distance of hundreds of miles and slashed toward Lu Ming. Not good. This is the 8th level of the spiritual god realm. Lu Ming was shocked. The power of this sword was too terrifying, incomparably terrifying, as if it could destroy everything. Furthermore, it was so fast that Lu Ming did not even have the time to perform the blood meridian fusion. He could only burst out the 7 rays of dragon energy from the 9 dragons' blood meridian and fuse them into his body. At the same time, the space between his eyebrows glowed and the small red pagoda appeared. It expanded rapidly and blocked in front of Lu Ming. Clang! The Asilavir's sword gleam slashed at the Red Tower. The terrifying force sent the Red Tower flying and crashed into Lu Ming. Lu Ming and the Red Tower were like two cannonballs, flying backward. Boom! Lu Ming crashed into a mountain peak, breaking the peak of the mountain. His body flew back a few miles before stopping in the air, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Lu Ming was injured in one move. Chapter 1135 Endless Killing Intent. Buzz. Bush. The four elders appeared around Lu Ming and surrounded him. Their terrifying auras bloomed without any concealment, forming a terrifying pressure that pressed down on him. Two were at the 7th level of the spiritual god realm, and two were at the 8th level of the spiritual god realm. Lu Ming could sense the strength of the four people. The royal Xie family is truly despicable. Lu Ming wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and revealed a mocking smile. To be able to enter this place to kill him, other than the royal family and the Xie family, there would not be a second force. He didn't need to guess to know that these four people were definitely sent by the royal family's Xie family. Lu Ming had not expected the royal Xie family, the royal family of the ancient Saint dynasty, to be so despicable. He promised him in front of others, but secretly sent people to kill him. Moreover, they really thought highly of him, sending two 7th-level spiritual gods and two 8th-level spiritual gods. This kind of person was considered a high-level spiritual god. Even among the various forces, he was considered a top expert. Those who were able to cultivate to the 7th tier of the spiritual god realm and above were not weak in their talents. Generally, it would be difficult for those with 2nd or 3rd level divine level bloodlines to cultivate to the 7th tier of the spiritual god realm and above. Those who were able to reach the 7th tier of the spiritual god realm and above would usually awaken bloodlines that were 4th level divine level and above. There was no doubt that such a person had definitely mastered a god-level martial technique and was very powerful. Even with Lu Ming's combat strength, it would not be a problem for him to defeat or even kill an expert at the 6th level of the spiritual god realm. However, he would definitely not be a match for an expert at the 7th level of the spiritual god realm. Not to mention the existence of an 8th level spiritual god. Facing an 8th level spiritual god, Lu Ming's chances of survival were slim. This time, it was a sure kill. Impudent. The royal family is not something you can comment on. You want to save Xian Yanqing? What a wild dream. An elder in the 7th level of the spiritual god realm berated. A battle saber was suspended above his head, and a terrifying saber intent bloomed in the air. He, acting one way in front of others and another way behind others. To do such a despicable and shameless thing, how can you have the face to be part of the royal family? No wonder the Xie family declined. Lu Ming sneered. How dare you? You're courting death. Everyone, you'll hold the line for me. Leave this kid to me. I'll kill him today. The old man with the floating saber shouted with a sharp killing intent. All right, I'll leave him to you. The elder at the 8th level of the spiritual god realm who had attacked earlier nodded and retreated with the other two people. They formed a huge encirclement, surrounding Lu Ming and his companion in the middle and blocking all of Lu Ming's escape routes. Buzz! The saber trembled as it was held by the old man. His eyes were filled with excitement and he said with a ferocious smile, Lu Ming, remember, the one who killed you is Xie Xie. Buzz! The saber slashed down and the saber power filled the air. A vast and terrifying saber radiance slashed towards Lu Ming. The 3rd bloodline appeared above Lu Ming's head. A wisp of energy surged into Lu Ming's body, turning his long black hair blood red. At the same time, the 3rd bloodline squirmed and transformed into a long spear. Buzz! Lu Ming held the long spear in his hand and swept it out, colliding with the saber gleam. Boom! The terrifying sound of the explosion spread thousands of miles away. Lu Ming's body trembled and he could not help but retreat. The 7th level spiritual god realm's combat strength is indeed terrifying. Lu Ming was secretly shocked. His combat strength at the 7th level of the spiritual god realm had completely surpassed Lu Ming. So what if you're a heaven's favorite whose name shakes the world? So what if he was a rare heaven's favorite? You're still going to die in my hands. Xie Xie howled, his saber intent growing stronger as he charged at Lu Ming. 9 dragons appeared above Lu Ming's head. Lu Ming transformed into the 9 dragons. With the power of his 3rd bloodline, he launched a violent attack and fought Xie Xie. Xie Xie also used his bloodline fusion. Xie Xie's bloodline was a 5th level divine level saber. Under the activation of his 7th level spiritual god cultivation, it was incomparably powerful. Lu Ming was completely suppressed. In the blink of an eye, dozens of moves had been exchanged, and several saber wounds had appeared on the 9 dragons' body. This person's combat strength is truly astonishing. With his cultivation at the 3rd level of the spiritual god realm, he was actually able to fight with Xie Xie for such a long time. It's simply unbelievable. An elder at the side said. Even though he was about to kill Lu Ming, he could not help but exclaim. In the spiritual god realm, it would be more difficult to fight across levels as one advanced. To be able to fight so many moves with a 7th level spiritual god realm expert with a cultivation of the 3rd level spiritual god realm was truly too shocking. It was simply inconceivable. They had lived for thousands of years, but this was the first time they had seen such a thing. This kid's talent is truly heaven-defying. In the divine wilderness continent, other than Long Chen, no one is his match. In time, he will become a terrifying and invincible emperor. Unfortunately, this kid is too lawless. Only death awaits him. The other elder said. His voice was cold, but his eyes were filled with surprise. Brat die! Xie Xie roared, his battle prowess growing even more violent. After exchanging dozens of moves, he still could not kill Lu Ming. He felt very embarrassed and the killing intent in his heart grew stronger. Old man, you've cultivated for thousands of years and only have this little combat power. If I were you, I would have killed myself. Lu Ming spoke sarcastically, but he was rapidly thinking of a way to escape. The surroundings were sealed off by 3 powerhouses. It was too difficult to break through. The main thing was that the 8th level of the spiritual god realm was too powerful. If there were 4 7th level spiritual god realm existences, Lu Ming would have full confidence in breaking through with the 9 dragons' heaven stomping steps. However, with 2 8th level spiritual god realm existences, the chances of Lu Ming breaking through were very small. Brat, you think you're a genius? A dead genius is no genius. Let me tell you, after I kill you today, I'll go after Xian Yanqing. If you want to leave, dream on. Xie Xie coldly shouted, his attacks becoming even more violent. Boom! Lu Ming's eyes were bloodshot as he bellowed, You still want to kill little Qin? That lowly beast should have died long ago. This time I'll take care of him as well. Xie Xie sneered. You all deserve to die, kill. Lu Ming let out a furious roar. His 3rd blood meridian trembled and wisps of energy surged towards Lu Ming, filling his heart with endless killing intent. Lu Ming's killing intent was already frighteningly intense when Xie Xie said that they were going to kill Xian Yanqing. Coupled with the power of his 3rd bloodline, there was only endless killing intent in his mind. You can't use too much of your bloodline's power. Otherwise, you'll become a puppet that only knows how to kill. Dandan called out to Lu Ming, allowing him to barely retain a trace of clarity. At this moment, Lu Ming's body seemed to be filled with infinite power. The 9 dragons emitted a thick blood-red color. Buzz! The 9 dragons swiped their claws at Xie Xie. Not good, this strength. Xie Xie's eyes widened in shock. In an instant he felt the power in Lu Ming's body increase explosively, especially his killing intent. It was extremely terrifying, as if he wanted to kill all the living creatures in the world. It made his heart turn cold and he shivered. The claws of the 9 dragons clawed at him, and he seemed to be suffocating. Xie let out a hysterical roar and launched his most powerful attack to collide with the 9 dragons' dragon claws. Danden's main body. Bang! Xie's body was sent flying as he spat out a mouthful of blood. He was enveloped by endless killing intent and could not exert his full strength at all. In addition, Lu Ming had borrowed more power from the third bloodline. With a full-force attack, he had injured Xie. Then, the 9 dragons let out a long roar and collapsed. However, in the light of the collapse of the 9 dragons, a huge stone tablet rushed out and bloomed with light. The bloodline of the prison-suppressing steel. As soon as the prison-suppressing steel's bloodline was unleashed, it grew rapidly to the size of a mountain. The prison-suppressing steel was also filled with a thick blood-red light, which pressed down on Xie Yan with an immense force. Help! Xie shrieked in fear as he felt the terrifying killing intent and all-suppressing aura from the prison-suppressing steel. Stop! At the side, the other 3 experts shouted and rushed toward Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming did not care and continued to suppress Xie. No! Xie roared and used all his strength to resist. However, his current injuries had greatly reduced his combat strength, so how could he resist? As the prison-suppressing steel pressed down, Xie spat out a mouthful of blood. The blood vessels in his body burst, and in the next moment his entire body exploded with a bang. Xie, a 7th-level spiritual god realm expert, was killed by Lu Ming on the spot. Boom, boom, boom. At the same time, the other 3 attacks hit the prison-suppressing steel at the same time, sending it flying. It shook violently and almost collapsed. Kill, kill, kill. The prison-suppressing steel shook and Lu Ming's cold and emotionless voice kept coming out of it. The blood-red light filled the air. We can't let this kid live. An elder in the 8th level of the spiritual god realm spoke, his heart filled with shock. A 3rd-level spiritual god realm martial artist was actually able to kill a 7th-level spiritual god realm expert. It was too shocking and he had never heard of it. He felt a chill in his heart and was filled with the desire to kill Lu Ming. 2 of them were at the 8th level of the spiritual god realm, while the other was at the 7th level. Their bodies emitted a terrifying aura that locked onto Lu Ming. All of you will die today. Lu Ming's cold voice was heard. He wanted to borrow more power from the 3rd bloodline to kill these people. Lu Ming, you can't continue to borrow the power of your bloodline. Otherwise, it'll be difficult for you to maintain your consciousness. Danden shouted. Kill, these people must be killed. Lu Ming shouted. At this moment, there was only a trace of clarity left in his mind. It was as if he would be devoured and drowned by endless killing intent at any moment. However, it was obviously not enough to kill an 8th-level spiritual god. He needed to borrow more power. However, once he borrowed more power, it would be difficult for Lu Ming to maintain the peace in his heart. He would definitely be devoured by the endless killing intent. But at this point, was there any other way? Lu Ming could only risk his life. Forget it, forget it. I'll risk my life for once. Boy, there's no need to continue borrowing power. Danden heaved long sighs and flew away from Lu Ming toward the 3 experts. You 3 brats, you can die without regrets if you can witness my true power today. Danden said. At this moment, her body emitted a brilliant light, and a terrifying aura emanated from her body. This aura was high and mighty, as if it was the master of the world, overlooking the endless lives of the world. It also seemed like the entire world. He was the world, and the world was him. In the light, Danden's body grew at a terrifying speed. Finally, it turned into a divine turtle that was as tall as the sky and larger than a mountain. This is... The 3 old men were shocked. They felt a fatal threat from the giant divine turtle. Die! A voice came out of the giant divine turtle's mouth. The giant turtle grabbed at the 7th-level spiritual god realm expert. The 7th-level spiritual god realm expert wanted to dodge, but he realized that he couldn't move his body. He was imprisoned there, as if he was locked in a world. No! He roared. He watched as the huge claw slammed down and his entire body exploded. Not good, let's go. The remaining 2 8th level spiritual god realm experts roared in horror. They wanted to escape, but their bodies seemed to have sunk into quagmire, and it was extremely difficult for them to move. Kill! Kill! The giant tortoise spat out the word. 2 beams of light shot out from its mouth and pierced through the 2 elders in the 8th level of the spiritual god realm, killing them. The 2 8th level spiritual god realm experts had died just like that. Even though Lu Ming was filled with endless killing intent, he was still dumbfounded. After killing the 3 experts, the giant turtle rapidly shrank and turned back into a small turtle. It lay in the air weakly and shouted, "What a loss, what a loss. I've accumulated so much energy for so long and it's almost all used up in a short while. Lu Ming, you must stay with me, stay with me." Dandan shouted and floated weakly to Lu Ming. Let's go. Lu Ming's mind barely had a trace of clarity. At this moment, he waved his hand and stored Dandan and the 2 8th level spiritual god realm experts' corpses into the mountain and river diagram. His body moved and he left the place. The great disturbance here would definitely alert the experts in the city, so they had to leave as soon as possible. Lu Ming turned into a ray of blood-red light and traversed the vast land. Soon he appeared 1,000,000 miles away. He found a hidden place and entered the mountain and river diagram. As soon as he entered the mountain and river diagram, Lu Ming sat cross-legged under the path understanding ancient tree. He closed his eyes and tried his best to resist the endless killing intent. The endless killing intent seemed to be able to drown Lu Ming at any time, turning him into a killing machine. The blood light on his body was shining, but slowly, it faded back into the 3rd bloodline. He sat there for half a month. Half a month later, the power of the 3rd bloodline was completely retracted into the 3rd bloodline and back to Lu Ming's spine. At the same time, he dispelled the endless killing intent in his heart. At this moment, Lu Ming finally opened his eyes. There was no longer any killing intent in his eyes, only clarity. Who? Lu Ming heaved a long sigh of relief. It was really a close call this time. He was almost devoured by the killing intent in the 3rd bloodline. The 3rd bloodline was a double-edged sword. One had to be extremely careful when using it. If one's cultivation wasn't high enough and they borrowed too much power, they would be drowned in endless killing intent. This time, it was fortunate that Dandan had made a move at the end. Otherwise, he would have to borrow even more power. If that had happened, Lu Ming would very likely have been drowned by endless killing intent and become a killing puppet. At the thought of Dandan, Lu Ming looked to the side and happened to see Dandan lying there, gnawing on a stalk of spiritual medicine, looking very weak. Seeing that Lu Ming had woken up, Dandan's back claw kicked and landed on Lu Ming's shoulder, shouting, "Lu Ming, I've suffered a great loss this time. I've lost a lot of vitality. You have to give me the spirit herbs. Otherwise, I won't let you off." "All right, in the future, as long as I don't need any spirit herbs, I'll give them to you." Lu Ming smiled. He waved his hand and a pile of spiritual herbs appeared. Dandan's eyes lit up, and she swallowed all the spirit herbs in one gulp, leaving them behind to eat slowly. "Brat, at least you still have some conscience." Dandan muttered a few words, and then put on a smug look and said, "How is it? I'm invincible, right?" Chapter 1137 Bloodline Advancement. It is indeed very powerful. This time, Lu Ming was full of admiration. Dandan could actually transform into such a huge turtle. It was extremely terrifying and could kill an 8th level spiritual god in seconds. Lu Ming was really shocked. "Don't make a fuss. Let me tell you, if it wasn't for the fact that this lord's strength is far from recovered, it wouldn't be just that little bit of strength. I'm the divine turtle of the world, the head of the top 10 war beasts. If I'm at my peak, I'll be as large as a world in my true form. Even a martial emperor can be blown to death with a single breath, let alone a mere 8th level spiritual god realm martial artist." Dandan was proud of himself. He felt very comfortable when he saw Lu Ming's expression of admiration. Could it be that you've surpassed the emperor level at your peak? Lu Ming asked curiously. At this point, Lu Ming naturally believed that this was a rebirth of a super expert. Otherwise, it was impossible for him to have such means. Of course, which one of the top 10 battle beasts isn't invincible? Martial emperors are nothing. Take your 9 dragons bloodline as an example. If the 9 dragons were at their peak, they could devour the sun and the moon. Even the sun and the moon in the sky would be devoured by them. What martial emperors? They could devour a whole area with one bite. Dandan's face was full of confidence. Then she sighed and said, "Other than me, I wonder if any of the top 10 battle beasts have survived. That battle back then, I." At the end of her sentence, Dandan sighed. Lu Ming pricked up his ears and listened carefully. Now, with Dandan's recovery, his memory seemed to have recovered a lot. He might even be able to hear some secrets from him that no one knew. Dandan cast a glance at Lu Ming and said, "Sigh, I'm too weak. I need a good rest." And NBSP. After saying that, he ran away and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Lu Ming was speechless. Then he moved and appeared on another mountain peak. The 2 8th-level spiritual god realm elders' corpses were still lying there. A spirit god's corpse would not rot even after a few years or even decades. Unfortunately, my true chi and blood chi have already dissipated. Lu Ming sensed it and sighed slightly. He felt that it was a waste. However, the blood essence should still be there. Even if a year has passed since the death of an 8th-level spiritual god realm expert, the blood essence should still be there. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. The 9-dragon bloodline emerged and the devouring power burst forth. A total of 18 blood essence pearls that looked like blood-red pearls flew out and were devoured by the 9 dragons. Lu Ming sat cross-legged and began to refine them. The blood essence and power of the 2 8th-level spiritual god realm martial artists were astonishingly rich. Lu Ming began to refine them with all his might. Around the 9-dragon bloodline, there were 7 golden chakra, which were extremely dazzling. As the power of blood essence was refined and integrated, the 7 golden chakras shone more and more brightly. After a moment, there was a sudden buzz and another pale golden chakra appeared. The 8th golden chakra. The 9-dragon bloodline had advanced by another level, advancing to the divine level rank 8 bloodline. The bloodline of the 9 dragons roared, and its body rapidly grew in size and length. It was twice as large as before, and it was even more powerful and mighty. Collect. With a single thought, the 9-dragon bloodline shrank rapidly, turning into a ray of blood-red light that seeped into Lu Ming's spine. As expected, there's an extra dragon energy. Wait, this dragon energy is so strong. Lu Ming sensed a little and his eyes lit up. The advancement of the 9-dragon bloodline also gave birth to one more dragon energy. However, Lu Ming felt that the 8th dragon energy was very powerful, comparable to the sum of the previous 7 dragon energies. In fact, Lu Ming had already discovered before this that each dragon energy would be stronger than the previous one. However, the extent of the strength was limited and not too exaggerated. However, the 8th dragon energy was much stronger than the 7th. An 8th-level divine level bloodline is indeed extraordinary. No wonder only those who have awakened an 8th-level divine level bloodline can be called second-grade prodigies in the central continent. A 7th-level divine level bloodline is much weaker than an 8th-level divine level bloodline. Lu Ming pondered in his heart and a smile appeared on his face. The stronger his dragon power was, the stronger his combat power would be when he used it. Lu Ming was looking forward to what kind of changes would happen when his 9-dragon bloodline advanced to the highest level, the 9th level of the divine level. How strong would his dragon energy be? There was a huge difference between a level 9 divine level expert and a level 8 divine level expert. The difference between a heaven's favorite of a big shot and a second-grade heaven's favorite could be seen. If the 9 dragons bloodline and the prison-suppressing steel bloodline were both promoted to divine level 9, How powerful would Lu Ming's combat strength be? If Lu Ming were to unleash all his dragon power now, he would definitely be able to defeat the other powerful prodigies like Darkchild and the three-headed Hellhound easily and quickly. After that, Lu Ming kept the 2 8th-level spiritual god realm elders, storage rings. Then, with a wave of his hand, flames spread out and turned the 2 elders' corpses into ashes. Who sent people to kill me? Lu Ming furrowed his brows in deep thought. At first, he thought that it was Xie Qitian who had sent people to kill him. However, those people said that they were going to kill Xian Yanqing after killing him. This made Lu Ming speculate that it was not Xie Qitian. If Xie Qitian wanted to kill Xian Yanqing, he would have done so long ago. Why would he wait until now? Lu Ming guessed that it was someone else who had sent someone. Could it be Xie Zhen? However, does Xie Zhen have such great power to mobilize an 8th-level spiritual god realm expert? Lu Ming pondered. There were more than 10 princes under Xie Qitian. Xie Qitian's talent was average, so he might not have that much power. There's probably someone else helping Xie Zhen. Could it be Xie Qiyu? This was because only these 2 people wanted Lu Ming dead the most. At the same time, Xie Zhen had previously sent someone to assassinate Xian Yanqing. Therefore, he was the most likely to be the one. Xie Zhen. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with killing intent. This person was someone Lu Ming had to kill. After thinking for a while, Lu Ming exited the mountain and river diagram and continued in the direction of the depths of the Abyss Demon Realm. This time, Lu Ming slowed down. Along the way, he encountered many Masha clansmen who attacked him. They were all in the Spirit Embryo Realm. There were those in the 7th, 8th, and 9th level of the Spirit Embryo Realm, but Lu Ming easily killed them all. However, not a single point appeared on the Jade Token. Did Xie Qitian lie to me? A cold glint flashed in Lu Ming's eyes as he continued to fly. A day later, Lu Ming had no idea how far he had traveled. A city appeared in front of him. From a distance, there were people on the city. It was a human race martial artist, not Mo Sha. This should be a gathering place for humans. Lu Ming's eyes lit up as he flew toward the city. If there were people, they could ask them about Xian Yanqing. As Lu Ming approached, the people in the city noticed him and looked at him coldly. It's the human race. On the city wall, someone muttered, his eyes bright. Who are you? Someone on the city wall asked. I've just entered the Abyss Demon territory. Please let me in. Lu Ming said. I'm new. The eyes of the person on the city wall brightened. Since you're a human, come in. Lu Ming nodded. He flew up the city wall and headed into the city. This city wasn't big, and there were even fewer people on the ground. At a glance, other than the more than 100 people on the surrounding city walls, there were less than 200 people in the city. All of them were sitting cross-legged on the top of various buildings, as if they were cultivating or meditating. Chapter 1138 Scam. As soon as Lu Ming flew into the city, many pairs of eyes looked at him. He's a newcomer. It's not the time for the royal family to send people to hunt down the Mo Sha clan yet. It seems that this person has offended the royal family and was exiled here. He's so young. I'm afraid he's a heaven's favorite from some force. He must have a lot of money on him. Leave this person to me. I need raw gemstones. He said. Bullshit, who doesn't need raw gemstones? This kid is mine. Voices rang out all around as they stared at Lu Ming with burning eyes. Naturally, Lu Ming heard these voices as well. He furrowed his brows and a cold glint flashed in his eyes. It's mine. A burly figure rushed out with an angry roar. He raised his hand and slammed it down on Lu Ming. The space trembled continuously and a powerful force surged toward Lu Ming. This was a first-level spiritual god realm expert. You're looking for death. Lu Ming's eyes turned cold as he struck out with his palm. His palm was like a heavenly blade, cutting into the man's palm. With a cracking sound, the man's palm bone was broken by Lu Ming. He screamed and retreated frantically, looking at Lu Ming in horror. This person has some skill. Let's attack together. Kill. Someone shouted and 7 to 8 figures pounced on Lu Ming. These 7 to 8 figures were actually all spiritual God realm experts. Some were at the first level of the spiritual God realm, while others were at the second level. The highest one was at the third level of the spiritual God realm. The 8 of them attacked at the same time, and the momentum was extremely shocking. All kinds of attacks covered Lu Ming's entire body. If it were an ordinary third-level spiritual God realm martial artist, he would have been injured or even suppressed under the siege of so many experts. However, how could Lu Ming be compared to an ordinary third-level spiritual god? Activating the prison suppression heaven art, he struck out 8 palms in a row. Bang, bang, bang. There were 8 explosions, followed by the sound of bones breaking and a series of screams. The 8 figures spat out blood and fell back, heavily crashing into the surrounding buildings. Regardless of whether it was the first level, second level, or even the third level spiritual God realm expert, they would all end up the same. Lu Ming had shown mercy. Otherwise, they would have all died in one move. Everyone in the surroundings gasped and looked at Lu Ming in shock. It was too terrifying. With just one move, he had severely injured all 8 experts, including the third-level spiritual God realm. What kind of combat strength was this? Moreover, he looked so young, which was even more unbelievable. Could it be a heaven's favorite of the big shots outside? Someone said with a trembling voice, causing everyone to shiver. At this moment, no one dared to make a move. Although there were several hundred people in this city, it was impossible for all of them to be at the spirit God realm. In fact, most of them were at the spirit embryo realm, and there were only a dozen or so people at the spirit God realm. Lu Ming's cold gaze swept across the surroundings. When those people met Lu Ming's gaze, their hearts trembled and they did not dare to look directly into his eyes. Lu Ming took a step forward and appeared above the third-level spiritual God realm expert. It was an old man with white hair and a thin body. He looked at Lu Ming in horror. Lu Ming's palm contained a terrifying power, but it did not explode. He had a feeling that if it had, he would have been dead. "Young hero, please spare my life." This old man was momentarily confused. The old man begged for mercy. "Tell me, why did you attack me the moment I entered?" Lu Ming asked coldly. "Well, we were forced to do this." "Young hero, you must have just entered the demon realm of Tartarus, right? Let me explain it to you in detail." The thin old man sighed and began to explain in detail. As it turned out, these people had offended the royal family, or they were people who belonged to the ancient Saint dynasty. Because of their mistakes, they had been exiled to the Abyss demon realm and were forced to kill the Masha clan to atone for their sins. However, there were countless members of the Masha clan in the demon realm of Tartarus, and they were everywhere. It was very dangerous. As for human warriors, they absorbed and refined the demonic chi very slowly in the Abyss demon territory. As time went by, the raw stones they brought would be used up. If they refined the demonic chi too slowly, it would be very disadvantageous for them when they fought the Devil Clan. Sometimes, it wasn't them who hunted the Devil Clan, but the Devil Clan who hunted them instead. They had no choice but to gather together and build a city to resist the Devil Clan. This was also the reason why Lu Ming could see this small city. And what was the most precious thing to the people of the Abyss demon realm? Of course, the raw gemstones were the most precious. Therefore, when they saw that Lu Ming had just entered the Abyss demon realm, they were naturally greedy and wanted to take his raw gemstones. To put it bluntly, they were just a group of pitiful people. "All of you can leave now, I won't make things difficult for you." Lu Ming waved his hand and dismissed the few people who had attacked, leaving only the old man behind. The skinny old man had the highest cultivation level among them, so he should be the leader. "Young hero, do you have any other orders?" The skinny old man looked at Lu Ming, feeling a little uneasy. To be honest, he had lived for so many years, but he had never seen such a terrifying young expert. "Let me ask you, The reason why the royal family banished you here and ordered you to hunt down the Emosha clan was to obtain points, right? Once you have enough points, they will let you go, right? Lu Ming asked. That's right, that's indeed the case. However, the points are just a scam. The skinny old man gritted his teeth. A scam? What was going on? Why didn't I get any points from killing the Devil Clan? Lu Ming asked. Young hero, the royal family told you, how many points do you need to get out? The skinny old man asked. 10,000. Lu Ming said. 10,000? The skinny old man's eyes suddenly widened. He gasped and his face was full of disbelief. Lu Ming frowned, waiting for the elder to continue. Young hero, in my opinion, the imperial family has no intention of letting you out. They want to lock you up here for the rest of your life. The old man said with a bitter smile. What do you mean? Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Young hero, you still don't know how to get points, right? Let me tell you, killing a demon clan below the spiritual god realm doesn't give you any points. You can only get points by killing a spiritual god powerhouse or above. Killing a first-level spiritual god will earn you 1 point. Killing a second-level spiritual god will earn you 2 points. Killing a third-level spiritual god will earn you 3 points, and so on. Killing a 9th-level spiritual god will earn you 9 points. Killing a perfected spiritual god will earn you 10 points. Killing a supreme being from the Masha clan will earn you 100 points, and killing an emperor-level Masha will earn you 10,000 points. The skinny old man explained. Damn it. Lu Ming clenched his fists tightly and his eyes were filled with killing intent. He understood that he had been tricked. Xia Qitian, a dignified sage emperor, had actually lied to him. According to this point conversion, how could he possibly obtain 10,000 points? Killing a first-level spiritual god from the Masha clan was only worth 1 point, while killing a perfected spiritual god was only worth 10 points. Even a supreme being from the Masha clan only had 100 points. This meant that he would have to kill 100 supreme beings in order to accumulate 10,000 points. Also, an emperor-level Masha would give 10,000 points, but killing an emperor-level Masha. Let's not even talk about whether there was an Emperor Realm Masha clan in the Abyss Demon territory. Even if there was one, Xia Qitian might not be able to do it himself, so how could Lu Ming? News of Xian Yanqing. Perhaps Lu Ming would never be able to obtain 10,000 points in his entire life. They wanted to lock Lu Ming up in the Abyss Demon territory for the rest of his life. What a ruthless and brilliant method. Lu Ming's body exuded a cold killing intent, causing the thin elder to shiver. We'll talk about everything after we find little Qing. Lu Ming heaved a long sigh of relief and retracted his murderous intent. Senior, do you know the whereabouts of the 16th princess, Xian Yanqing? In the end, Lu Ming asked the question that he wanted to ask the most. The demon realm of Tartarus was too big, and it was no different from looking for a needle in a haystack. This old man had been here for many years, so he might know something. The 16th princess? Are you talking about the princess with the royal bloodline? The skinny old man said. Not bad. I have some impression of her. The 16th princess was exiled to the Abyss Demon territory 3 years ago. When she first came here, her cultivation was still weak, so she stayed in the periphery of the Abyss Demon territory for a while. Later, she stayed in this city for a whole year. I'm quite familiar with her. Sigh, it's a pity that the royal family treated such a rare and proud daughter of heaven like that. What do you want from her? The skinny old man said. He let out a long sigh as if he was feeling sorry for Xian Yanqing. Upon hearing this, Lu Ming's eyes lit up. I'm her friend. Senior, do you know where she is now? I don't know. The skinny elder shook his head. The royal family asked the 16th princess to have the same amount of points as you. She asked for 10,000 points. That's why she left this place and went deep into the Abyss Demon realm after her cultivation improved. Gotcha. The old man's words made Lu Ming clench his fists tightly. The killing intent in his heart could no longer be suppressed and burst out. Lu Ming's heart was very uncomfortable. His killing intent towards the royal family, Xiejin, and Xie Qiqian was extremely strong. They were going to lock Xian Yanqing up in the abyss demon territory for the rest of his life. Especially 3 years ago, when Xian Yanqing's cultivation base was only at the spiritual ocean tier, they had locked him up in the abyss demon domain. One could imagine how much he had suffered and encountered danger in the past few years. At the thought of this, Lu Ming's heart was in pain. But now, Xian Yanqing had already entered the depths of the demon realm. Where was he? Lu Ming's thoughts drifted and he only calmed down after a long time. Senior, you can take these raw gemstones. Lu Ming gave the skinny old man a storage ring, which contained tens of thousands of raw stones. Then he soared into the sky and left the city, heading toward the depths of abyss demon territory. There were also days and nights in the demon realm of Tartarus. During the day, there was a dark sun hanging in the sky. At night, there was a blood moon in the sky. Moreover, when the blood moon was in the sky, the demonic chi between heaven and earth would be extremely dense. At that time, the fiend clan and demonic beasts would be stronger, while the human clan would be suppressed. The blood moon hung high in the sky, and the demonic chi was vast and mighty. However, it did not affect Lu Ming much. The 9-dragon bloodline burst out, and the rolling demonic chi was devoured and refined into essential core in a flash. Lu Ming flew at high speed, deep into the abyss demon territory. There would definitely be more human warriors in the abyss demon territory. There must be other places where humans gathered in the depths of the abyss demon territory. Lu Ming planned to find out more about the human gathering place. Whoosh! Whoosh! A sharp sound pierced through the air. A few black figures whizzed over and charged toward Lu Ming. The 3 fiend clan members were all extremely ferocious. They held bone spikes in their hands and charged at Lu Ming at a terrifying speed. Their auras were also very powerful. These were 3 first-level spiritual god realm demons. The blood moon hung high in the sky. It was extremely dangerous to walk in the abyss demon territory, because many of the Masha clan would move out, and demons would dance in chaos. Roar! The 9 dragons roared, and the devouring power enveloped the 3 fiends. They couldn't move at all, and their eyes were filled with fear. Then, the 9 dragons devoured the energy and blood essence of the 3 demons, turning them into 3 dried corpses. The 9 dragons had advanced to the 8th level of the divine level, and their devouring power had undoubtedly become even stronger. After killing the 3 first-level spiritual god realm demons, the jade token finally changed. A number appeared on it, 3. Lu Ming sneered coldly. Killing a first-level spiritual god realm demonic Sha clan member would only earn him 1 point. Compared to the terrifying 10,000 points, what was the use? Lu Ming continued to move toward the depths of the abyss demon territory. In a short while, the blood essence of the 3 first-level spiritual gods was completely refined by Lu Ming. With Lu Ming's current cultivation, the energy and blood essence of the first-level spiritual god realm were naturally of no use to him. In this way, Lu Ming advanced for 3 consecutive days. Along the way, he encountered more than a dozen attacks. There were attacks from the Devil Clan and the demonic beasts here, but there weren't many that were above the spirit god realm. Most of the attacks he encountered were from the spirit embryo realm. In 3 days, Lu Ming had crossed thousands of mountains and rivers. The human race. Kill him. A sharp voice rang out in front of him. Lu Ming could tell that it was the voice of the Masha clan. Following that, a series of rumbling sounds came from ahead. It was clear that an intense battle had taken place. Lu Ming did not hesitate and flew toward the source of the sound. It had been 3 days, and they were finally going to meet humans again. On a mountain range, 7 or 8 Mo Sha clansmen were attacking a middle-aged man. The middle-aged man's cultivation was extremely profound. He was at the 4th level of the spiritual god realm, and he was fighting against 7 or 8 of the fiend clan. However, the 7 or 8 demons were all experts. The weakest among them was at the 2nd level of the spiritual god realm. The others were at the 3rd level of the spiritual god realm, and one was at the 4th level. The large man was at a disadvantage with so many of the Fiend clan members joining forces. He could only block and not fight back. Break! The burly man fought back with all his might, killing a 2nd-level spiritual god realm Masha clansman with a single blow of his axe. However, his back was also slashed by a 4th-level spiritual god realm Masha clansman's bone spur, causing blood to flow out. He mustered up all his strength and broke out of the encirclement, fleeing forward. Behind him, the other Mo Sha clan members were chasing after him. The direction that the middle-aged burly man was running in was Lu Ming's direction. The middle-aged man saw Lu Ming after flying for a distance. "Little brother, let's go," the middle-aged man shouted. However, Lu Ming stood in the air, motionless. "Little brother, let's go. There are experts from the Devil clan behind us." Seeing that Lu Ming did not move, the middle-aged man shouted again anxiously. The corners of Lu Ming's mouth curled into a faint smile. This middle-aged man was kind enough to remind him to leave. If it were an ordinary person, he would have used Lu Ming as a shield to buy himself some time. "It's just a few Mo Sha clansmen, there's no need to escape." With a smile, Lu Ming's 9 dragons bloodline emerged and the devouring power erupted with a loud bang, enveloping the entire Masha clan. Then, under the middle-aged man's horrified gaze, the bodies of the rest of the Masha clan quickly withered, except for the 4th-level spiritual god realm. In the end, they lost their vitality and turned into mummies. Whoosh! With a snap of Lu Ming's fingers, a ray of spear radiance flew out and killed the 4th-level spiritual god realm Masha clan member. His blood essence and energy were also devoured by the 9 dragons. "Kill them all." This. The middle-aged man's eyes widened and he was stunned. 7 spiritual god realm Masha clansmen, with the highest being at the 4th level of the spiritual god realm, were killed by Lu Ming in an instant. The middle-aged man suspected that he was dreaming. Moreover, Lu Ming looked so young. His combat strength was simply unimaginable. "Big brother, it's settled." Lu Ming smiled and kept the 9 dragons bloodline. He split a part of his attention to begin refining. "Small. You're amazing, you're really amazing. I'm impressed." The middle-aged man stuttered and sighed. Lu Ming smiled and did not say much. "I'm Dushan. What's your name, little brother?" The middle-aged man said. "Lu Ming." Lu Ming answered. "Brother Lu, I have something important to do. I can't accompany you anymore. Little brother, you have to be careful." After Du Shan finished speaking, he was about to fly in a direction. "Big brother Du, what do you want? Maybe Lu Ming can be of help." Lu Ming stopped Du Shan. It was not easy for them to meet another human warrior. Lu Ming was just about to ask him about Xian Yanqing. How could he let Du Shan leave so easily? "Ah, the human clan's gathering place I'm at is being attacked by the Devil clan. I received the news and wanted to rush back to help, but I didn't expect to be blocked by the Devil clan here." Du Shan sighed and was slightly anxious. "A gathering place of the human race? I'll go with you." Lu Ming's eyes lit up. "All right, with little brother's help, we might be saved." Du Shan's eyes also lit up. Lu Ming's combat strength was unfathomable and extremely powerful. He had the intention to ask Lu Ming for help, but Lu Ming had just saved his life and asked him to take the risk with him. He was too embarrassed to ask. Now that Lu Ming had taken the initiative to ask, he was naturally overjoyed. At that moment, Du Shan led the way while Lu Ming followed Du Shan. They flew at top speed towards the north. After flying for hundreds of thousands of miles, he heard heaven-suppressing battle cries. In the distance, a fortress made of a strange metal could be seen. Around the fortress, an intense battle was taking place. There were over 1,000 of them surrounding the fortress. Among them, there were many existences with powerful auras. Lu Ming used his spiritual senses to scan and discovered that there were dozens of spiritual god-level Masha clan members. The rest were advanced stage spiritual embryo Masha clan members. There were only a few people in the fortress, about 20 or so, and all of them were spirit god powerhouses. They were fighting against the Devil clan, but they were clearly at a disadvantage. Human, go to hell. With a shrill scream, one of the Emosha clansmen had a particularly powerful aura. He held a black and sharp bone spur in each hand, and his body was like a lightning bolt as he charged toward a human expert. The human expert had a cultivation of the 3rd level of the spiritual god realm. However, he was unable to put up any resistance against the Devil clan. The bone spike pierced through his glabella, and he was killed without even being able to let out a miserable cry. Peak 5th level spiritual god realm. Lu Ming could tell at a glance that this person from the demonic Sha clan had a cultivation at the peak of the 5th level of the spiritual god realm. He was the strongest existence in the demonic Sha clan. As for the human martial artists, the strongest was only at the 4th level of the spiritual god realm. Damn it, kill. When Du Shan saw this, he shouted and charged forward with his battle axe. Another one is here to die. The 5th level spiritual god realm fiend clansman's eyes were cold as he swept his gaze at Du Shan. He sneered and his demonic chi rolled. He flapped his pair of spikes and pounced toward Lu Ming like lightning. A battle axe floated above Du Shan's head. It was Du Shan's bloodline, a 4th level divine level bloodline. Du Shan transformed into a battle axe and slashed at his opponent. Ding, 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 ding. 2 crisp sounds rang out. The battle axe that Du Shan had transformed into was sent flying far away. Die! The Devil clan member shrieked. The bone spike in his hand was thin and long, but it was extremely hard and sharp. It seemed to be able to pierce through everything as it stabbed towards Du Shan. Buzz! Buzz! 2 teeth-numbing sounds rang out as the bone spikes of the Emosha clan pierced through the battle axe Du Shan had transformed into. An angry roar came from the battle axe. The battle axe trembled and dispersed, turning back into Du Shan's figure. His face was pale as he retreated quickly. Die! The Devil clansman's eyes were cold. The bone spur pierced through the air, aiming for Du Shan's forehead. Right at this moment, a palm that was like a blade suddenly appeared and slashed at the bone spike. A terrifying power erupted, and the bone spike was broken into dozens of pieces with a clang. The palm blade cut horizontally and struck the shoulder of the demon Sha. Bang! The Devil clansman's shoulder exploded, and he was sent flying like a cannonball, killing a few spirit embryo realm Devil clansmen. Roar! The 9 dragons roared, and the devouring power burst forth, enveloping the Masha clansmen. The energy and blood essence of the spirit embryo realm demons were instantly devoured, turning them into dried corpses. The 1st, 2nd, and 3rd level spiritual god realm demons screamed in horror and turned into mummies under the devouring power. The human warriors were all stunned. As for the remaining Emosha clansmen, they roared madly and wanted to escape. However, under the terrifying devouring power, they felt as if they were stuck in a quagmire and could not move at all. Kill! Lu Ming rushed past them and cut down all the Masha clan members as if he was cutting grass. Buzz! The 5th level spiritual god realm Masha clansman was only injured but not dead. He flapped his wings and turned into a demonic light, trying to escape. He knew that a top human expert had come, and that one move had severely injured him. If he didn't escape, he would die. However, he was shocked to find that he could not escape at all. Lu Ming's figure was like a flickering light and a passing shadow. He caught up with the 5th level spiritual god realm Masha clan in an instant and appeared behind him. Let's die together. Torrential rain massacre. Seeing that they couldn't escape, the Devil clansman let out an angry roar. His demonic chi soared into the sky, and he spread his wings. His entire body began to spin in the air. Its wings were like 2 sabers that cut through the air, bringing with them a storm of attacks. It was like a terrifying tornado that could destroy everything as it swept towards Lu Ming. 2 streams of dragon power burst forth in Lu Ming's body. He then executed the prison-suppressing heaven technique and struck down with his palm. This palm strike was like a heavenly blade, possessing the power to suppress everything. Boom! The storm of attacks from the Masha clan collapsed instantly. The palm blade landed on the body of the Masha clan, killing him. All his energy and blood essence were devoured by Lu Ming. In the castle, the humans' eyes were wide open, as if they had yet to react. Brother Lu Ming, thank you for saving me again. Otherwise, sigh. Du Shan walked over to thank Lu Ming, his voice full of emotion. If not for Lu Ming, he would have been dead. At this time, the human warriors in the castle finally reacted and flew over to thank him. They were even more shocked when they saw that Lu Ming had such combat abilities at such a young age. I've heard that there are many heaven's favorites in the outside world. The 5 magnates are the most powerful ones among the young generation. But in my opinion, Brother Lu, I'm afraid you're even stronger than the 5 magnates. An old man with white hair sighed. Every year, some people would be exiled here by the royal family. They had stayed in the demon realm for a long time, so they knew some things about the outside world. Chapter 1141 Devil Tablet Mountain. Lu Ming said that he did not dare to and then chatted with everyone for a while. Through their conversation, Lu Ming learned that these people, without exception, had offended the royal family or the powerful figures of the ancient Saint dynasty. There were even experts from the overlord forces among them. They might not know each other in the outside world, but they were very united in the Abyss Demon realm. If they didn't work together in the Abyss Demon territory, they would eventually be defeated by the Fiend clan and buried here. Similarly, the Imperial family had set points for them. As long as they could complete it, they would be let out. However, the height of the points made people despair. However, they were all experts of the spiritual god realm and could live for 5,000 years. They were not willing to be locked up in the Abyss Demon territory for the rest of their lives. Therefore, they held on to the hope that they could accumulate enough points and leave this place. Therefore, they would constantly hunt down the Devil Clan, and in turn, the Devil Clan would kill them. That was why the Devil Clan had attacked the city today. In reality, it was common for the Fiend Clan to attack cities. However, the Fiend Clan that had come today was slightly stronger, and there were a lot more of them. Little brother Lu, let's have a chat in the castle. Du Shan invited. No need, but I do have a question that I would like to consult with all the seniors. Lu Ming cupped his fists and said, What question? There's no harm in just saying it. As long as I know, I'll definitely tell you. The others chimed in. Dear seniors, have you seen the 16th princess? Lu Ming asked. The 16th princess? Are you talking about the 16th princess who has the bloodline of the royal family? I've not seen her, but I've heard that she's in the demon realm of Tartarus. Du Shan pondered for a moment and said, Many others also shook their heads. I've met Princess 16 once. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat when he heard the voice. It was the white-haired old woman. Senior, when was it? Where have you seen it before? Lu Ming asked anxiously. About a few months ago, about a few million miles away from here. I talked to the 16th princess and she said she wanted to go to the Devil Tablet Mountain. The old woman replied. What? The Devil Tablet Mountain? The others all gasped. Lu Ming's heart tightened and he said, The Devil Tablet Mountain? Is it very dangerous? It is indeed dangerous, Brother Lu. The Devil Tablet Mountain is a forbidden area in the 9 Serenities Devil Domain. Many powerful Devil Clan members have entered it, but they all died there. Humans are no exception. There's no exit. Du Shan sighed. There's no exit. Lu Ming started to feel anxious. Why would Xian Yanqing go to such a dangerous place? Seniors, do you have a map to the Devil Tablet Mountain? Lu Ming said. Brother Lu, you want to go to the Devil Tablet Mountain? It's really dangerous there. Although the inside of the Devil Tablet Mountain is extremely dangerous, there are many powerful Mo Sha clan members around the mountain. They cultivate in the outer area of the mountain and hope to get some opportunities. Therefore, The outer area of the mountain is also very dangerous. Little brother, you must be careful. The white-haired old woman persuaded. Thank you, seniors, but Lu Ming must go to the Devil Tablet Mountain. Lu Ming's tone was firm. Now that he knew of Xian Yanqing's whereabouts and that he might even be in danger, he had to go even if it meant going through mountains of daggers and seas of flames. Seeing Lu Ming's firm attitude, Du Shan, the white-haired old OU, and the rest heaved a long sigh and did not try to persuade him anymore. In the end, the white-haired old OU took out a map and gave it to Lu Ming. The map was very rough, but it roughly depicted the terrain and location of some parts of the Abyss Demon territory. On it was the general route of the 9 Nether Demon Tablet Mountain. Thank you, Senior. Lu Ming will take his leave. Lu Ming kept the map and bade everyone farewell. He did not want to delay any further. Lu Ming turned into a ray of light, passing through the night sky and heading in the direction of the Devil Tablet Mountain at top speed. On the way, Lu Ming cast the illusionary breath technique and darkened his aura, making it somewhat similar to the aura of the Masha clan. Indeed, it saved him a lot of trouble along the way. The number of Masha clan members who attacked him was greatly reduced. Lu Ming's speed was very fast. He was hurrying along. A few months ago, Xian Yanqing went to the Devil Tablet Mountain. He should have been there by now. The Devil Tablet Mountain was so dangerous. How was Xian Yanqing doing? At the thought of this, Lu Ming's heart was burning with anxiety. He could not wait to rush to Xian Yanqing's side. The Devil's Tablet Mountain was in the depths of the Abyss Demon territory. It was very far from the castle where Du Shan and the rest were. At Lu Ming's speed, it took him 5 days to reach the area where the Devil's Tablet Mountain was. Lu Ming stood high in the sky and looked into the distance. He was a little shocked. This area was filled with mountains. There were all sorts of strange plants growing in the mountain range. However, there was a mountain peak that stood out among the mountains. It could be seen at a glance even from a great distance. It was because the mountain peak was too majestic. It was like a group of cranes standing among the mountains. It was high up in the sky and no one knew how high it was. The mountain was shrouded in black mist, and it was impossible to see the specific situation of the mountain peak. Is that the Devil Tablet Mountain? Lu Ming pondered in his heart, his eyes filled with shock and doubt. Ever since he got close to this place, he felt that the bloodline of the prison-suppressing steel in his body was emitting a hot aura, as if it was about to appear from his spine. What's going on? Why did the Devil Tablet Mountain cause the prison-suppressing steel's bloodline to change? Lu Ming could not understand. Let's go. With a thought, Lu Ming flew toward the huge mountain that was filled with black mist. As they got closer, they could feel the magnificence of the giant mountain even more. The other peaks were also considered majestic and tall, but when compared to this peak, they were far inferior. The change in the prison-suppressing steel's bloodline also became more intense. What? Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He felt a strong fluctuation in front of him. It was not just one but several. Each of them contained a powerful demonic might, and there were experts from the Mo Sha clan. Lu Ming restrained his aura to the extreme and flew forward. That human girl has obtained a treasure in the Devil Tablet Mountain. We cannot let that treasure fall into the hands of the human race. Let's attack together and kill her. Let's go together. That human girl has been surrounded and can't escape. She must die today. The treasures of the Devil Tablet Mountain belong to our Devil clan. A few shriveled and unpleasant sounds rang out as a few figures flew past in front of him. They were all from the demonic Sha clan, and their auras were very strong. With a quick glance, Lu Ming discovered that a few of them were at the 6th level of the spiritual god realm. Could the person they're talking about be Little Qing? Not good. Lu Ming's expression changed and he followed the 3 demons from a distance. Boom! Boom! Chi-chi! Not long after, a violent roar came from the front, as well as the sound of sharp weapons piercing through the air. The battle was still ongoing. This made Lu Ming's heart relax a little. In front of them, a few Emosha clansmen increased their speed and flew over like lightning. They flew over a few mountains and joined the battle while roaring. Not good. Using the 9 dragons' heaven-treading steps, Lu Ming's figure crossed the last few hundred miles in an instant and arrived at the battlefield. In front of them, more than a dozen powerful demons were attacking a human woman. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat when he saw the woman. The woman was wearing a long black dress. Her beauty was unparalleled. Who else could it be but Xian Yanqing? Chapter 1142 Meeting Yanqing again. Who else could the beautiful lady in front of him be other than Xian Yanqing, whom Lu Ming had been thinking about day and night? It had been more than 3 years since Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing parted ways in 9 Dragons. After not seeing him for 3 years, Xian Yanqing had matured a little, but he had also lost some weight. His face and eyes were very cold. At this moment, Xian Yanqing's body was filled with demonic qi. He gently pressed his palms and a terrifying force field spread out in a radius of 100 miles, destroying everything. At the same time, there was a beautiful woman sitting on top of Xian Yanqing's head. She was surrounded by demonic power and demonic qi. She sat cross-legged on a black lotus and kept striking out with her palms to block the attacks from all directions. This was Xian Yanqing's bloodline, the 3rd bloodline. It was very similar to his 2nd bloodline, but there were 9 golden chakra rings around his body. Divine level 9th rank bloodline. Moreover, Xian Yanqing's cultivation had also entered the 3rd level of the spiritual god realm. There were 11 people attacking Xian Yanqing. The 11 fiend clan members were all at the 6th level of the spiritual god realm. Each of them held a bone spike in their hands and attacked Xian Yanqing fiercely. Xian Yanqing's fearsome force field covered an area of 100 miles. The speed of the fiends was greatly affected. Even though Xian Yanqing focused on defense, he was still at a disadvantage. If this continued, defeat was imminent. Little girl, hand over the demonic statue and I can leave your corpse intact. Otherwise, you will end up in a miserable state. This human girl is really a national beauty. Even I'm tempted by her. After I capture her, I'll let her have a taste of my power. A series of unpleasant and ear-piercing sounds rang out. You're looking for death. At that moment, the killing intent in Lu Ming's heart exploded. In his body, the 8 dragon powers suddenly burst out, filling his body with an extremely powerful strength. Lu Ming took a step forward and charged into Xian Yanqing's force field like a black spear. He activated the prison's suppressing heaven technique and threw a punch at one of the demons. This devil clansman had never thought that someone would attack him at this time. He reacted and wanted to dodge, but it was too late. Bang! Lu Ming's punch landed directly on the back of the Masha clansman. A terrifying force exploded, piercing a large hole in the Masha clansman's body and killing him in one blow. When Xian Yanqing heard the commotion, he thought that more reinforcements from the Fiend clan had arrived, so he instinctively looked in their direction. When she saw Lu Ming's figure, her delicate body trembled and her eyes were filled with disbelief. At this moment, her gaze was completely focused on Lu Ming. She could not move her eyes away. Buzz! A sharp sound was heard as it approached Xian Yanqing. Be careful! Lu Ming was shocked and furious. He rushed towards Xian Yanqing at top speed. At this moment, one of the demons seized the opportunity to attack Xian Yanqing. After Lu Ming's shout, Xian Yanqing finally reacted. He activated his force field and retreated quickly. However, he was still a step too late. His shoulder was pierced by the sharp-boned spur of the Fiend clan. A small wound appeared and blood flowed out. You're looking for death. Lu Ming let out a long howl as his 3rd bloodline emerged. A trace of energy surged into Lu Ming's body, causing his hair and eyes to turn blood red. Kill! His 3rd bloodline turned into a combat sword. Lu Ming held the blood-colored combat sword in his hand and used the 9 Dragons' Heaven stomping steps to appear in front of the sneak-attacking Fiend clan member. He slashed out with his sword, and a sword light burst forth, directly splitting the 6th-level spiritual god realm expert into two. Lu Ming. Xian Yanqing did not care about his injuries. His eyes were still fixed on Lu Ming. He did not want to look away. She was afraid. She was afraid that all of this was just an illusion, a dream. Once she looked away, everything in front of her would disappear. She had already lost count of how many times she had had such a dream. "Little Qing, I'm here." Lu Ming reached out and held Xian Yanqing's small hand. Xian Yanqing's hand was cold. The heat from Lu Ming's palm was transmitted to Xian Yanqing's small hand. Xian Yanqing's body trembled, and tears welled up in his big eyes. "Lu Ming, is it really you? I'm not dreaming?" Xian Yanqing looked at Lu Ming in a daze. His little hand clutched Lu Ming's big hand tightly, as if he was afraid that Lu Ming would disappear if he let go. "Idiot, it's really me. Let's kill these fiend clan members first," Lu Ming said gently, then scanned his surroundings. Lu Ming's sudden appearance and his lightning-fast killing of two of the Masha clan's experts shocked the other Masha clan members. They retreated far away and did not attack for a while. He's also a human at the 3rd level of the spiritual god realm. Just now, he launched a surprise attack and killed the two of us. There's nothing to be afraid of. If we join forces, it's enough to kill them. One of the Mo Sha clansmen said, his eyes cold. "That's right, let's attack together and kill." Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The remaining 9 demons attacked at the same time. The bone spikes in their palms pierced through the air and shot toward Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing. Sky Devil Force Field. Xian Yanqing finally collected his thoughts. With a shout, he pressed his palm and a terrifying force field exploded. After 3 years, Xian Yanqing had awakened his 3rd bloodline and his cultivation had reached the 3rd level of the spiritual god realm. Her force field seemed to have made a breakthrough and become even more terrifying. The demonic energy field enveloped the area. At the same time, there was a terrifying destructive power in the energy field, which greatly reduced the speed of the Masha clan. However, Lu Ming was not affected at all. This intent. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. He realized that Xian Yanqing's intent realm was more powerful than before. It was a terrifying demonic intent realm. Without much time to think, Lu Ming stepped forward. His killing intent was like a tide as he charged towards the Masha clan. He realized that the 8th dragon power was indeed powerful. Now that all 8 dragon powers were unleashed, his combat power was even stronger than before. Buzz! Lu Ming appeared in front of one of the Masha clansmen. His cold killing intent enveloped him, causing the Masha clansman to shudder. Whoosh! The blood-red sword light slashed toward the fiend clansman. The terrifying power shocked the fiend clansman, and he hurriedly blocked it with his bone spur. The bone spur was broken with a clang. With a flash of sword light, the arm of the demon Sha was cut off. The Masha clansman was horrified. He wanted to escape, but Lu Ming's 2nd sword attack was launched. Poochie! Blood spurted out and a head flew high into the air. A 6th-level spiritual god realm demonic Sha clan member was killed in an instant. If Lu Ming were to deal with a 6th-level spiritual god realm demonic Sha clan alone, it would not be so easy to kill him without a sneak attack. It would most likely take some effort. However, with Xian Yanqing's help, killing a 6th-level spiritual god realm Mo Sha was a piece of cake. Buzz! After killing the one from the Masha clan, Lu Ming went on to kill another. At this moment, the two of them seemed to have returned to the past, back to the time when they were adventuring together in the East Continent. At that time, the two of them had also cooperated like this. The cooperation between the two of them was already very tacit. Chapter 1143 You finally came. Lotus Sword Kill. Xian Yanqing shouted. Black lotus flowers appeared around her. The petals formed a black lotus sword in the sky and attacked the fiend clan. Each of the lotus swords was terrifyingly powerful. With intent lingering around them, they cut through the sky and directly cut open a hideous hole in the space. The Fiend clan members could only divert their attention to block the Lotus swords, and their combat strength was once again affected. Pucci! Lu Ming rushed over and killed another Masha clan member in less than 2 moves. Not good. The cooperation between these two is too terrifying. Some of the Mo Sha clansmen cried out in fear. Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing's cooperation was terrifyingly powerful. It was not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. Their combat strength had increased by several times. The Devil clan retreated. What are you afraid of? Let's attack together. At this moment, an ear-piercing sound was heard. Not far away, a terrifying sharp light flew over, emitting a powerful aura. 7th level spiritual god realm. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. This was a 7th level spiritual god realm demon. When they discovered that a 7th level spiritual god realm fiend had appeared, the other fiend clan's confidence increased greatly. The 7th level of the spiritual god realm was much more powerful than the 6th level. Kill! Kill! The Masha clan tried their best to break through the force field and charge toward Lu Ming. Whoosh! The 7th level spiritual god realm fiend immediately charged at Xian Yanqing. He could already tell that Xian Yanqing had too much influence in the group battle. It would be much easier to deal with Lu Ming after dealing with Xian Yanqing. The 7th level spiritual god realm Masha clansmen charged into the heavenly demonic force field, emitting a demonic shriek as they collided with the force field, bringing with them a series of flames. However, he still broke through the force field and charged towards Xian Yanqing. Xian Yanqing waved his hands and the Black Lotus sword flew towards his opponent, but it was also deflected by his opponent's bone spurs. Kill! At this moment, Lu Ming's figure moved and appeared in front of the 7th level spiritual god realm Masha clansman. He slashed out with his blood-red combat sword and collided with the other party's bone spur. With a ding, Lu Ming and the other party retreated at the same time. The Masha clansman was taken aback. He did not expect Lu Ming to be so powerful. He was only at the 3rd level of the spiritual god realm, but he could actually force him to retreat. Roar! The 9 dragons' bloodline appeared above Lu Ming's head. Lu Ming combined his bloodline and transformed into 9 dragons. The 9 dragons roared and their devouring power burst forth. Together with Xian Yanqing's force field, they enveloped the Masha. At the same time, he used the 9 dragon step and charged toward the Devil clan. On the other side, Xian Yanqing also used bloodline fusion and turned into a magnificent otherworldly demon. His demonic power was vast, and his force field was even stronger. He pressed down with his jade-like hand, and a black jade-like palm print pressed toward the fiend. Boom! Boom! Facing the joint attack of the two, the 7th level spiritual god realm Masha clan was forced to retreat and spit out large mouthfuls of blood. Prison guard kill. With the 9 dragon steps, every inch of his body was able to unleash the Strangle Hell Heaven technique. The dragon claws swiped down and the dragon tail swept down. It was extremely terrifying. Moreover, Lu Ming had once comprehended a true dragon combat technique from the myriad elephant jade wall of the Tianxia Academy. When they worked together, they were even more powerful. Bang! Blood kept spurting out of the mouth of the Devil clansman. His last wing was torn off by the 9 dragons' claws. Then, the sky demon that Xian Yanqing had turned into slammed his palm on the chest of the fiend, almost splitting him into pieces. Although he didn't die, he was half dead. No, no! The Devil clansman roared and wanted to escape. At this moment, he was extremely frightened. He had never expected that 2 ants at the 3rd level of the spiritual god realm would be so powerful. The 2 of them had joined forces and actually beat him, a 7th level spiritual god realm existence, to the point where he had no power to fight back. However, it was too late for him to escape now. Bang! The 9 dragons' dragon claws swiped down and smashed into the head of the Devil clansman, piercing through his head. A 7th level spiritual god realm martial artist died. Run! The hearts of the remaining Mo Sha clansmen almost stopped beating. This was too terrifying. An expert in the 7th level of the spiritual god realm had died just like that. It had only been a few moves. All of you stay. The 9 dragons roared, and the devouring power spread rapidly, engulfing the rest of the Devil clan. At the same time, Xian Yanqing's demonic force field expanded and enveloped all the demons. Roar! With the 9 dragon steps, he instantly appeared in front of one of the Masha clansmen. With a swipe of his claws, he killed the man. The sky demon that Xian Yanqing had transformed into also stepped forward and slapped down with her jade-like palm. One of the fiend clan members was torn apart. With the 2 of them working together, killing a 6th-level spiritual god realm demonic Sha was as easy as chopping vegetables. No matter how much the fiend demons roared, it was useless. They were all killed. In less than a minute, the remaining demons were all killed, and their blood essence and energy were all devoured by the 9 dragons. At that moment, the 9 dragons shrunk rapidly and turned back into Lu Ming. Xian Yanqing also kept his blood meridian. The 2 of them stood in the air and looked at each other. Their eyes were filled with longing for each other. Lu Ming! Xian Yanqing exclaimed. After the battle, Xian Yanqing was finally sure that everything was real and not a dream. Lu Ming had really come to the Abyss Demon territory and she had really seen him. At the same time, the 2 of them walked toward each other. They were very close to each other, and they stared at each other. Xian Yanqing couldn't hold back the tears in his eyes anymore. They flowed down his cheeks. Little Qing. Lu Ming reached out and wiped away the tears on Xian Yanqing's face. Lu Ming, you're finally here. Xian Yanqing pounced into Lu Ming's arms. Lu Ming hugged Xian Yanqing tightly as if he wanted to pull Xian Yanqing into his body and never separate. Little Qing, let's leave this place first. Lu Ming said. A great battle had just taken place here, so who knew when the Devil clan would come again? Xian Yanqing nodded. Lu Ming held Xian Yanqing's hand and randomly chose a direction to fly in. After traveling more than 100,000 miles, Lu Ming found a hidden place and the 2 of them entered the mountain and river diagram. An estate world treasure. Xian Yanqing blinked his eyes. Okay, little Qing, you should heal first. Lu Ming asked in concern. Xian Yanqing's shoulder had been stabbed just now and it was not a light injury. Xian Yanqing nodded, sat down cross-legged and began to heal. Half a day later, Xian Yanqing's injuries were completely healed. On a mountain peak in the mountain and river diagram, the 2 of them sat side by side. Xian Yanqing's head was on Lu Ming's shoulder as they chatted about their experiences during this period of time. The 2 of them had not seen each other for more than 3 years and had too many things to say. Lu Ming told him about his experiences over the past few years. Xian Yanqing's heart was in turmoil. Every time he heard that Lu Ming was in danger, Xian Yanqing would exclaim softly and worry for Lu Ming. At this moment, Xian Yanqing had completely turned into a little woman. She leaned on Lu Ming's shoulder and hugged his arm. She would not talk back to Lu Ming, but she would also shout and want to step on him. She just wanted to listen to Lu Ming quietly. That was enough. Reunion after a long separation. When Lu Ming told him about how he came to the Holy City, participated in the competition of the younger generation, and how he entered the Abyss Demon territory, Xian Yanqing's eyes flashed with a trace of coldness. Lu Ming, you've been deceived by them. Like me, it's very difficult to get 10,000 points. Then he looked at Lu Ming affectionately and said, Lu Ming, why are you so silly? It's all because of me that you're in this place. You fool, if I didn't come here to find you myself, I wouldn't be at ease. By the way, did you come here after you came back from 9 dragons? Lu Ming asked. Xian Yanqing nodded and said, when I first came back, Xie Qitian sent someone to send me to the Abyss Demon territory. Unfortunately, although they knew that my bloodline was inclined to darkness, they didn't know that my bloodline was the heavenly demon bloodline. In the Abyss Demon territory, I was like a fish in water. My cultivation speed was faster than the outside world. Moreover, I've awakened the third bloodline. Using the demon chi and demon stones, my cultivation speed was even faster. At this point, Xian Yanqing's voice turned cold. He seemed to be filled with hatred for the Xie family. Lu Ming tightened his grip on Xian Yanqing's arm. One could imagine that Xian Yanqing had been struggling and cultivating alone in the abyss demon territory for the past few years. He had been walking on the edge of life and death. Otherwise, he would not have such a high cultivation level. At the thought of this, Lu Ming's heart ached. Lu Ming, I'm so happy that you're here. Xian Yanqing's voice whispered in Lu Ming's ear. Lu Ming's head turned slightly. He looked at the beautiful face that was right in front of him and felt Xian Yanqing's gentle breathing. He could only feel his heart beating rapidly. This unpolished face was peerless and alluring. The faint smile that was brimming on her face seemed to be Lu Ming's everything. The two of them had not seen each other for a long time, so they naturally had a moment of warmth. It's really painful to the eyes. After an unknown period of time, a sudden cry interrupted the two of them. The two of them opened their eyes at the same time and saw Dandan not far away, staring at them with her eyes wide open. Xian Yanqing's face turned red. Even his ears and neck were red. Continue, you guys continue, don't worry about me. When he saw the two of them looking at him, Dandan said leisurely. Get lost. Lu Ming swung his palm, and a palm print condensed from quintessential essence blasted toward Dandan. Dandan was sent flying like a rock by Lu Ming's palm. Arg. Lu Ming, you're a guy who values your lover over your friends. No, I mean you're a guy who values your seniors over your friends. Dandan's voice came from far away. In the end, it turned into a black dot and disappeared in the air. No one knew how far it had flown. After Dandan's ruckus, the two's boiling blood also calmed down. Lecherous. Xian Yanqing tidied up his messy clothes and said with a red face. Lu Ming chuckled and held Xian Yanqing's hand. Little Qing, why did those Emo Sha race attack you earlier? Because of a golem. Xian Yanqing said. Then, a demon statue appeared in her hand. The demonic statue was very small, only the size of a fist, but it exuded a terrifying demonic will. This demonic will was arrogant and overbearing, as if it wanted to destroy the heavens and dominate the world. What a strong demonic intent. Lu Ming was secretly shocked. It was only a golem and it was already so terrifying. This golem was definitely a valuable treasure to cultivators of the demonic path or to the Fiend clan. No wonder so many powerful people from the Fiend clan wanted to surround Xian Yanqing. I obtained this devil statue from the Devil Tablet Mountain. Xian Yanqing said. Then he put away the golem and the pressure around him disappeared. Little Qing, did you really enter the Devil Tablet Mountain? I heard that it's very dangerous there, and everyone who entered died. Although he knew that Xian Yanqing was fine, Lu Ming could not help but worry. I've heard that the Devil Tablet Mountain is indeed very dangerous. In the past, many Devil Clan and human warriors had died. However, I don't know why, but when I get close to this place, I feel a strong throbbing in my heart, as if I'm being summoned by something. There seems to be something on the Devil Tablet Mountain that is attracting me. That's why I took the risk and entered the Devil Tablet Mountain. But the strange thing is that I didn't encounter any danger when I entered the Devil Tablet Mountain. Instead, I obtained an opportunity and had a breakthrough in my cultivation. Otherwise, I wouldn't have my current cultivation and I would still be able to bring out this devil statue. Xian Yanqing said. You also have this feeling? What is it that is attracting you? Lu Ming was shocked. Xian Yanqing looked at Lu Ming in surprise. Don't tell me you have one too. That's right. Ever since I got close to the Devil Tablet Mountain, my second bloodline has been burning and restless. It's as if something is attracting it. If I didn't control it, it would have appeared on its own. Lu Ming frowned slightly. He felt that this was very unbelievable. Little Qing, what's in the Devil Tablet Mountain? I don't know. I was just walking around the outer area and didn't go in. The Devil Tablet Mountain was covered in fog and I couldn't see clearly. I was planning to study this devil statue before entering the Devil Tablet Mountain, Xian Yanqing said. Then, the two of them discussed for a while more, but they still couldn't come to a conclusion. In the end, they decided to go and explore the Devil Tablet Mountain. This was because there was no danger when Xian Yanqing entered. The two of them chatted for a while more before walking out of the mountain and river diagram and looking at the Devil Tablet Mountain in the distance. Even though they were very far apart, Lu Ming's prison-suppressing steel bloodline still throbbed. As for Xian Yanqing, the bloodline at her spine was also emitting a faint blood-red light. Chapter 1145 Entering the Devil Tablet Mountain. The two of them concealed their auras and moved closer to the Devil Tablet Mountain. Along the way, they sensed the aura of the Mo Sha clan, and the two of them went around them. The two of them were getting closer and closer to the Devil Tablet Mountain. The closer they got, the more the prison-suppressing steel bloodline in Lu Ming's body throbbed and felt hot. Soon, the two of them were 100 miles away from the Devil Tablet Mountain. There was already a faint black mist permeating the air. The two of them didn't back off and continued to move forward. In the blink of an eye, they had crossed 100 miles and entered the Devil Tablet Mountain's territory. Suddenly, a loud roar rang in Lu Ming's mind. This voice was filled with a lawless feeling, but it also revealed a sense of helplessness and unwillingness. Black mist filled the air. With their cultivation, they could only see within 20 meters. Moreover, there was a terrifying pressure on the two of them, making it difficult for them to fly. They could only land on the ground and walk forward. Little Qing, be careful. Lu Ming held Xian Yanqing's hand and walked forward carefully. Buzz! Lu Ming's spine was suffused with a blood-red light. The prison-suppressing steel's bloodline was beating continuously and it was getting stronger. Lu Ming controlled the prison-suppressing steel's bloodline and did not let it manifest. The two of them walked for half a day and felt that they were already halfway up the mountain. They were getting closer and closer to the peak. That throbbing feeling came from the top of the mountain. Xian Yanqing's presence here also had a strong attraction to it, and it made her bloodline throb. So many bones. All of a sudden, Lu Ming noticed that there were skeletons on the ground. The skeleton wasn't big, and it was obvious that it was from the Devil Clan. It was rumored that many of the Devil Clan had died here. It seemed to be true. Furthermore, these skeletons all had storage rings on their fingers. Xian Yanqing grabbed a storage ring in the air. The next moment, he took out a pile of black stones from the storage ring. The stones emitted a strong demonic qi. This is a demonic stone. It's very useful for those who cultivate the demonic path. To me, it's even more useful than a raw stone. Xian Yanqing explained. There are many storage rings here. They might contain magic stones. Take them. They will be of great use to you when we leave this place in the future. Lu Ming said. He reached out and drew in the storage rings one by one, handing them to Xian Yanqing. Xian Yanqing cultivated the demonic Tao, so these demonic stones were most suitable for him. Xian Yanqing took them and kept them one by one. Then, the two of them searched around and found many bones of the Mo Sha clan. Of course, there were also the bones of humans, but they were very few. Devil! 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 At this point, the sound became louder and louder. This sound was directly transmitted to the mind and not through the ears. It was as if there was a peerless demon emperor shouting and roaring from above. The two of them continued to move forward. Along the way, they collected the storage rings of every Devil Clan skeleton they came across. Along the way, they collected no less than 100 storage rings and a large number of demonic stones. Just these storage rings alone were a huge profit. After another half a day, the two of them finally reached the top of the mountain. The two of them did not encounter any danger along the way. This made the two of them secretly amazed. The Devil Tablet Mountain was very dangerous and anyone who entered would die. This sentence could be verified by the bones of the Devil Clan and Human Clan along the way. However, the two of them had been very calm along the way. Other than the constant demonic sounds, there was no other movement. Buzz! When he arrived, Lu Ming's spine was filled with a bloody light. The prison-suppressing steel's blood meridian was beating wildly. Even Lu Ming himself could not suppress it. The bloodline of the prison-suppressing steel emerged with a loud vibration. It expanded rapidly and shook violently. Buzz! In front of them, on the mountaintop, there was a terrifying tremor. Then they saw the black fog roll and split into two. The scenery in front of them was completely exposed. Seeing the scene in front of them, their hearts trembled and they were dumbfounded. There was another stone tablet in front of him. A stone tablet. This stone tablet was extremely huge. It was like a majestic mountain. On the stone tablet, there was only one big word tablet. There was only one word, tablet, at the top of the stone tablet. It was uneven, as if it was not a complete stone tablet, but only a part of it. The stone tablet was filled with an ancient aura. Its color was very similar to Lu Ming's prison-suppressing steel bloodline. Buzz! Lu Ming's prison-suppressing steel bloodline flew out and stopped in front of the steel. The two of them kept shaking and emitted a bright light, as if they were responding to each other. Lu Ming, why do I feel that your bloodline is so similar to this stone tablet? It's as if they're one. Xian Yanqing was extremely surprised. Lu Ming himself was also extremely shocked. This was because he felt that this stone tablet gave him a very familiar feeling. He knew that the throbbing earlier had all come from this stone tablet. The two stone tablets trembled, and brilliant light filled the air. The Masha clansmen around the Devil Tablet Mountain also noticed it. The strange movement of the Devil Tablet Mountain, could it be that a peerless treasure has appeared? It's a brilliant light. A peerless demonic treasure has appeared. Let's go and take a look. Figures gathered at the Devil Tablet Mountain one after another. Each of them exuded a mighty demonic aura. They were all experts from the Devil clan. Even the weakest among them was at the 5th level of the spiritual god realm. There were even experts at the 7th level of the spiritual god realm. A group of Mo Sha appeared 100 miles away from the Devil Tablet Mountain. At this moment, the black mist on the top of the Devil Tablet Mountain became very thin. One could clearly see the huge stone tablet shining brightly. However, the Devil clan stopped here and didn't dare to go any closer. The Devil Tablet Mountain's reputation wasn't just for show. Anyone who entered would die, so they stopped. However, when they saw the stone monument shining with a blinding light, the Devil clan couldn't help but give in. Now that the Devil Tablet Mountain has changed, it might not be dangerous. That's right. I saw that human girl go in and bring out a devil statue. Nothing happened to it. It's time for the Devil Tablet Mountain to come out. Shriveled sounds rang out one after another, and the eyes of many of the Masha clansmen shone with a scorching light. Charge! A portion of the Mo Sha finally couldn't take it anymore and roared as they charged towards the Devil Tablet Mountain. As soon as they entered the range of the Devil Tablet Mountain, a voice rang out in their minds, "Devil! Devil! Devil!" The demonic sound filled his mind and was filled with a terrifying destructive power. A few of the 5th and 6th level spiritual god realm demons screamed in pain. Their bodies were like dumplings in a pot, falling from the sky and landing on the ground. They were no longer breathing. At least 20 of them had died in an instant. A few of the 7th level spiritual god realm demonic Sha clansmen roared and retreated frantically, blood flowing from their 7 orifices. It can obliterate souls. A 7th level spiritual god realm demonic Sha clan member roared and retreated hundreds of miles in fear. The other Mo Sha clansmen who didn't move forward were rejoicing. They were rejoicing that they had held back. Otherwise, they would probably end up the same way. Chapter 1146 The True Form of the Prison-Suppressing Steel. At the top of the Devil Steel Mountain, Lu Ming's prison-suppressing steel bloodline and the huge steel sensed each other. They emitted a bright light and trembled continuously. At this moment, The shaking was getting more and more intense. Buzz! The huge stone tablet buzzed and the entire mountain shook. Huge rocks on the ground exploded and the stone tablet was rising slowly. The steel rose up as if it was going to leave the mountain with the prison-suppressing steel bloodline. Slowly, the stone tablet rose up inch by inch. It seemed that a section of the stone tablet was embedded in the mountain. Boom! Suddenly, an extremely terrifying aura burst out from under the stone tablet. This aura was extremely overbearing and dominated the world. At the same time, a monstrous demonic chi filled the air, as if a supreme demon was about to be born. Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing could vaguely see a tall figure under the stone tablet. It was a middle-aged man with a burly figure and long black hair. His demonic aura was overwhelming, like a demonic god. The aura of an emperor. This is an emperor, a demon emperor. Lu Ming's heart trembled. He could feel the mighty pressure of an emperor from this figure. This was the pressure unique to an emperor. Could it be that there's an emperor suppressed under the stone tablet? A demon emperor. Lu Ming's mind whirred and he thought of many things. Haha, after so many years, I can finally get away. The demonic figure let out an excited roar. Its terrifying aura surged and hit Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing. Lu Ming's five-colored concept surrounded his body. His essential core surged and his dragon power erupted to resist the pressure. The heavenly demon bloodline appeared above Xian Yanqing's head and blocked the aura. No, we can't let this demon emperor come out. Otherwise, little Qing and I won't be able to withstand a single slap from him. Lu Ming's mind turned and his eyes focused. His mind was completely immersed in the prison-suppressing steel's blood meridian. Come back here. Lu Ming roared in his heart. A bloody light spread out from his spine as he controlled the prison-suppressing steel bloodline with all his might, trying to retrieve it. Buzz! The blood meridian of the prison-suppressing steel trembled violently and was slowly pulled back by Lu Ming. Come back here. Lu Ming kept shouting in his heart. The blood-red light seemed to turn into a substance and his eyes were red. Whoosh! In the end, the prison-suppressing steel's bloodline was pulled back by Lu Ming. It turned into a ray of blood light and flew into Lu Ming's spine, disappearing. Boom! The bloodline of the prison-suppressing steel was taken back, and the light of the huge steel dimmed and fell down again. No! An unwilling roar came from under the stone tablet. With a loud boom, the huge stone tablet came crashing down, and the entire mountain shook violently. The monstrous demonic aura also disappeared in an instant. Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing felt their bodies lighten, and they let out a long sigh of relief. The two of them looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. The two of them did not expect that there would be a devil emperor suppressed on the Devil Tablet Mountain. No wonder all the Fiend clan members who entered this place had died. It must be the doing of this devil emperor. Lu Ming, the reason why I feel my blood throbbing and a strong attraction is most likely because of this demon emperor. Xian Yanqing muttered. It should be so. Lu Ming nodded. Xian Yanqing was here because of the demon emperor, while he was here because of the huge stone tablet, a broken one. What is this stone tablet? Why does it have a connection with my bloodline? Lu Ming had many questions in his heart. Kid, use your bloodline and let me out. At this moment, a deep voice came from under the prison-suppressing steel. It was the Demon Emperor. Senior, you're the Demon Emperor, while the two of us are only low-level spiritual gods. If we let you out and you kill us with a single slap, wouldn't we be in deep trouble? Lu Ming pondered for a moment and said, since you know that I'm the Demon Emperor, why would you do such a thing? You saved this emperor, so you are this emperor's benefactor. This emperor will definitely repay you generously. The demon empress continued to speak under the steel. That being said, I still don't trust you. Lu Ming said bluntly. Lu Ming did not dare to be careless in the face of an emperor. Otherwise, he would be killed with a single slap. There was silence under the stone tablet, as if they were thinking about what to say. After a while, the voice spoke again. Kid, your bloodline should be the bloodline of the prison-suppressing steel, right? I didn't expect that someone in this world could really awaken such a bloodline. Lu Ming's eyes flashed, but he did not say anything. Kid, let me tell you. The steel in front of you is the real prison-guarding steel, the original body of your bloodline. The demon sovereign's voice was heard, causing Lu Ming's heart to tremble. What? Is this broken steel the real prison-guarding steel? Lu Ming's eyes widened suddenly. He was in shock and he looked at the huge stone tablet in front of him in disbelief. Otherwise, why do you think your bloodline can resonate with this stone tablet? Because they were originally one. The demon empress continued. Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing were shocked. It was said that the bloodline awakened by all martial artists could be traced back to the world. It was real. Some of them might have gone extinct in the immemorial era and had never appeared again. Some could be found in the modern era. Lu Ming initially thought that the prison-suppressing steel might be an ancient item from a long time ago. He did not expect to see the real body in this world. This made it difficult for him to calm down. It is said that the prison-suppressing steel was a supreme divine object in the distant past. It was broken into several pieces in a great battle. The one in front of you is a fragment of the prison-suppressing steel. The prison-suppressing steel can suppress all living things in the world. If not for this steel, how could it suppress me? The demon sovereign explained Lu Ming's doubts. His tone revealed his unrivaled confidence. So, as long as you control your bloodline, you can take this prison-guarding steel away. If your bloodline is integrated with the real prison-guarding steel, you will obtain great benefits and a supreme divine item. If you can collect all the other pieces of the prison-guarding steel in the future, you can use this treasure to dominate the world. The demon empress continued to speak. Her words were filled with temptation. Lu Ming was indeed very tempted. There was a hint of passion in his eyes. Bloodline was just a bloodline. It could be said to be illusionary and had a part of the power of a real object. It could also be said to be a kind of inheritance. For example, warriors with the true dragon bloodline could comprehend the true dragon's combat skills and borrow part of the true dragon's power. The stronger they were, the stronger the power they could exert. However, it was not the true body, so it could not be as powerful as the true body. However, with the help of his main body, it was a different story. Lu Ming did not expect that he would encounter the true form of the prison-suppressing steel bloodline. Now that he had encountered it, he really did not want to miss it. Lu Ming furrowed his brows tightly, various thoughts running through his mind rapidly. To release or not to release? Lu Ming could not make a decision. If he let the demon sovereign out and the demon sovereign went back on his word, they would be in real danger. The sovereign of chaos, Xiel Wan. Seeing that Lu Ming seemed to be moved, the demon sovereign continued, "Moreover, this girl's bloodline is very similar to mine. If I come out, I can pass on all my skills to her. With her talent, she will become an emperor in the future. She might even surpass me in the future." The demon empress continuously tossed out temptations. Moreover, they were all temptations that were difficult to refuse. The legacy of a demon empress was definitely a great temptation. "Lu Ming, you decide." Xian Yanqing held Lu Ming's hand and said, "Little Qing, it wasn't easy for me to find you, so how could I take you on an adventure? You don't have to take these worldly possessions." Lu Ming held Xian Yanqing's hand and was about to walk back. "Come back, what are you doing? Or do you not trust me? I, Xiel Wan, am actually the kind of person who goes back on his word?" Seeing that Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing were about to leave, the demon emperor panicked and shouted continuously. Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing shuddered at the same time. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. "Xiel Wan? Xiel Wan, the sovereign of chaos? How was that possible?" The two of them turned around again and looked at the huge stone tablet. "You're Xiel Wan?" Xian Yanqing opened his mouth, his eyes filled with disbelief. Xiel Wan, the unparalleled figure of the royal Xie family 30,000 years ago, was also a taboo of the royal Xie family. With his power alone, he had changed the entire central continent situation from the ancient Saint dynasty to today's divided lands. He was an alien bloodline of the Xie family, just like Xian Yanqing. However, this was a figure from 30,000 years ago. How could he still be alive? That's right, I'm Xie Luan, the sovereign of the chaotic heavens. Nuwa, your bloodline is very similar to mine, and you're also a variant of the Xie clan's bloodline, right? The demon empress smiled meaningfully. Impossible. As far as I know, emperors can only live for 10 to 20,000 years at most. If you are Xie Luan, how could you still be alive? Lu Ming said loudly. When the steel floated up, he had sensed the aura of life, not just a wisp of mark, which meant that Xie Luan was still alive. How could an emperor live for 30,000 years? It's all thanks to the prison-suppressing steel. It suppresses my body and slows down the flow of my life by several times. 30,000 years is only about 10,000 years for me. If I'm suppressed for another 30,000 years, I'm really going to disappear. The demon empress explained with a sigh. However, Lu Ming's gaze was still uncertain. Lu Ming, what this person said should be true. I can sense that this person is from the same bloodline as me. Our bloodlines are very similar. Xian Yanqing whispered to Lu Ming. Was the other party really Xie Luan? The two of them were still unable to calm down. It was said that Xie Luan had rebelled and fought a great war with the imperial family. The battle was earth-shattering, and countless experts of the imperial family had been killed by Xie Luan. In the end, Xie Luan had still been defeated and killed by the experts of the imperial family. Could it be that Xie Luan did not die, but was instead suppressed here? Back then, no one in the royal family could kill me. They could only suppress me here with the help of the prison-guarding steel, hoping that time would kill me. But they didn't expect that although the prison-guarding steel suppressed me, it also slowed down the loss of my life by several times. Boy, you and this girl from the Xie family must have been exiled here by the royal family, right? I can imagine that after what happened to me that year, the royal family and the Xie family must be more than 10 times more wary of foreign bloodlines. I'm surprised that they didn't kill you directly. The demon empress continued. Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing were silent. Do you want to be exiled to the demon realm of hell forever? As long as you let me out, I'll take you and break out of the abyss demon realm. Don't worry, I've always been a man of my word, and I'll always repay kindness and hatred. The demon empress continued. Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing were moved by his words. It was even more tempting than getting the prison-suppressing steel or the demon emperor's inheritance. The biggest problem they were facing now was how to get out. It was obvious that Xie Qitian wanted to exile them here for the rest of their lives, trapping them in the abyss demon territory. However, Lu Ming still had many things to do. He had besieged Mount Liang. His family and friends were all at Mount Liang. He had to get out. All right, I'll let you out. In the end, Lu Ming decided to take a gamble. This was their only chance. All right, you just need to control the bloodline of the prison-suppressing steel and take it. That will do. The demon emperor's voice rang out. Buzz. Lu Ming did not hesitate anymore. With a thought, the prison-suppressing steel bloodline emerged. As soon as the prison-suppressing steel bloodline appeared, it had a strong connection with the huge steel. It grew rapidly, shook continuously, and emitted a bright light. Collect! Lu Ming shouted and controlled the prison-suppressing steel's bloodline, trying to put the huge steel away. Wang wang wang! The giant stone tablet kept shaking. The word, tablet, on it was glowing and it was almost identical to the word on the prison-suppressing steel bloodline. Be it the strokes or the aura, they were all the same. Lu Ming was certain that this was the true form of the prison-suppressing steel. It was a fragment of the prison-suppressing steel. The fragment of the prison-suppressing steel slowly floated up and rose into the air. Demonic chi filled the sky below. The burly figure appeared again, and a vast demonic might filled the sky. Collect! Lu Ming shouted. The fragment of the prison-suppressing steel shook and flew into the sky with a loud bang. However, the demonic shadow below also flew out with the prison-suppressing steel and entered it. One could see that a huge demonic shadow was trapped in the fragment of the prison-suppressing steel. What's going on? Lu Ming was a little surprised. I've been suppressed by the fragment of the prison-suppressing steel for too long. My demonic body is almost obliterated, and my demonic power is almost exhausted. The aura of the fragment and I have almost become one. Even if the fragment leaves the ground, it's still suppressing me. I can't get out unless I recover my cultivation to the Emperor realm. The Demon Emperor, Xiao Wan, sighed. I see. Then how will you help us get out of the Abyss Demon realm? Lu Ming said. It's simple. You just need to merge the fragment with your blood and put it in your spine. Then, you'll have initial control over it. As long as you withdraw the suppressing power, I can get out of it. However, I can't go too far away from the fragment, or I'll still be suppressed by the suppressing power. Xiao Wan explained. Lu Ming nodded and began to control the bloodline of the prison-suppressing steel to merge with the fragment. A moment later, the bloodline of the prison-guarding steel merged with the fragment. At this moment, the fragment of the prison-suppressing steel shrunk rapidly and merged with the bloodline of the prison-suppressing steel. He could clearly see that the lower part of the bloodline was shining like a real entity, taking up about 1/3 of the area, while the upper 2/3 still looked unreal. This was the real fragment of the prison-guarding steel. There was no mistake. Collect. With a single thought, the prison-suppressing steel turned into a ray of light and sank into Lu Ming's spine. Chapter 1148 Charge Out. Then, with a thought, the prison-suppressing steel bloodline appeared again. If I perform the bloodline fusion now and turn into the prison-suppressing steel, I'm afraid the power will be amazing. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He could feel waves of vast energy coming from the prison-suppressing steel's blood meridian. The level of the prison-suppressing steel's bloodline did not increase. It was still at divine level 7. However, Lu Ming could feel that its power was very shocking. If he used the bloodline fusion, it would not be weaker than a divine level 9th bloodline. It might even be stronger. My cultivation is still too weak, so I can't fully exert the power of the prison-suppressing steel bloodline. As my cultivation improves, I'll be able to exert more power. Thoughts flashed through Lu Ming's mind and he smiled. This way, the fusion of the prison-suppressing steel's bloodline would become his most powerful trump card. I wonder if I'll be stronger if I use the prison-suppressing heavenly art. Lu Ming was looking forward to it. One could still see Xie Luan's figure at the bottom of the prison-suppressing steel, faintly discernible. Lu Ming's mind sank into the prison-suppressing steel bloodline. He adjusted the suppression power of the prison-suppressing steel bloodline on purpose, adjusting the suppression on Xie Luan. Buzz! The prison-suppressing steel shook, and Xie Luan stepped out of it and appeared in the air. Boom! A vast demonic might burst out and broke through the clouds. Haha, I'm finally out. Xie Wan laughed heartily. His long hair was loose, and his brows were sharp and his eyes handsome. One could tell that he had been a peerless beauty in his youth, but now he seemed to have gone mad. Lu Ming could understand. A person who had been suppressed for 30,000 years would be considered lucky if he did not go crazy. After a long while, Xie Wan finally calmed down. He looked at Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing and said, "Let's go, I'll bring you guys out of here." A wave of demonic energy swept up Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing. Xie Wan took a step forward and appeared at the periphery of the Devil Tablet Mountain. Many of the Mo Sha clansmen looked at them in shock. It just so happens that I have some tonics that can help me recover some of my strength. Xie Wan's cold voice came out of his mouth. The next moment, a terrifying demonic qi exploded from his body, enveloping all the fiend clan members below. Not good, let's go. Ah, save me. Within the demonic qi, shrill screams were heard. Lu Ming saw many 5th and 6th level spiritual god realm demons turn into ashes without any resistance, turning into pure energy that was absorbed by Xie Luan. Xieluan's body was like a bottomless abyss, constantly absorbing the energy. The few 7th-level spiritual god realm demons were able to resist for a while, but as Xieluan took a step forward, they exploded in the air one by one, turning into energy and being absorbed by Xieluan. Xieluan's skin was wriggling, and his aura was getting stronger. It's a pity that these Emo Sha are too weak. My immortal demon body can only recover a little. I'm still thousands of miles away from my peak. Xieluan sighed. Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing were secretly shocked. The other party was indeed the demon emperor who had caused chaos in the world. He was truly terrifying. He had been suppressed for 30,000 years and had just come out, but his strength was still shocking. We can't stay here for long. I'm afraid the royal family and the Xie family will find out soon. Now kill our way out. Xieluan's eyes were filled with cold killing intent. He wrapped Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing in his demonic power and stepped forward at a terrifying speed, heading for the exit of the Abyss Demon Realm. In just a few moments, they had covered an unknown distance. The city at the exit of the Abyss Demon Realm was already in sight. Above the city, there was a light barrier that enveloped the entire city. Looking down from the sky, there were powerhouses guarding the city. In a flash, Xieluan, Lu Ming, and Xian Yanqing appeared in the sky above the city and struck down with a palm. A terrifying palm print hit the light shield. The light shield trembled violently, and a hole was created. Xieluan rushed in. Who is it? Not good, a demonic creature has broken in. Roars rang out from the city, and powerful qis rose up and charged at Xieluan. So many experts. Lu Ming was secretly shocked. Those auras were all powerful, overbearing, and extremely terrifying. Many of them were at the 5th or 6th level of the spiritual god realm, and he could even sense many of them above the 7th level of the spiritual god realm. All of you shall become my nourishment. Xieluan's eyes were cold, and his demonic qi was monstrous. He struck out with his palm, and a group of spiritual god realm experts exploded. They turned into rolling energy and poured into Xieluan's body. His aura grew stronger and stronger. Miserable shrieks continued to ring out as experts were killed one after another. Not good, this person is too strong. The experts were shocked and retreated frantically. You're looking for death. At this moment, a few terrifying auras rose from the depths of the city. A few figures appeared in front of them in an instant. So strong. He has surpassed the 8th level of the spiritual god realm. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. The people who appeared later were absolutely terrifying. Their auras were strong and above the 8th level of the spiritual god realm. There were two whose auras were vast and unfathomable. 2 9th-level spiritual god realm and 2 great circle spiritual god realm. Hee. Xieluan sneered and charged forward. Endless demonic qi condensed into a saber and slashed at his opponent. His opponent also exploded with powerful strength, and a terrifying attack poured towards Xieluan. The entire city was shaking and emitting a resplendent light. One after another, large formations were activated. If it weren't for these large formations, it would have already been destroyed. Ah! A scream was heard. A 9th-level spiritual god realm expert's head was cut off by Xieluan. His spiritual god flew out and was swept up by demonic qi. Xieluan absorbed it, and his aura grew stronger. The remaining 3 people's expressions changed drastically. They didn't dare to block it, and instead retreated rapidly. Xieluan didn't give chase. He led Lu Ming and the other man toward the exit. Where do you think you're going? A majestic voice resounded. In the sky, a huge palm print was formed. It was as big as a mountain, and it was filled with a mysterious aura. That aura was much stronger than the intent realm of heaven and earth. Paragon. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. This was the attack of a supreme martial artist. A supreme being was also considered to be in the great circle of the spiritual god stage. However, a supreme being was already half a step into the martial emperor stage and possessed some of the martial emperor's might. Their combat strength was much stronger than other Great Circle's spiritual gods. Ciel Wan's expression turned grave as the supreme martial artist made his move. The demonic blade in his hand exuded a terrifying demonic might. Chaotic heavens, demonic blade. Ciel Wan's saber slashed out, splitting the sky in half. The terrifying, pitch-black saber projection crashed into the giant palm. Boom! With a deafening boom, the giant palm was split open by the demonic blade, but Ciel Wan was also forced to retreat. In front of him, a white-haired old man stepped out. The aura of a supreme martial artist was revealed on his body. What kind of demonic being dares to barge into this place? The white-haired old man opened his mouth to speak, but before he could finish his words, he was stunned. His eyes were wide open as he stared at Ciel Wan, his eyes filled with fear, shock, and disbelief. What? How is that possible? The white-haired old man let out a roar of disbelief. Chapter 1149 Shock in the Royal Family. The white-haired supreme martial artist was completely stunned when he saw Ciel Wan. His eyes widened in shock, and he momentarily forgot to attack. Seizing the opportunity, Ciel Wan led Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing and dashed toward the exit. A few experts tried to stop him, but Ciel Wan sent them flying with a single slap. Ciel Wan, along with Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing, dashed into the door of light and disappeared. The white-haired supreme being only came to his senses after he watched Ciel Wan, Lu Ming, and the others disappear. Ark, who is that person? How could he be so powerful? An expert flew over to the white-haired sovereign and asked. They were very curious. The white-haired supreme martial artist had clearly been able to stop the other party, but he had stopped at the critical moment. I have seen this person's portrait before. This person? This person is the sovereign of chaos, Ciel Wan. The white-haired sovereign said in a heavy voice. What? The others widened their eyes in disbelief. Hurry up! The white-haired sovereign shouted and chased after the exit. The surroundings blurred and Lu Ming and the rest appeared from another door of light. This door of light was the entrance to the holy city. Kill! As soon as Ciel Wan appeared, he immediately charged upward. The demonic chi surged as it broke through all the barriers. Ciel Wan broke through all the barriers at the entrance, and finally broke through the earth and into the sky. Sila! Ciel Wan tore open the space and stepped into the crack with Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing, disappearing. At this moment, in the center of the sacred city, deep within the palace, Xia Qiqian, who was sitting cross-legged, suddenly opened his eyes. There was a look of shock and doubt in his eyes. What a powerful demonic chi and demonic power. This is the entrance to the abyss demon realm. Did something happen there? Xia Qiqian mumbled. He then stood up and took a step forward. The space around him split open and he disappeared. In the next moment, he reappeared in the sky above the entrance of the abyss demon territory. At this moment, the white-haired supreme martial artist was rushing out in a hurry and happened to bump into Xia Qiqian. Sage Emperor, bad news? The white-haired old man said in a panic. What's the matter? Xia Qiqian furrowed his brows. He had a bad feeling about this. What could possibly cause a supreme martial artist to be in such a panic? Sage Emperor, it's Ciel Wan. I saw Ciel Wan. The white-haired sovereign said. What? Xia Qiqian's eyes widened in shock. What did you just say? You're saying that the person who just charged out of the demon realm of Tartarus is Ciel Wan, the sovereign of chaos? Xia Qiqian asked this question a few times, showing how shocked he was. They look exactly the same. I don't know if it's real or not. The white-haired sovereign said. Let's go and take a look. Even though Xia Qiqian was a saint emperor and his expression remained unchanged, he lost his sense of propriety and became extremely anxious after hearing that it was Ciel Wan. Ciel Wan was a taboo of the royal Xia family. Back then, the royal Xia family dominated the central continent and even the divine wilderness continent. They were extremely prosperous and had many experts. However, because of Ciel Wan, their strength had plummeted and declined by an unknown amount. Now, if it really was Xie Luan, how could the imperial family resist him with their current strength? Xie Qitian hurriedly entered the abyss demon territory and tore through space. Soon, he arrived at the Devil Tablet Mountain. Xie Qitian stood in the sky above the Devil Tablet Mountain and looked at the empty mountain. A terrifying aura emanated from his body. 30,000 years, 30,000 years, how could he still be alive? Xie Qitian mumbled to himself. Buzz. Buzz. The space rippled, and two old men appeared beside Xie Qitian, exuding a vast emperor's might. Near the Devil Tablet Mountain, there were still some scattered powerful beings from the Masha clan. When they felt the terrifying aura in the sky, they all fled for their lives. The Devil Tablet that suppressed Xie Luan has disappeared. Could it be that Xie Luan is still alive? How is it possible that he hasn't died in 30,000 years? An old emperor said in a trembling voice, revealing a trace of shock. In the past, they had heard about the strange phenomena of the Devil Tablet Mountain, but they didn't pay much attention to it. They thought that it was just a trace of Xie Luan's demonic will. After all, how could an emperor live for 30,000 years without dying? This seemed to go against the rules of heaven and earth. They had no idea that the steel that suppressed Xie Luan was the prison-guarding steel, nor did they know that the prison-guarding steel had actually slowed down the rate at which Xie Luan's life was flowing away. Xie Luan is simply heaven-defying and can't be measured with common sense. Moreover, the guard said that he brought Lu Ming and Yanqing with him. This must be related to them, said Xie Qitian. His voice was filled with coldness. Your Majesty, what do you plan to do? An old emperor asked. Even if Xie Luan is still alive, he can't be completely fine after being suppressed for 30,000 years. His vitality must have been greatly damaged, and his strength must have been greatly reduced. Otherwise, with Xie Luan's character, he wouldn't have fled in such a hurry. Use the Heaven Secrets instrument and lock onto Xie Luan's Lu Ming's location. At the same time, spread the word to all the overlords and forces to kill Lu Ming. Those who succeed will be rewarded with a tribulation-transcending heavenly treasure. At this moment, Xie Qitian had already regained his calm, reenacting the bearing of a generation's saint emperor. At first, he wanted to say Xie Luan, but he changed his tone and said Lu Ming. He had a vague feeling that this matter had something to do with Lu Ming. In the past, Xian Yanqing had been in the abyss demon territory for so long, but there had been no trouble. However, Lu Ming had only been in there for a short time, and now there was such a big mess. He did not believe that this was a coincidence. Yes, Your Majesty. The two old emperors bowed. Xie Luan brought Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing along as they tore through space. After 7 or 8 consecutive times, Xie Luan stopped, his breathing weak. I've been suppressed for 30,000 years, and my vitality has been greatly damaged. My demonic body has almost collapsed, and I don't have much strength left. The supplements I absorbed before were too weak, and I've almost used them up. I can't help you anymore. Xie Luan sighed. How can Senior recover? Lu Ming asked. I need supplements. I'll naturally recover by hunting experts. If I can kill an emperor, I might be able to recover my emperor's strength. Xie Luan smiled. Lu Ming was speechless. Kill the emperor? Forget it, he didn't want to die. Of course, there are other ways. Although I was suppressed back then, I still have a backup plan. Take me to the border between the central continent and the east continent. I have a backup plan there. If I go there, I can recover some of my strength and I can protect myself. Xie Luan said. Lu Ming nodded. It was normal for a person like Xie Luan to have a backup plan. Then, Xie Luan gave Lu Ming an address. He turned into a beam of light and disappeared from Lu Ming's spine, entering the fragment of the prison-suppressing steel. Let's go! Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing looked at each other and flew toward the east. However, the two of them suddenly stopped after flying for a short while. This was because there was suddenly an endless flash of light above Lu Ming's head. These lights then gathered together and formed a spherical object. There were waves of mysterious fluctuations that spread into the distance. Heaven's Secrets Instruments Projection. Not good this. Could this be a Heaven's Secrets instrument? Xian Yanqing exclaimed in shock. Heaven's Secrets instrument? What is a Heaven's Secrets instrument? Lu Ming looked at the ball of light above his head and frowned. With such a huge ball of light on his head, how could he travel? At this moment, Xia Qitian's figure reappeared. He looked at the sky and sighed. As expected, the imperial family still used the Heaven's Secrets instrument. Senior, what is a Heaven's Secrets instrument? Lu Ming asked. You should know about the secret chamber of commerce, right? Xia Qitian said. Lu Ming nodded and said, I heard that the Horizon Chamber of Commerce is controlled by the royal family, the Xie family. That's right. The Heaven's Secret Chamber of Commerce was founded by the royal Xie family. Their goal is to grasp the news from all over the world. They use the Heaven's Secret instrument to see through many things that others don't know. At the same time, the Heaven's Secret instrument has another function, which is to pursue and pursue. As long as you can grasp a person's aura and activate the Heaven's Secret instrument, you can condense a projection of the Heaven's Secret instrument above that person's head and find that person's location. Now, the imperial family has obviously activated the Heaven's Secrets instrument. The projection of the Heaven's Secrets instrument will emit a kind of Heaven's Secrets force field. As long as an inscriber makes a disk array that can sense the Heaven's Secrets force field, they will be able to sense the approximate location of the Heaven's Secrets instrument projection and lock onto your position from there. I'm afraid that it won't be long before you are found. Xiaowan said. It's actually so magical? Lu Ming frowned. He circulated the essential core in his body and threw a few punches in succession. A few rays of fist radiance shot up into the sky and pierced through the space. However, they were of no use to the Heaven's Secrets instrument's projection and directly passed through it. It's useless. The Heaven's Secrets instrument's projection can't be destroyed. Unless the other party stops operating the Heaven's Secrets instrument, the Heaven's Secrets instrument's projection will always be there. Xiaowan said. I don't believe it. Lu Ming's eyes flickered and he formed a seal with his hands. 2 light doors appeared in the sky. It was the sealing gate of the 9 seals of the Gate of God. The 2 doors of light landed on the 2 sides of the Heaven's Secrets instrument's projection, emitting a resplendent light. Under the light of the sealing door, the Heaven's Secrets instrument's projection actually dimmed and slowly shrank. This is the 9 seals of the Gate of God? Xiaowan's eyes lit up. Bang! Bang! In the sky, the Heaven's Secrets instrument's projection, which was about to dim, suddenly shone brightly again. The 2 gates of sealing exploded. The 9 seals of the Gate of God are useless. Lu Ming frowned. I didn't expect you to have mastered the 9 seals of the Divine Gate. This is the ultimate technique of the sky-sealing divine warrior. With the 9 seals of the Divine Gate, you should be able to seal the Heaven's Secrets instrument projection for a while. However, your cultivation is too weak, so you can't seal the Heaven's Secrets instrument projection. How about this? You can teach me the 9 seals of the Divine Gate. When I understand it, I can definitely seal the Heaven's Secrets instrument projection for a while and buy us some time. Xiaowan suggested. All right. Lu Ming agreed without thinking. It was just a secret technique, so what if he passed it on to Xiaoluan? As long as it could solvier their current predicament. Lu Ming then handed the jade talisman that recorded the 9 seals of the Gate of God to Xiaowan. Xiaowan's eyes lit up. He did not expect Lu Ming to be so decisive. This kid will definitely be a number 1 figure in the future. Xiaowan thought. All right, keep flying east. As long as you keep moving, it will increase the difficulty of the other party finding you. Xiaowan said. Then he entered the fragment of the prison-suppressing steel. Little Qin, you should enter the mountain and river diagram first. Lu Ming looked at Xian Yanqing. Xian Yanqing nodded. She also understood that it would be more convenient for Lu Ming to act alone. After a flash of light, Xian Yanqing entered the mountain and river diagram. Lu Ming took a step forward and continued to fly toward the east. Using the 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps, Lu Ming was as fast as a stream of light. Moreover, he was flying in a remote direction. On this day, the entire central continent was in shock. The royal family, the Xie family, sent a message to all the major forces in the world. Not only were they the overlords, but they were also the forces that were a level lower than them. The royal family activated the Heaven's Secrets instrument and condensed a Heaven's Secrets projection on Lu Ming. They called on all major forces to kill Lu Ming. Whoever killed Lu Ming would be rewarded with a tribulation-transcending heavenly treasure. Once the news was out, Central Continent was in an uproar. The royal family had actually activated the Heaven's Secrets instrument and its target was Lu Ming. If they remembered correctly, didn't Lu Ming enter the Abyss Demon realm after the million-year sacrifice? Many people who knew the inside story knew that the score that Xie Qiqian had set for Lu Ming was to imprison him for life. It was impossible for him to achieve that score. However, the royal family had activated the Heaven's Secrets instrument to kill Lu Ming. How did Lu Ming escape? Most importantly, the royal family's reward was a tribulation-transcending heavenly treasure. This shocked all the major forces, regardless of whether they were overlords or lower-level forces. Then they became greedy. The royal family and the Xie family were actually willing to take out a tribulation-transcending heavenly treasure. As its name suggested, it was a tribulation-transcending heavenly treasure that could help martial artists transcend their tribulations. A martial artist's journey was filled with many tribulations. Not counting the other tribulations, just the heavenly tribulations alone were not few in number. There was a heavenly tribulation to break through to the martial king realm. There was a heavenly tribulation for breaking through to the spiritual god realm. When a spiritual god broke through to the emperor realm, there would also be a heavenly tribulation. There were many tribulations, and each tribulation was more terrifying than the previous one. How many people could survive all of them? As for tribulation-transcending heavenly treasures, they could help people transcend their tribulations. They could be used regardless of their cultivation level. It could be said that the success rate of using a tribulation-transcending heavenly treasure to break through to the martial king realm was 100%. The success rate of breaking through to the spiritual god realm would increase by 50%. Breaking through to the emperor realm would also increase the success rate of transcending the tribulation by several times. How tempting was this? Which force? Which expert would not be tempted? Moreover, tribulation-transcending heavenly treasures could be used repeatedly. If one person used it, another person could also use it. This was too important for a large force. How many experts could it increase? The most fatal temptation was to a supreme martial artist. The next step for supreme beings was to break through to the emperor realm. Tribulation-transcending heavenly treasures were fatally tempting to them. Immediately, the various overlord forces and the forces one level lower refined array discs that could sense the heaven's legacy force field to sense Lu Ming's location. Lu Ming kept flying. In the blink of an eye, a day had passed. He had no idea how far he had flown. There was a projection of the Heaven's Secrets apparatus above his head, so he naturally couldn't take the teleportation array. He could only rely on himself to fly. Not good, Lu Ming. There's a powerful being approaching from the north. It's a perfected spiritual god. Suddenly, Xie Luan's voice rang in Lu Ming's ears. Great circle of the spiritual god stage. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. With his current cultivation, if he were to encounter a great circle spiritual god, death would be the only outcome. There was no possibility of him resisting at all. I'll take you away. Xie Luan's figure appeared. He mustered his remaining strength and tore open the space. He brought Lu Ming into the space and disappeared. Just as Xie Luan took Lu Ming away, a terrifying sword light flew over from the distance. It was a skinny old man, holding a formation disc in his hand. His face was extremely gloomy. Damn it, I clearly sensed that he was here just now. How did he disappear in the blink of an eye? Chapter 1151 Killing Enemies in Succession. Somewhere far away, the space cracked open and Xiao Wan stepped out of it with Lu Ming. At this moment, the demonic qi on Xiao Wan's body was dim, and he looked somewhat dispirited. Lu Ming, I've already done my best and exhausted the last bit of my energy. I can't tear space to travel anymore. I'll be relying on you next. Xiao Wan said. Lu Ming nodded, frowning slightly. He was considering finding a place to hide. He would hide in the mountain and river diagram and wait until Xiao Wan had successfully cultivated the 9 seals of the Gate of God. He didn't believe that the projection of the Heaven's Secrets instrument could still appear after entering the mountain and river diagram. At this moment, Xiao Wan's eyes flickered. He looked in a direction and sneered. I didn't expect that even some 5th and 6th level spiritual god level trash would come to join in the fun. Lu Ming, you should have no problem dealing with 5th and 6th level spiritual god trash, right? Get me some tonics. With that, Xiao Wan entered Lu Ming's body and disappeared. Lu Ming stood in the air and waited quietly. Buzz. Bush. Not long after, a series of air-piercing sounds rang out in the air as sword lights tore through the void and flew over. In the blink of an eye, the 5 sword gleams disappeared and 5 figures stood around Lu Ming, surrounding him in the middle. Among the 5 figures, there was an old man and a middle-aged man. However, they were all wearing the same white robe and carrying a long sword on their back. The Heavenly Martial Sword Faction. Lu Ming's eyes flashed with a cold killing intent. Among the 5 people, 2 were at the 6th level of the spiritual god realm, and 3 were at the 5th level of the spiritual god realm. All of them were from the Heavenly Martial Sword Faction. Lu Ming knew that this territory was most likely the territory of the Heavenly Martial Sword Faction. Otherwise, how could he have encountered 5 people at once? They were all from the Heavenly Martial Sword Faction. We're the first to find it. What great luck! A middle-aged brawny man laughed loudly. His aura was violent, and the aura of a 6th-level spiritual god was revealed without a doubt. He looked at Lu Ming with a burning gaze. If he killed Lu Ming, he would have a heavenly tribulation transcending treasure. At the thought of this, his heart trembled with excitement. Although he's young, he can't be underestimated. I heard that he displayed terrifying combat strength in the Holy City, second only to Long Chen. An old man in the 5th level of the spiritual god realm said with a serious expression. What are you afraid of? No matter how strong he is, he's only at the 3rd level of the spiritual god realm. We have 2 6th level spiritual gods and 3 5th level spiritual gods here. Can he still overturn the heavens? The middle-aged man from before said, full of confidence. Are you done with your nonsense? Lu Ming's cold voice stunned the 5 people from the Sky Martial Sword Faction. They looked at Lu Ming in shock. Enough of your nonsense, I'll send you on your way. Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Ming's aura exploded, and 8 streams of dragon energy instantly erupted in his body. He took a step forward and rushed toward a 5th-level spiritual god realm expert, striking out with his palm. Sila! This palm was terrifyingly powerful. The space crumbled like tofu under the palm, and the terrifying aura completely enveloped the other party. The man's eyes widened and he looked extremely frightened. However, he did not even have the chance to scream before he was torn into pieces by Lu Ming's terrifying strength, his blood splattering across the sky. Damn it! You're looking for death? How dare you sneak attack? The other 4 were stunned for a moment, then they roared and unsheathed their swords. A vast sword power rose into the sky. Kill! Lu Ming shouted. The 3rd bloodline appeared above his head and a wisp of energy surged into his body. Lu Ming's body was covered in a bloody light and his killing intent swept out like a tide. A drop of blood turned into a blood-red sword. Lu Ming held it in his hand and slashed. Whoosh! With a flash of blood-red light, it slashed toward the middle-aged man in the 6th level of the spiritual god realm. Enveloped by the endless killing intent, the middle-aged man shuddered and his eyes were filled with fear. He tried his best to slash out with his sword, but the sword radiance collapsed under Lu Ming's blood-red sword radiance. The blood-red sword radiance cut through the middle-aged man's glabella. Pucci! The middle-aged man was split in half, and even the spiritual god did not manage to escape. Seeing this scene, the remaining 3 people were scared out of their wits. How could Lu Ming be so terrifying? Even an expert at the 6th level of the spiritual god realm was killed by a single sword strike. This was a gap of 3 levels. Run, run, run. At that moment, they only had one thought in their minds, and that was to escape. The further he ran, the better. This was a god of death. The 3 of them turned into 3 sword lights and fled in 3 different directions. Kill! Lu Ming took a step forward and executed the 9 dragons' heaven-treading steps, charging towards a 5th-level spiritual god realm expert. In an instant, he caught up to the person and slashed out with his sword. That person let out a desperate roar and fought back with all his might, but it was useless. The sword light descended and destroyed everything. Blood splattered and a head flew far away. At the same time, sword chi seeped out and killed the man's spiritual god. With this delay, the other 2 had already flown a long distance away. Don't even think about leaving, go. Lu Ming waved his hand, and the blood-red sword in his hand turned into a ray of blood-red light, rapidly charging toward a 5th-level spiritual god realm expert. As for Lu Ming himself, he executed the 9 dragons' heaven-treading steps and chased after the remaining 6th-level spiritual god realm expert. Lu Ming's body was like a stream of light. In just a few breaths, he had caught up with the other party. Lu Ming, if you kill us, you're going to die too. The supreme martial artists of the Heaven Martial Sword faction are all here. You can't run. The man roared, his eyes filled with despair. He performed the blood meridian fusion and turned it into a combat sword. He wanted to fight to the death. Even if he died, he wanted to make Lu Ming pay a price. Unfortunately, his plan was destined to fail. Lu Ming activated the prison-suppressing heaven technique and struck out with his palm. Ever since the prison-guarding steel's bloodline had merged with the real one, the power of his prison-guarding heavenly skill had increased significantly. When he used the same amount of true energy and the same level of the prison-suppressing heavenly art, his power was much stronger than before. In addition to the 8 streams of dragon energy, Lu Ming's strength was truly terrifying. He was much stronger than when he fought against the various prodigies in the Holy City. Now, if he were to face Dark Child again, Lu Ming was confident that he could defeat him in a few moves. Boom! The palm suppressed everything as if it had infinite power. It pressed through the sky and slashed at the combat sword that the person had transformed into. With a palm, the combat sword was shattered into pieces. It turned back into a human figure and coughed up blood. After the second palm strike, the man's body was torn into pieces. Whoosh! A blood-red sword gleam flew over and hovered above Lu Ming's head again, turning into a drop of blood. It was obvious that the 5th-level spiritual god realm martial artist had also been killed by the blood-red combat sword. The 5 experts of the Heavenly Sword faction had been completely annihilated. Demonic chi filled the air as Xiao Wan appeared. He looked at Lu Ming in surprise and asked, "Your battle prowess is not bad." I never thought that after 30,000 years, a chosen like you would be born. If we were in the same life, you would definitely be my opponent. Lu Ming's combat strength surprised even Xiao Wan. Even someone as proud as him had said that Lu Ming could be his opponent if they were in the same lifetime. One must know that Xiao Wan had never said such words to anyone. Killing 7th-level spiritual god realm. Senior is too kind. Lu Ming said. Ha, no need to be humble. These people will be my tonics. They can help me recover some vitality. Xiao Wan laughed and transformed into a ball of demonic chi. He wrapped the blood and flesh of the heaven martial sword sex expert that Lu Ming had killed and absorbed them all. It was unknown what kind of cultivation technique Xiao Wan was cultivating, but it was extremely overbearing. It could directly absorb a warrior's essence, qi, and spirit and transform them into his own essence. It was comparable to the devouring power of the 9 dragons. Of course, Xiao Wan's cultivation level was unfathomable, and he was considered an expert even among emperors. It was normal for him to have all sorts of tricks up his sleeve. Then, Xiao Wan did the same thing and absorbed the remaining 4. The demonic qi on Xiao Wan's body wriggled, and his aura grew stronger. Those at the 5th and 6th level of the spiritual god realm are too weak. They can only recover a little, but it's better than nothing. Lu Ming, there are 7th level spiritual god realm martial artists rushing over from the east. Hee, they're pretty good tonics. Xiao Wan sneered. Although Xiao Wan's qi and blood were weak, and his combat strength was far worse than when he was at his peak, his spiritual sense was still very terrifying. It was the spiritual sense of a martial emperor, which could sense the situation over a long distance. Therefore, he could sense the enemy in advance every time. 7th level of the spiritual god realm? Then kill. There was a sharp glint in Lu Ming's eyes. He guessed that the royal Xie family must have promised him a great reward. Otherwise, why would these non-members of the royal Xie family want to kill him so badly? However, if they wanted to kill him, they had to be prepared to be killed in return. Lu Ming took a step forward and headed east. At this moment, 2 burly men in their 50s or 60s were flying in Lu Ming's direction from the east. Both of them were dressed in white robes and carried combat swords on their backs. One look and one could tell that they were experts from the Heavenly Martial Sword School. One of them was holding an array board in his hand. On the array board, there was a light spot flashing not far from them. We're almost there. Lu Ming is over there. He's not dead yet? Huh, it seems like we found him first. The 2 of them smiled at each other, their eyes burning with passion. Why is he approaching us? Suddenly, one of them spoke. They discovered that the dot of light on the formation plate was rapidly approaching them. This kid is really courting death. He must not know we are here, so he chose a random direction and came to our side. It seems that even the heavens are helping us. Another man laughed. They naturally didn't know of Xiao Wan's existence. The matter of Xiao Wan was too important. The royal Xie family had not leaked it. In fact, only a few people in the royal Xie family knew about it. The royal Xie family had only mentioned Lu Ming to the public. The 2 of them spoke as they flew. Not long after, a black-robed young man stepped through the air. The 3 of them looked at each other. However, to the surprise of the 2 powerhouses from the Sky Martial Sword faction, Lu Ming's eyes did not seem to be surprised at all when he saw them. Instead, there was a hint of killing intent in his eyes. This gave the 2 of them a bad feeling. He shook his head and threw the bad premonition out of his mind. He was only a junior at the 3rd level of the spiritual god realm. No matter how strong and heaven-defying he was, how could he cross 4 levels and fight with them, who were at the 7th level of the spiritual god realm? They had lived for thousands of years, yet they had never heard of a Heaven's Pride expert who could cross 4 levels in the spiritual god realm and fight a 7th level spiritual god while being at the 3rd level. How could anyone who could reach the 7th level of the spiritual god realm be weak? They were all extremely powerful existences. When they were young, they were all geniuses of a region. They felt that they were overthinking things. Let's attack together and kill this brat. We'll split the rewards equally according to their value. One of them said. Although they felt that Lu Ming could not possibly be their match, they still decided to attack together and end the battle as soon as possible to avoid any complications. All right. The other man nodded. Buzz, buzz, bush. The battle sword buzzed, and the sword chi broke through the air, stirring up the wind and clouds. The 2 of them took a step forward at the same time and charged toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming, I'll leave one to you and the other to me. Xie Luan appeared and transformed into a stream of demonic qi, sweeping toward one of them. Kill! Without saying anything else, Lu Ming charged at one of them. His palm was like a heavenly blade as he used the prison suppressing heaven technique to suppress the enemy. Clang! The palm and his opponent's sword clashed heavily, creating a terrifying boom. At the point where the palm and the sword met, a ripple spread out at a terrifying speed. Hundreds of miles away, a mountain peak that reached into the clouds was swept by the ripples and was directly cut in half. Gravel broke through the air and smoke filled the air. Bang! 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 After the exchange of blows, a figure retreated 3 steps. It was the expert from the heavenly martial sword faction. He retreated, but Lu Ming's body only swayed a little. How is that possible? The expert from the heavenly martial sword school widened his eyes in disbelief. Facing the attack head-on, he was actually forced back by Lu Ming's palm. How was this possible? He clearly discovered that Lu Ming's cultivation was indeed at the 3rd level of the spiritual god realm. A 3rd-level spiritual god actually forced him, a 7th-level spiritual god, to take 3 steps back. This was too terrifying. This kid is too monstrous. Kill him, we must kill him. The Sky Martial Sword School's expert roared in his heart as he circulated his Jin Yuan to the extreme. At the same time, he performed bloodline fusion, turning it into a combat sword and exploding with his strongest combat power. This person had a divine level rank 5 bloodline. Roar! A dragon's roar resounded and the 9-dragon bloodline emerged. Lu Ming also burst out the 9-dragon bloodline and performed the bloodline fusion to transform into 9 dragons. The 9 dragons roared as they stepped into the air and pounced toward the other party. Bang! Bang! The dragon claws tore through the sky and collided with the combat sword continuously, but the combat sword was completely at a disadvantage and could not fight against the 9 dragons. When Lu Ming first entered the Abyss Demon territory, he had to borrow the 3rd bloodline's power in excess to kill the 7th-level spiritual god realm expert from the Xie family. But now, Lu Ming did not need to borrow the 3rd bloodline's power excessively to suppress the other party. After more than 10 moves, the combat sword was completely suppressed. It was constantly bombarded by the 9 dragons and kept shaking. Every single move of the 9 dragons contained the prison suppressing heavenly art, and its power was simply too great. Every move was like a divine monument pressing down. Ah! Suddenly, a blood-curdling screech came from nearby. It was from another expert of the heavenly martial sword school. He had been killed by Xie Luan and was now wrapped in a mass of demonic qi. This made the powerhouse who was fighting with Lu Ming tremble in his heart. Fear filled his heart. His heart was in a mess, and his strength became weaker. Lu Ming seized the opportunity to hit the sword with a few consecutive moves. With a bang, the sword exploded, revealing the man's true body. His face was pale and he spat out blood. He retreated quickly, trying to escape. The 9 dragons stomped on the air at a terrifying speed, chasing after the other party and launching a series of attacks. After a few moves, the man let out a blood-curdling screech as his chest was pierced by the 9 dragons' claws. He was killed on the spot. Sealing the projection of the Heaven's Secrets instrument. Now, Lu Ming could kill a 7th-level spiritual god realm expert by himself. Of course, the 7 levels of the spiritual god realm were also divided into strong and weak. This person was considered average among the 7 levels of the spiritual god realm. If he had awakened a 6th-level divine level or even a 7th-level divine level bloodline, or if his low-grade divine level martial technique was a bit stronger, he would not be so easy to kill. As soon as the man was killed by Lu Ming, the demonic qi that Xie Luan had turned into flew over and wrapped him up. In just a few breaths, not even a residue was left of him. Lu Ming secretly felt that it was a pity. If he had devoured a few 7th-level spiritual god realm martial artists, his cultivation would also be able to improve quickly. However, The most important thing now was for Xie Luan to recover his strength. If he fully recovered, no, he didn't need to fully recover. As long as he recovered to the realm of an ordinary emperor, their safety would be guaranteed. Lu Ming, another expert, is here. This time, it's a perfected spiritual god expert. We can't deal with him. Let's find a place to hide first. I'll come out after I've cultivated the 9 seals of the divine gate. Xie Luan said after sensing for a moment. All right. Lu Ming nodded. He turned to the south and used the 9 dragons' heaven-treading steps. He turned into a stream of light and disappeared. Not long after Lu Ming left, an extremely powerful presence appeared at the place where the battle had taken place. The person sensed it carefully and frowned as he muttered, "Junior brother Wan and the others, auras are here. However, judging from the remnant auras, they should have died." Lu Ming actually has such powerful means to kill a 7th-level spiritual god realm existence? The man mumbled to himself before looking to the south. A fiery light flashed in his eyes as he chased after them. Lu Ming flew more than 100,000 miles and saw a huge lake. He rushed down with a long spear in his hand. The long spear spun and pierced through the soil and rocks at the bottom of the lake, rushing underground. At the same time, under the influence of Lu Ming's will of the earth, Lu Ming's speed of penetrating the underground rocks was very fast. In just a short while he was 100 miles below the ground. At the same time, the rocks that he had passed through behind him regrouped as if no one had passed through them. This Heaven's Secrets instrument projection is really amazing. It can still be condensed even in the depths of the earth. Lu Ming frowned and looked at the projection of the Heaven's Secrets instrument above his head. He continued to rush underground. After a few breaths, he traveled another 100 miles. With a thought, Lu Ming appeared in the mountain and river diagram. As soon as he entered the mountain and river diagram, Lu Ming looked up and finally heaved a long sigh of relief. The projection of the Heaven's Secrets instrument above his head was finally cut off and did not appear again. The mountain and river diagram was indeed a legendary treasure. It seemed to be of a higher level than the Heaven's Secrets instrument of the royal Xie family, as it had successfully blocked the projection of the Heaven's Secrets instrument. Deep underground, only the mountain and river diagram was among the rocks. About 10 breaths after Lu Ming entered the mountain and river diagram, the being with the great circle of the spirit embryo realm also arrived above the lake. However, at this moment, the array disc in the person's hand dimmed and he had completely lost contact with Lu Ming. What's going on? Why did the formation plate lose its connection to the Heaven's Secrets instrument's projection? That shouldn't be the case. The Heaven's Secrets device is the most mysterious treasure of the royal Xie family. Even if it's hidden deep underground, it should still be able to sense it. Could it be that the royal Xie family suddenly stopped operating the Heaven's Secrets device? This person frowned and various thoughts appeared in his mind as he began to search the surroundings. In the mountain and river diagram, Xian Yanqing sat cross-legged under the path understanding ancient tree, cultivating quietly. Lu Ming came to Xian Yanqing's side. The path understanding ancient tree. You even have the path understanding ancient tree? Xie Luan's figure appeared. He was shocked to see the 3-leafed path understanding ancient tree. The mountain and river diagram and the ancient tree of comprehension were both legendary treasures. The fact that Lu Ming had both of them shocked the chaotic heavenly demon emperor. Although Xie Luan had been extremely powerful and famous, he had not possessed such a treasure. I obtained them in the Battle of Providence. Lu Ming randomly came up with a reason. What he said was half true and half false. The mountain and river diagram had indeed been obtained in the Battle of Providence, but the path understanding ancient tree had not. It had spurted out from the Heaven's Gate. You're really lucky, kid. Many people have participated in the Battle of Providence, including me, but I've never heard of anyone obtaining such a treasure. Xie Luan said, his eyes still filled with surprise. Lu Ming smiled and did not explain further. All right, I'll start to comprehend the 9 seals of the divine gate now. With the help of your path understanding ancient tree, I'll definitely be able to cultivate faster. After Xiel Wan finished speaking, he also sat cross-legged under the path understanding tree. Lu Ming also sat cross-legged at the side, quietly comprehending the concept. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. At this moment, Xiel Wan ended his cultivation. Lu Ming sensed it too. He ended his cultivation and said, "Senior, have you finished cultivating?" Xiel Wan nodded and said, "I've succeeded in the initial stage, but it'll take some time for me to master it. The 9 seals of the Gate of God is indeed mysterious. Let's go out now. I'll help you try it out." Lu Ming nodded. With a thought, he exited the mountain and river diagram. As soon as he got out of the mountain and river diagram, the projection of the Heaven's Secrets instrument condensed again above his head. 9 seals of the Gate of God, seal. Xiel Wan's hands kept forming seals. In the next moment, sealing gates appeared around Lu Ming. There were a total of 4 sealing gates, and they spread out in 4 directions. They appeared around the Heaven's Secrets instrument's projection, and they gave off a resplendent light that enveloped the Heaven's Secrets instrument's projection. Seal! Seal! Xiel Wan shouted again, and the power of the seal burst forth. The 4 doors of light pressed down, and finally gathered together to form a single door of light. The projection of the Heaven's Secrets instrument also disappeared. Hidden! Xiel Wan shouted again, and the remaining door of light trembled and disappeared. Lu Ming was secretly amazed. Xiel Wan was indeed Xiel Wan. He was a top-notch expert among martial emperors. His comprehension was too strong. Back then, Lu Ming spent 3 days before he managed to cultivate it successfully and form a sealing door. Xiel Wan, on the other hand, had only spent 3 days to condense 4 sealing gates, and he had used them more skillfully than Lu Ming. The higher one's realm was, the deeper one's understanding of martial Tao would be, and the faster one could cultivate secret skills and martial techniques. Lu Ming, with my current cultivation level, I can only help you seal the door for 3 hours. After 3 hours, the Heaven's Secrets instrument's projection will break through the seal. At that time, we will need to reseal it. Xiel Wan said. 3 hours is enough. Lu Ming smiled. His appearance began to change. Even his aura changed. He then rushed to the ground. Within a certain range of Lu Ming, many experts were looking for him. As there was news that Lu Ming had appeared here, it naturally attracted many experts. Not only were there experts from the Heavenly Martial Sword School, but there were also experts from the royal family, the Xie family, and even experts from other forces such as Cold Blood Hall and Sky Eagle Castle who had come from hundreds of millions of miles away. In the past 3 days, many experts had ransacked the place, but they did not find any traces of Lu Ming. Hunting. What's going on? The Heaven's Secrets instrument was still operating, but it could not sense Lu Ming's projection? What kind of treasure does this guy have that can isolate the projection of the Heaven's Secrets instrument? Generally, treasures with internal spaces can't isolate the projection of the Heaven's Secrets instrument. Could it be that Lu Ming has a treasure of a higher grade than the Heaven's Secrets instrument? Some people guessed, and the flames of greed in their eyes burned even more. If they killed Lu Ming, not only would they be rewarded with a priceless tribulation-transcending heavenly treasure from the royal family, but they would also be able to obtain the treasures on Lu Ming. This made everyone's hearts burn with a fiery flame. There's a reaction, the array board is reacting. Suddenly, someone shouted. There's really a reaction. The projection of the Heaven's Secrets instrument has reappeared. Lu Ming has appeared. He's still in this area. Tens of thousands of miles to the south. Let's go. One figure after another felt the reaction of the array board in their hands and rushed to the south. However, after a few breaths, these people stopped again. What's going on? The formation plate's reaction has disappeared again. What the hell? You should die. At this moment, these people's disc arrays had lost their connection to the projection of the Heaven's Secrets instrument. I don't care. He's in the south. Many experts flew in the direction that they had sensed earlier. Very soon, many people appeared near the lake where Lu Ming had transmitted into the underground and began to search. There are so many people here. The Royal Xie family, Heavenly Martial Sword School, Cold Blood Hall, Ji family. In the crowd, a dark-skinned burly man looked around with a cold light in his eyes. This person was Lu Ming. Previously, he had changed his appearance and rushed out of the ground. Not long after, he discovered a large number of experts approaching. He took the opportunity to mix in with these experts and inquire some information. Lu Ming had changed his aura using the illusionary breath technique. These people could not recognize him at all. Lu Ming had successfully obtained a lot of important information. The Royal Xie family is really willing to take out a tribulation-transcending heavenly treasure. However, it's understandable. The chaotic Sky Emperor has reappeared. The Royal Xie family is probably already panicking. Lu Ming pondered in his heart. Senior, since there are so many tonics here, why don't we find an opportunity to get rid of some? Lu Ming sent a voice transmission to Ciel Wan. That's just what I want. Let's leave this place first and look for those who are alone. Ciel Wan laughed heartily, his voice ringing in Lu Ming's ears. The experts here searched the surroundings. After not finding Lu Ming, they scattered. Lu Ming swept his gaze across the crowd and followed behind the few powerhouses from the Heavenly Sword sect. Of the 3 experts from the Heavenly Martial Sword faction, 2 were at the 7th level of the spiritual god realm, and 1 was at the 6th level. After flying for a distance, the 3 of them stopped and turned to look at Lu Ming. This brother, what are you trying to do by following the 3 of us? One of the 7th level spiritual god realm experts asked, his gaze somewhat cold. They had long sensed that Lu Ming was following them. However, the aura that Lu Ming revealed was only at the 3rd level of the spiritual god realm. They did not care at all. However, after being followed for such a long distance, they also revealed killing intent in their hearts. Haven't you been looking for me? Lu Ming smiled faintly and his voice became younger. The 3 of them were stunned for a moment, then their eyes lit up. You are Lu Ming. One of them coldly shouted. Buzz, buzz, buzz. 3 sword hums resounded and 3 sword lights shot into the sky. Kill! Lu Ming could not be bothered to waste his breath on them. He charged forward. At the same time, Ciel Wan also appeared and pounced at his opponent. After Ciel Wan absorbed 2 experts in the 7th level of the spiritual god realm, his strength had recovered a little. It was even easier for him to deal with martial artists in the 7th level of the spiritual god realm. 4 sealing gates appeared, instantly freezing the 3 experts of the Heavenly Martial Sword School. Lu Ming killed one of them with a single palm strike. The other 2 were killed by Ciel Wan before they were enveloped by the rolling demonic qi. 3 storage rings flew out toward Lu Ming, who grabbed them and kept them. After a few breaths, the 3 experts from the Heavenly Sword faction had disappeared. The demonic qi on Ciel Wan's body grew even more powerful and churned. The muscles all over Ciel Luan's body squirmed and were filled with demonic radiance. He was like a supreme demonic god, exuding a terrifying aura. It's so comfortable. My immortal demonic body has recovered a little, but it's still far from it. Let's continue. A demonic light flickered in Ciel Wan's eyes, as if an unparalleled demonic god was about to awaken. All right. Lu Ming nodded without any hesitation. Now, he was in the same boat as Ciel Wan. The stronger Ciel Wan was, the more advantageous it would be for him. Then, Lu Ming left the place and set his eyes on 2 Cold Blood Hall experts. The 2 7th level spiritual god realm experts were easily killed by Lu Ming. The hunt continued. No one would notice Lu Ming's disguise. Lu Ming specifically chose those who were alone or in groups of 2 or 3 to attack, but they were all easily killed by Ciel Wan and became his nourishment. Many experts had come to this region. They came from various overlord forces and even some of the forces that were 1 level lower. Of course, not all the forces had come. For example, the heavens-suppressing divine army, the biggest enemy of the royal family and the Xie family, had no one come. Also, Xiankong Mountain and Tianxia Academy didn't send anyone. Apart from a few overlord forces that had not sent anyone, Lu Ming discovered people from 10 overlord forces. Lu Ming did not show any mercy. He led Xiao Wan and hunted them down one by one. Slowly, Xiao Wan's strength grew stronger and stronger. From being able to kill a 7th-level spiritual god in the beginning, he was able to easily kill an 8th-level spiritual god later on, and then to a 9th-level spiritual god. 3 hours later, the effect of the sealing door was over. Lu Ming found a secret place and asked Xiao Wan to help him seal it again. Ooh! Demonic chi churned. After Xiao Wan absorbed a 9th-level spiritual god realm expert, the demonic chi in his body reached a terrifying level, especially his demonic body. It was like a demonic weapon, revealing a terrifying aura. Immortal demon body. The sovereign realm was completely different from the spiritual god realm. An emperor's intent would transform into a domain, and their bloodline would condense into a spiritual body. Both of these were terrifyingly powerful. A spirit body had already transcended the mortal body and had the power to destroy the world. An emperor could easily kill anyone below the emperor level with just his spirit body, even without his territory. Xiao Wan's immortal demon body was a kind of spirit body, a kind of overbearing and extremely powerful spirit body. Because Xiao Wan had been suppressed by the fragment of the prison suppressing steel for 30,000 years, his spirit body had almost collapsed, and he was now slowly condensing it back. Lu Ming, how about we do something big? Xiao Wan's eyes were filled with demonic qi. A big one? How do we do it? Lu Ming was very tempted. Although Xiao Wan had killed many powerhouses and turned their flesh, vital essence, and blood essence into Xiao Wan's tonics, Lu Ming did not get a single piece of them. However, Xiao Wan did not take the storage rings and gave them all to Lu Ming. Lu Ming was rich now, so he was naturally tempted. Using a formation to kill a group of people. Xiao Wan slowly explained his plan. Chapter 1155 Guiding Xiao Wan. Not only was Xiao Wan's martial arts cultivation extremely strong, he was also unrivaled among the divine wilderness continent's emperors. His Tao of inscription was not weak either. It had reached the peak of the 8th rank, which was also the great circle of the spiritual god realm. He needed to find a place to set up a peerless formation and kill a group of experts. This was especially true for great circle spirit god stage experts. Lu Ming was in full support of the idea. The two of them chose a hidden Great Canyon. This Great Canyon had a wide and magnificent view. When Lu Ming arrived, Xiao Wan began to inscribe the array. In the beginning, an illusory formation was inscribed to conceal their figures and other formations. After the illusory formation, it was the killing formation. Xiao Wan's hands kept moving, and one inscription after another sank into the ground around the valley. No, your formation is not powerful enough. It won't be that easy to kill a great circle spiritual god expert. On his shoulder, Dandan stood on her 2 legs and watched Xiao Wan carve the formation, looking like she was in charge of everything. Xiao Wan was a little curious. He looked at Dandan, pondered for a moment, and said, "This array of mine should be able to kill 3 great circle spiritual gods without any problems." Bullshit. Dandan put her hands on her hips and scolded him directly. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. This guy was berating Xiao Wan like this. He was probably looking for a beating. Xiao Wan raised an eyebrow, and a powerful aura began to emanate from him. But a moment later, he retracted his aura. Dandan was also shocked at first. She grabbed Lu Ming with her claws and waited for Xiao Wan's aura to subside before she secretly heaved a long sigh of relief. "Let me tell you, although your formation can kill up to 3 people in the great circle of the spiritual god realm, it will definitely take some time. If it doesn't succeed in a short time and attracts the attention of supreme-level experts, we can only run away. Dandan continued to put on a smug look. Ciel Wan's brows twitched. Dandan was right. His formation could indeed kill 3 great circle spirit god experts, but it would take some time. Kid, you're still too young to play with formations in front of me. Let me teach you. She arrogantly rushed out and began to wave her hands above Ciel Wan's formation. Runes began to appear, but they didn't merge with Ciel Wan's runes, only marked them. You can inscribe the inscriptions according to what I've inscribed. This way, the power of your array will double. Dandan continued to inscribe as she muttered. Ciel Wan looked carefully and was surprised when he saw the back. He found that the inscriptions that Dandan pointed out and engraved were very wonderful. If they were supplemented into his array, it could indeed increase the power of his array by a large margin. It was more than enough to double the power. Lu Ming, this little turtle of yours is extraordinary. It has an unusual background. Ciel Wan looked at Lu Ming, the surprise in his eyes deepening. After a short period of interaction, he realized that he could not see through Lu Ming anymore. He had a big secret. Although his current cultivation was still weak, he had a bright future and it was difficult to predict. What little turtle? Little brat, I'm one of the top 10 war beasts. Dandan's ears were very sharp, and she heard it from afar. She became even more proud and spoke to Ciel Yen in a tone as if she was lecturing a junior. What? Top 10 battle beasts? You're one of the top 10 battle beasts? Ciel Wan's eyes suddenly widened, a look of shock on his face. Senior, don't listen to his nonsense. This guy just likes to brag. Lu Ming said hurriedly. He then pretended to be nonchalant and asked, Senior, you know about the top 10 war beasts? What are the top 10 war beasts? I'm not too sure either. It's just that when I left the divine wilderness continent and headed overseas, I heard of it once. It said that the top 10 battle beasts are the 10 most powerful living creatures in this world. Each one of them has the power to destroy the world. Emperors are like ants in front of them, and they can even easily kill saints. It's extremely terrifying. There are even legends that some of the top 10 battle beasts don't come from our world, but from another world. It said that the original body of your 9-dragon bloodline is one of the top 10 battle beasts, the 9 dragons. It can easily kill a saint. Lu Ming was secretly shocked. Also, some of them came from another realm. Lu Ming thought of heaven. As Dandan came from the heaven gate, Lu Ming speculated that the other side of the heaven gate was the heaven realm. Alright, I've added the necessary inscriptions. Kid, inscribe it according to the trajectory I've carved. The power of the formation will definitely increase by a large margin. Dandan flew back and landed on Lu Ming again. Ciel Wan sized up Dandan seriously, but didn't say anything. He flew out and began to inscribe inscriptions according to the trajectory Dandan had carved. Dandan, in the future, don't mention that you are one of the top 10 war beasts in front of others. Lu Ming sent a voice transmission to Dandan to remind her. In the divine wilderness continent, it seemed that people did not know much about the top 10 war beasts. Even Ciel Wan, the sovereign of the chaotic heavens, had only heard of them from overseas. This was still fine, as no one would pay much attention to him if he were to clamor all day long. If Lu Ming's cultivation level became stronger in the future and he broke through to the martial emperor realm, he would be targeted by others if he went overseas and made such a big fuss. According to Ciel Wan, the top 10 battle beasts were existences that could easily obliterate saints. That in itself was a supreme treasure, and if others knew about it, how could they not be tempted and covet it? Alright, I'll stop talking. Dandan was very smart and had obviously thought of this as she muttered. Ciel Wan spent an entire day inscribing the formation. During this time, he would point out any shortcomings and Ciel Wan would do as he was told. A day later, the formation was completed. After that, it was time to attract people over. However, first, they had to check if there were any Supreme Being level figures. If they attracted a Supreme Being level figure, Not to mention killing others, even they would be in danger. Lu Ming changed his appearance and strolled around the area, checking and asking around to see if there were any Supreme Being-level figures. After confirming that there were no Supreme Beings around, Lu Ming returned to the place where he had set up the array and waited quietly. Soon, the energy of the sealing gate was exhausted, and the Heaven's Secrets Instruments projection reappeared. At that moment, everyone with a formation disk in a radius of 1,000,000 miles reacted at the same time. Light spots reappeared on the formation plate. It's Lu Ming. Lu Ming has appeared. Damn it, he has been appearing and disappearing from time to time during this period of time. Now he's using this move again. He's playing with us. If I catch him, I'll skin him alive. Those powerhouses couldn't hold back their anger and started to curse. However, he still obediently charged in the direction indicated by the formation plate. Hey, this time, Lu Ming did not disappear. The array disk has been showing him. If that's the case, it would have disappeared a while ago, but it hasn't disappeared yet. I guess Lu Ming has used some method to hide the aura of the Heaven's Secrets Instruments projection. Now he can't hide it anymore. Many people's eyes lit up as they rushed in the direction shown on the array disk. Fourth level spiritual god realm. Lu Ming sat cross-legged in the sky above the Grand Canyon. Above his head, the Heaven's Secrets Instruments projection was rotating slowly, emitting a wonderful fluctuation. Xie Luan was floating beside Lu Ming. It's almost time. Seal. Xie Luan suddenly shouted. He kept forming seals with both hands and 4 sealing doors appeared, sealing the projection of the Heaven's Secrets Instrument. Then, he charged into the Grand Canyon and dug a big hole with his spear. Lu Ming rushed dozens of miles underground and spread his spiritual senses. Buzz, buzz, buzz. One figure after another appeared, floating around the Great Canyon, exuding a powerful aura. The weakest of them was at the 6th level of the spiritual god realm, while the strongest had an earth-shattering aura. They were extremely terrifying and were shockingly experts at the great circle of the spiritual god realm. They were all dressed differently. Some wore white swordsman robes, most of whom were experts from the Heavenly Martial Sword School, while others wore blood-red robes, experts from Cold Blood Hall. Lu Ming used his spiritual senses to scan and found that the Heavenly Sword faction, Cold Blood Hall, and the Royal Xie family had the most experts. What's going on? Why did the Heaven's Secrets apparatus's projection disappear again? Is this Heaven's Secrets apparatus's projection of any use? Damn it, the disk array clearly showed that it was nearby. Why did it suddenly disappear? Lu Ming must be nearby and hiding somewhere. Let's surround this area and see how long he can hide. One by one, the experts shouted out. Their figures flashed and they surrounded the area. With so many experts here, how much wealth would there be in their interspatial rings? Lu Ming's eyes shone with a fiery glow. Xie Luan also spread out his spiritual sense to sense the surroundings. 4 great circle spiritual gods, 9 9th-level spiritual gods, and no supremes. That's enough, that's enough. With these tonics, I'm confident that I can fight against supremes. Xie Luan murmured, his eyes cold. Lu Ming, I'm going to release a trace of the seal now. Xie Luan said. Lu Ming nodded. Then, Xie Luan performed a hand seal and unlocked the door of seal a little. Buzz. Immediately, some fluctuations of the Heaven's Secrets Instruments projection were emitted. At this moment, the array discs in the hands of the experts near the Great Canyon moved. They reacted and all pointed in one direction, the Great Canyon. He's appeared. Lu Ming has appeared. He's in that huge canyon. He should be hiding in the underground of the Great Canyon, using a secret technique to conceal the fluctuations of the Heaven's Secrets Instruments projection. Now, he finally can't hide anymore and is about to be revealed. Kill him. Lu Ming is mine. It's mine. Charge. The experts roared and burst out with powerful auras. Their eyes were red as they charged towards the canyon. If he killed Lu Ming, he would be able to obtain a tribulation-transcending heavenly treasure. The temptation was too great. At least dozens of experts at the 6th-level spiritual god realm and above rushed into the large canyon. At the same time, attacks burst out and blasted toward the ground, trying to force Lu Ming out of the ground. All of you die. Underground, Xiao Wan's eyes were cold. With a wave of his hands, countless inscriptions glowed in the valley, and a peerless killing formation appeared, filled with murderous intent. Streaks of terrifying sword chi appeared and destroyed the attacks of these experts. The terrifying aura of the formation made everyone's heart turn cold and their souls tremble. Not good, it's a peerless killing formation. We've been tricked. Retreat, retreat, retreat. These experts went crazy as they frantically tried to escape. However, it was too late. Whoosh. Whoosh. The terrifying sword chi was killing at a speed that was faster than the naked eye could see. Screams rang out. Those experts below the 9th level of the spiritual god realm were killed in an instant, and their blood and chi soared into the sky. Even the 9 experts in the 9th level of the spiritual god realm could not resist for a few breaths before they were killed one by one. In the end, there were only 4 Great Circle spiritual god stage experts left. Let's work together. Let's work together and charge out. We've been tricked. Lu Ming has the help of an expert. We've been deceived. We've been deceived by the imperial family. With furious roars, the 4 Great Circle spiritual god stage experts wanted to join forces and charge out. However, this great formation had been greatly improved and its power was too great. The 4 Great Circle spiritual god stage experts tried their best to break through, but to their despair, they found that they were unable to break out. The 4 of them didn't last long before their defenses were broken by the sharp sword chi. 10,000 swords pierced through their hearts and they died on the spot. Dozens of experts at the 6th level spiritual god realm and above were completely annihilated. It was especially so for those powers that had fallen in the Great Circle of the spiritual god stage. It would definitely be a huge loss. The Great Circle of the spiritual god realm was second only to the Supremes. There would not be many Great Circle spiritual gods in any faction. The death of one would be a great loss. Bang! Lu Ming dashed toward the ground and reached the ground in an instant. As soon as he reached the ground, Xiao Wan transformed into a ball of demonic chi and enveloped the expert's corpse. "Senior, please leave a few for me," Lu Ming shouted. He was envious to see so many spiritual god powerhouses, especially the few who had cultivated the Earth concept. Lu Ming dashed toward the few experts who had cultivated the Earth concept. Xiao Wan had intentionally allowed Lu Ming to benefit from this. He did not touch the few people that Lu Ming had his eyes on, while the rest were shrouded in demonic chi and became Xiao Wan's nourishment. Lu Ming controlled the 9-dragon bloodline and rushed to the front of an 8th-level spiritual god realm expert. He opened his mouth and inhaled, and devouring power burst forth, devouring the expert's vital essence, blood essence, and runes. Immediately after, Lu Ming rushed to another one and continued to devour. Lu Ming had devoured 3 experts in the 8th level of the spiritual god realm, all of whom were experts who cultivated the Earth concept. After devouring the 3 masters, the 9-dragon bloodlines swelled up and were filled with boundless and terrifying energy. Xiao Wan did not collect the experts' storage rings. They all flew toward Lu Ming and were put away. Lu Ming's heart was burning. There were so many powerful people. How much wealth would they have? Lu Ming, let's go. We have to leave this place first. Demonic chi surged around Xiao Wan as he wrapped Lu Ming in it and flew into the distance. The commotion here would soon be known by others, and they would definitely attract powerful experts. Xiao Wan carried Lu Ming and traveled 1,000 miles in an instant. Before long, they had traveled millions of miles. Lu Ming rushed into the belly of a huge mountain and entered the mountain and river diagram. He sat cross-legged and began to refine the energy that he had just devoured. The energy of 3 8th level spiritual gods was too vast and boundless. It was constantly transformed into true essence, and Lu Ming's cultivation began to improve rapidly. Middle stage 3rd level spiritual god realm, late stage 3rd level spiritual god realm. The intent runes were also being refined continuously. Before long, Lu Ming's earth intent had successfully broken through the bottleneck and entered the lower tier of level 4. It was still slowly improving. Moreover, some of them had comprehended the concept of fire. This allowed Lu Ming's concept of fire to improve. As for the blood essence of the 3 experts, Lu Ming used all of them to upgrade the prison-suppressing steel bloodline. Not long after, the 8th golden chakra emerged on the prison-suppressing steel's bloodline. It was a little dim at first, but it gradually became bright. After a few hours, Lu Ming finally finished refining the energy and blood essence of the 3 8th level spiritual god realm experts. Lu Ming's body rippled with a powerful aura. It was several times stronger than before. 4th level of the spiritual god realm. Chapter 1157, Killing the Heavenly Sword Faction. With the breakthrough of the Earth concept, Lu Ming's 5 types of concepts had already reached the lower tier of the 4th level. Therefore, with the huge amount of energy that he had devoured, he broke through in one go and entered the 4th level spiritual god realm. Lu Ming's abilities had increased by a huge margin. Lu Ming put away the 9 dragons bloodline and opened his eyes. He saw Xiao Wan standing not far away, looking at him in surprise. The bloodline of the 9 dragons is indeed magical and heaven-defying. Xiao Wan sighed. The reason why he could constantly improve his strength with the help of strong cultivators, tonics, was that he had already reached his original strength and realm. However, he was still weak after being suppressed for many years and needed the blood essence of strong cultivators to recover. He had only recovered, but Lu Ming had improved and broken through. There was no comparison at all. Senior, how much strength have you recovered? Lu Ming changed the topic and asked. With my current strength, I should have no problem fighting a supreme martial artist. Xiao Wan said. He can fight an autarch. Lu Ming revealed a look of joy. The stronger Xiao Wan was, the better it would be for him. Senior, do you still want to do something big? Lu Ming's eyes lit up and he was a little tempted. Didn't the experts from the Overlord forces want to kill him? In that case, he would retaliate. Most importantly, Xiao Wan did not seem to be interested in these people's storage rings, but Lu Ming needed them. Although Lu Ming had yet to take stock of the items in the storage rings, they were all experts at the 6th level spiritual god realm and above. The value of the items in them was definitely shocking. Lu Ming's heart was burning with excitement. Ha, your thoughts are the same as mine. I also want to do something big. Xiao Wan laughed arrogantly. Senior, I'm afraid it'll be very difficult to kill the enemy with a formation like the previous one. The others will definitely be on guard after seeing the traces left behind by the previous battle. It'll be very difficult to do it again. Lu Ming frowned, thinking about how to make a big move. It's fine. Let's change our method. Isn't there a branch of the Heavenly Martial Sword faction nearby? I can sense that there's something I need in this division. Xiao Wan said, a hint of hope in his eyes. Attack the Heavenly Sword faction's division? Senior, I'm afraid that there are supreme martial artists in this division. Lu Ming's expression was grave. Although Xiao Wan had the ability to fight against a supreme being, the supreme being of the Heavenly Sword sect was in charge of the distribution and controlled the geographical advantage. It was not easy to kill him. If he was not careful, he might end up getting himself killed. If I were a bit stronger, I would be confident. There's something very important to me in that division. If I can get it, I'll be able to recover my strength quickly. Then I won't have to hide anymore. Xiao Wan said, frowning. Lu Ming pondered for a moment. Suddenly, his palm glowed and a small pagoda appeared in his palm. An emperor's spiritual weapon. Xiao Wan's eyes glowed when he saw the pagoda. Senior, If I were to lend you this Emperor's spiritual weapon for the time being, would you be confident? Lu Ming said. Yes, I do. Although this Emperor's spiritual weapon doesn't match my attributes and I can't fully unleash its power, it's still an Emperor's spiritual weapon. It's enough to increase my strength by a large margin and attack that division. Xiaowan said. All right, I'll lend it to Senior. Lu Ming waved his hand and the small tower flew toward Xiaowan. If he didn't make a prompt decision, it would lead to chaos. Now that Xiaolun had temporarily attached himself to him, he would definitely not be able to hide many of his secrets from Xiaolun. It would be better to take them out openly and use Xiaolun's strength to gain some benefits for himself. Ah, good, then let's turn the world upside down. Xiaowan laughed heartily. After refining the small pagoda for a while, he and Lu Ming left the mountain and river diagram and flew north. Hundreds of thousands of miles to the north, in a wild mountain, there was a branch of the heavenly martial sword sect. This was what Xiaowan had sensed when Lu Ming and the rest had passed by. Soon, a sword peak that reached the sky appeared in front of him. The mountain peak was like a sword that seemed to be able to reach the sky. From a distance, one could feel the powerful sword power spreading out. There seemed to be a demonic light flickering in Xiaowan's eyes, as if he could see through everything. The Tianwu sword faction's distribution is not simple. They seem to be secretly studying something related to demons. Xiaowan muttered. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. The Tianwu sword sect was actually researching something related to demons. That was why Xiaowan had chosen this place. Buzz! With Lu Ming in tow, Xiaowan took a step forward and appeared in the sky above the heavenly sword edge. Who is it? This is the heavenly sword faction's assignment. Unrelated people, get lost. As soon as they appeared, the experts on the heaven-connecting sword peak sensed them and let out a loud shout with a cold, killing intent. The person who will kill you. You're courting death, Xiaowan said coldly. A small red pagoda appeared in his hand and rapidly enlarged until it finally turned into a giant pagoda that reached the sky. It was comparable to the sword blade that reached the sky. A scorching aura emanated from it, and a light shield-like object emerged from it. It was scarlet in color and exuded an astonishing temperature. Is this a domain? Lu Ming's eyes were filled with amazement. An emperor's intent would evil veer into a domain, and an emperor's spiritual weapon would also contain a domain, which was extremely terrifying. Fire domain. Not good. It's an emperor. An emperor is attacking. Activate the formation, activate the formation. As soon as the king's spiritual weapon was taken out, the heaven-connecting sword was in chaos and screams of fear could be heard. Suppress. With a wave of his hand, Xiaowan's abundant genuine vitality poured into the fiery pagoda, which pressed down on the heavenly sword. At this moment, countless inscriptions appeared around the heaven-reaching sword blade, forming a large formation. A beam of sword chi shot up and blasted toward the small red tower. Boom! With an earth-shattering explosion, the sword chi was destroyed. The giant tower suppressed everything and smashed hard on the mountain-protecting formation of the heavenly sword peak. The great mountain-protecting formation shook violently and almost collapsed. Suppress! Xiaowan bellowed as he continued to control the pagoda. This time, with a deafening boom, the protective formation of the heavenly sword peak was broken. The formation was broken and the giant tower hit the peak. The entire sword peak shook violently and then exploded. At this moment, the sword peak was filled with screams. Countless disciples of the Sky Martial Sword faction screamed as they were turned into ashes by the terrifying energy. Even some powerful high-level spiritual gods spat out mouthfuls of blood and were severely injured. Who are you? The Heavenly Martial Sword faction will definitely kill you. An angry roar was heard, and a bright sword light shot up from the bottom of the sword peak, as if it was going to split the world in half. The Supreme, this was a Supreme. The person who will kill you. Demonic chi rolled around Xiaowan like a peerless demonic god. He controlled the Emperor's spiritual weapon to suppress his opponent. At the same time, Xie Luan strode forward. His muscles bulged, and a demonic light that seemed to contain infinite power emerged. Boom! He threw a punch, and the space was smashed into pieces. Chapter 1158 Sword Emperor. The supreme martial artist of the Tianwu sword school let out a long roar. His sword power was vast and mighty, shattering the sky. He slashed out a shocking sword light, which hit the giant pagoda and stopped it. However, on the other side, Xie Luan's demonic fist arrived again. Endless sword qi floated around the supreme martial artist of the Tianwu sword school. It finally gathered into a sword, and like 1,000 swords returning to their roots, it stabbed towards Xie Luan. Boom! Xie Luan's demonic fist struck the sword qi, causing it to shake violently before finally collapsing. Although the supreme martial artist of the Tianwu sword school was strong, he had to resist the Emperor's spiritual weapon and Xie Luan at the same time. He was already at a disadvantage. Spirit body, you're a spirit body. You're an emperor? Seeing Xie Luan destroy his sword qi with a single punch, the other party immediately cried out in alarm. Kill! Xie Luan bellowed as he strode forward, his demonic fist crushing down on his opponent. Above him, the giant pagoda trembled and continued to suppress the other party. The supreme martial artist from the heavenly martial sword school was shocked. He immediately used the bloodline fusion and transformed into a combat sword. His bloodline was at the 6th level of the divine level, which was equivalent to the clan heads of the 6 great ancient clans of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace. The bloodline fusion had improved his combat strength, but Xie Luan was unrivaled. His immortal demonic body was terrifying. If he was at his peak, he could crush an emperor. Boom! Boom! Xie Luan's demonic fist continued to strike out. At the same time, the giant pagoda also came down. The flame domain in the giant pagoda enveloped the supreme being of the Tianwu sword school, causing him to be suppressed by the terrifyingly high temperature. Although the supreme martial artist from the heavenly martial sword school tried his best to slash out a shocking sword qi, it was still useless. He was suppressed and had less and less power to fight back. Go, all of you, quickly go and inform the sect leader. The supreme martial artist from the heavenly martial sword faction roared. Some of the higher stage spiritual god realm warriors who were still alive looked at the battle in the sky in horror. The supreme martial artist of the heavenly martial sword school was actually at a complete disadvantage and could be defeated at any time. Let's go! Some people flew away, trying to escape and inform the Emperor of the heavenly martial sword school. Don't even think about leaving. Xie Luan's demonic qi soared to the sky as he punched out a fist radiance that pierced through the void for thousands of miles. A few spirit god experts were instantly enveloped by the fist radiance and killed mercilessly. Clang! Clang! Xie Luan's demonic fist continued to bombard the sword, causing the sword to tremble. Originally, Xie Luan's current battle strength wasn't any weaker than his opponent's, and with the help of the Emperor's spirit weapon, Xie Luan's strength was far above his opponent. After more than 10 punches, the sword collapsed, revealing the true body of the man who was retreating in horror. Boom! The giant pagoda pressed down, and the other party tried his best to block it. However, he was still knocked by the giant pagoda and spat out a large mouthful of blood. Xie Luan rushed over and punched his opponent's chest. His opponent screamed as his chest was pierced through. A large hole appeared, and his heart was shattered. His opponent's dantian glowed, and his spiritual god rushed out in an attempt to escape. However, Xie Luan grabbed his spiritual god and crushed it with a sudden squeeze. His spiritual god was crushed into a stream of energy that Xie Luan absorbed. A supreme martial artist had been killed by Xie Luan just like that. Boom! The giant tower glowed and enveloped the entire branch of the heavenly martial sword faction. The remaining members of the heavenly martial sword faction were all killed. Not a single one was left. Ciel Wan transformed into demonic qi and enveloped all the experts of the Heavenly Sword sect, becoming his tonic. Save some for me. Lu Ming flew at top speed, collecting the storage rings one by one. Unfortunately, those experts had all become Ciel Wan's tonics, not leaving a single one for him. What a pity! Lu Ming cried out. However, he had just devoured 3 8th-level spiritual god realm experts, and there were impurities in them. He needed some time to polish them and stabilize his foundation. If he continued devouring, his foundation might become even more unstable. At the thought of this, Lu Ming felt relieved and continued to collect the storage rings. Not long after, Lu Ming had put away all the storage rings. However, Ciel Wan did not give Lu Ming the Supreme Martial Artist's storage ring. He kept it for himself. The Supreme Martial Artist's wealth must have tempted Ciel Wan. Boom! After absorbing all the tonics, Ciel Luan transformed into a human and punched the ground. A shocking demonic qi shot up into the sky from the ground, and a terrible pressure spread out. Why do I feel like I'm facing the Demon Empress? Lu Ming was shocked. Could it be that a demon emperor was hiding underground? How was this possible? As expected, the Heavenly Martial Sword School is very ambitious. They're actually secretly making a demon fetus. Ciel Wan muttered to himself, an ecstatic smile on his face. Senior, what is a demon fetus? Lu Ming came to Ciel Wan's side and looked down. Demonic qi filled the air underground. A tall human-shaped figure could be vaguely seen in the demonic qi. The rolling demonic qi was coming from this figure. The Tianwu Sword sect must have obtained the corpse of a fallen demon emperor and then refined it with a special method. In the end, it can be refined into a powerful existence under the Tianwu Sword sect's command. This existence is the demon fetus. Once it's refined, it will have the combat power of an emperor. It seems that the Tianwu Sword sect is far from finished refining it, and now it's all mine. After refining this demon fetus, my strength can be restored to the emperor realm. Ciel Wan laughed and transformed into a ball of demonic qi. It flew down and wrapped around the tall figure and began to refine it. Lu Ming could only wait at the side. Soon, half an hour had passed. Selah! In the sky, the space was suddenly torn open, and a middle-aged man in a white robe with a sword on his back stepped out of the spatial crack. The middle-aged man looked around as soon as he stepped out of the spatial crack. Suddenly, a sword power that seemed to be able to destroy the world burst out and covered the territory within a radius of 10,000 miles. The Emperor, it's the Emperor! Lu Ming's pupils contracted sharply. He was extremely shocked. He knew that the Emperor of the Heavenly Martial Sword School had arrived. This was a sword emperor that could slash the world with his sword. The Emperor of the Heavenly Martial Sword faction looked at Lu Ming, but his gaze only swept past him and landed on the ball of demonic qi on the ground. I don't care who you are. Since you dared to destroy one of my Heavenly Sword faction's divisions, you won't be able to leave today. Whoosh! As soon as he finished speaking, the Emperor of the Heavenly Martial Sword School waved his hand, and a dazzling sword qi shot towards Ciel Wan. The power of the sword qi was several times stronger than that of the Supreme Being. A junior dares to be impudent in front of me. Within the demonic qi, a loud laugh came out. A jet-black fist radiance flew out and collided with the sword qi. The fist radiance and the sword qi collided, stirring up an endless energy storm. All the mountains and mountains within a radius of 10,000 miles were swept by the energy storm, directly cracking and exploding into pieces. With one move, he destroyed the mountains and rivers within a radius of 10,000 miles. A battle between emperors was too terrifying. It could destroy the heavens and earth. Although Lu Ming was under the protection of Ciel Wan's demonic aura, he was still shocked by the power. The power of an emperor is indeed shocking. It's far from what I can match now. Lu Ming pondered in his heart. Whoosh! Endless demonic qi rolled, and Ciel Wan's figure flickered in and out of sight. A supreme aura emanated from his body. Chapter 1159 Scheme. It was obvious that Xie Luan had recovered a great deal, and his strength was unfathomable. Buzz! With a sword cry, the Emperor of the Heavenly Martial Sword School unsheathed his sword, which resonated with the mountains and rivers. The sound of the sword made Lu Ming's body shake. He felt his eardrums rumble and he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Big words kill. The Emperor of the Heavenly Martial Sword School was very powerful. As he took a step forward, it was as if his entire body had turned into a combat sword. Endless sword chi swam around his body. I killed more than one ordinary sword body back then. As Xie Luan's voice rang out, the giant pagoda trembled and flew out, suppressing the other party. Whoosh! His opponent swung his sword, and the whole world was split open. A terrifying sword light slashed on the giant tower. The power exploded, breaking the flame domain of the giant tower and blocking it. At the same time, several terrifying sword chi shot toward Xie Luan. Domain of sword. Xie Luan snorted coldly. He withdrew his boundless demonic chi and revealed his true form. His body glowed with demonic light, as if it contained boundless power. Boom! Boom! He threw out a few consecutive punches, which collided with the sword chi of the other party. A violent boom rang out, and the ground was directly cut 100 miles deep by the sweeping energy. Bang! The sword chi was destroyed, but Xie Luan's body also took a step back. He stomped on the space, and it exploded, revealing a pitch-black space. Xie Luan seemed to be at a slight disadvantage. But at this moment, the other party did not continue to attack. Instead, he widened his eyes and stared at Xie Luan. Xie Luan? The Emperor of the Heavenly Martial Sword School said with great difficulty. He was filled with disbelief. In the past, Xie Luan had rebelled against the imperial family and launched a shocking war with the imperial family, the Xie clan. Many forces had participated in that war and witnessed Xie Luan's supreme demonic power. There were portraits of Xie Luan in many of the overlord forces, and many of those portraits had been drawn by emperors. One could even sense Xie Luan's demonic might and aura from the portraits. There was such a portrait in the Heavenly Martial Sword Sect. The Emperor of the Heavenly Martial Sword Sect had personally experienced it before, and it was exactly the same as Xie Luan. Therefore, he was immediately stunned, shocked, and in disbelief. How could the Supreme Demon Emperor from 30,000 years ago appear now? Let's go! Seizing the opportunity, Xie Luan did not linger in the battle. Instead, he tore open the space and stepped into the spatial rift with Lu Ming, disappearing from the place. Only the Emperor of the Heavenly Martial Sword School was left at the scene. Xie Luan, it's definitely Xie Luan. With Xie Luan's appearance, the world is going to be in chaos again. The Emperor of the Heavenly Martial Sword School muttered to himself. After a while, his eyes glowed as he muttered to himself, "That's good. This is an opportunity, perhaps an opportunity for our Heavenly Martial Sword Sect. It's just a pity for that demon fetus." The Martial Emperor of the Heavenly Martial Sword Sect sighed. Then he suddenly looked in one direction, and two bright sword lights shot out of his eyes. He scolded, "Who is it?" Wujue Sword Emperor, how are you?" A loud laugh was heard. A bolt of lightning flashed in the sky, and a middle-aged man wearing a blue Thunder Battle robe appeared in the air. "Thunderblade Emperor, why are you here?" Sword Emperor Wujue frowned. The Thunder Saber Emperor was the sect master of the Sky Thunder Saber sect, an overlord force and an emperor. The royal family Xie family has spread the news to the world and activated the Heaven's Secrets instrument in order to capture Lu Ming. However, I have a feeling that it's not that simple. I just happened to come out of seclusion, so I came out for a walk. I sensed a strong fluctuation here, so I rushed over to take a look. The Thunder Saber Emperor explained. He looked around and said, "Wujue, this should be one of your Heavenly Sword faction's branches, right? It seems that the branch has been destroyed. You were the one fighting with the other party just now, right?" Where was he? But even you can't make him stay? They've already left. The Wujue Sword Emperor said. Who is it? The remaining demonic chi here is extremely shocking. Could it be the Demon Emperor of the Demon Mountain? The Thunderblade Emperor's eyes flashed as he asked tentatively. Martial Emperor Wujue pondered for a while and said, It's not the Demon Emperor from Demon Mountain. You won't be able to guess who this person is even in your dreams. Who is it? The Thunder Saber Emperor asked curiously when he saw Martial Emperor Wujue's serious face. Ciel Wan, Sovereign of Chaotic Heavens, Ciel Wan. Wu Ju and Wu Huang said each word clearly. What? Even with the Thunder Saber Emperor's mental fortitude, he was still stunned at this moment. He was dumbfounded and in disbelief. Wu Jue, are you seeing things or are you just joking with me? Ciel Wan, the Ciel Wan of 30,000 years, how could he still be alive? The Thunderblade Emperor said in disbelief. Do I look like I'm joking? The Wujue Sword Emperor said coldly. The Thunder Saber Emperor fell silent. His eyes flickered as if he was thinking about something. After a while, he said, If it's really Ciel Wan, I'm afraid the Imperial family will be in chaos. I know why the Imperial family activated the Heaven's Secrets instrument. Their target is not Lu Ming, but Ciel Wan. That's most likely the case. Moreover, Ciel Wan hasn't recovered to his peak state yet. He's not even my match. Wu Ju and Wu Huang said. If that's the case, do you have any way to track Ciel Wan's chi? We'll follow him and see what he's going to do next. The Thunder Martial Emperor said. Ciel Wan used a disciple of the Heavenly Martial Sword sect as a tonic to recover his demonic body. His presence hasn't been completely eliminated yet, so I can use a secret technique to pursue him. That's good. I'll go and see what Ciel Wan is up to. Sword Emperor Wujue said. He began to use a secret technique to capture Ciel Wan's aura. Ciel Wan brought Lu Ming across the space several times before stopping. I still haven't recovered to the Emperor realm. I'm still a little weaker than that kid. Ciel Wan said. That kid? He was referring to Sword Emperor Wujue. Senior is still not a match for the Emperor. Lu Ming asked. I can barely fight. Ordinary emperors can't do anything to me. With your Emperor's spiritual weapon, I can fight ordinary emperors. However, if we fight for a long time, it'll be disadvantageous to me. Now that my identity has been exposed, I'm afraid that all the emperors in the world will find ways to find us. It'll be very disadvantageous for us next. Ciel Wan said. Although he said this, a cold smile still hung on his face. Senior, do you have any good moves? Seeing Ciel Wan's expression, Lu Ming knew that Ciel Wan had an idea. Didn't the royal family use all their strength to hunt us down? Then I'll make sure the royal family doesn't have the mind to hunt us down. In fact, I'll make the divine wilderness continent fall into chaos and attack each other. This way, I'll have time to recover. Ciel Wan said. Cause the divine wilderness continent to descend into chaos? Attacking each other? Lu Ming was secretly shocked, but he was also full of doubts. What method did Ciel Wan have to cause the world to be in chaos and attack each other? I have a Heavenly King's token with me. It once belonged to the royal family. As long as I take out this Heavenly King's token, it's enough to make those royal warriors go crazy. Lu Ming, let's go to the holy city. The show is about to start. Ciel Wan laughed and tore open space with Lu Ming, heading for the holy city. You're tuning in to the Passion Pages YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.